Okay, good morning to all of you. People online, are you able to hear and watch? Okay, first is, I think many of you are aware. In fact, in the last class, we were talking of governance. The state of governance has been affected, especially for the people online, right? Telegram is not working. So one thing is, we have created WhatsApp channels. In fact, if you go to the description of your courses, you will find click to join the WhatsApp channel. From there, you can get the updates. So people who are now seeing this online, the handout, the link of that we have shared. Okay, first thing. Second, till the time things normalize, at least we'll give you all the updates here, right? There's a separate channel for Vajra, there's a separate channel for BOOTCAMP, there's a separate channel for Brahmastra. Okay, so please get all your updates here, because not most of the people have migrated and things have happened very fast. So which is why we are doing this. Anybody else can comment on the voice? I think we'll just figure it out in a moment. Okay. How many of you writing mains here? Some, chalo, good to see, good to see. Okay. So the class is mixed in the sense there are mains 26 students as well as those who are preparing for 27 as well. Now, if you look at today, the agenda for discussion is Polity 1.0. This class will be covering a big chunk of polity to the extent that we are able to write the answers in mains. Okay. A lot of the topics that you will see are static, but I'll tell you wherever applicable the current affairs linkages that are present. Okay. Second is, if I look at Polity 1.0, the very first topic that you start with is constitution, constitutional morality, and we're directly ending with fiscal federalism. So in between, there is a lot of topics that we are doing. We are starting with, for example, constitution, constitutional morality, right? You will see questions even directly on these topics. Okay. Then if I break it down further, very important topic, basic structure doctrine. Almost every year there's a guaranteed question either directly on basic structure doctrine, or the question will ask you or maybe tell you related to the amending powers of the parliament. Okay, because basic structure in that sense is going to limit the amending powers, right? Even on this part questions have been asked. Then we move into areas like preamble. For us, preamble becomes important because even in last year there have been some articles whether the words like socialist, whether words like secular, should they be dropped or should there be a debate on them. Okay, so we'll try to examine that. Citizenship, then a very important section on FR and all the major FR and the topics around it. So for example, we talk about the right, or let's say the article 15-16, then we'll discuss reservation, creamy layer, subcategorization. These are some of the topics in news. When I say article 19, we will talk about whether right to information or even right to internet, is that guaranteed to us? We'll see Anuradha Bhasin case, another case, the Shreya Singhal case, etc. Similarly, even topics like defamation in the news, okay, from a fundamental rights perspective. So those aspects, directive principles of state policy, fundamental duties, we have seen question in mains appearing from this. Okay. Other than that, we will also be looking into portions of executive, parliament. Now, when I do parliament, one of the most important topic becomes the decline of parliament. Okay. When I say the decline of parliament, there are many reasons which point out why the decline is happening. See, any reason which you can point out what is decline of parliament here? So, for example, we can say the debates going down and informed debates becoming rarer. Okay. For that, how much is the percentage of disruption? increasing criminalization of politics, okay, rise of money and muscle power, various reasons we'll have a look at, right? Things like what is parliamentary privileges, we'll be having a discussion on that, okay. Important positions, speaker, very recently again anti-defection law was in news, so all those aspects we will have a look at. Again, you can expect questions on this. Even on executive we have seen questions, sometimes even direct static questions, simply a question on the importance and role even of vice president, questions on powers and functions of president. So in polity, please don't be surprised if you get some basic questions which you see, array, this though I had read in my prelims but I'm not able to recall, okay. Gaurav, you can just count once, right? Okay. Okay. So I was talking to you about the topics, for example. So when you see this document in the first instance, you will say, array, that's a very long document, I have 70 pages to cover. But the point is, it is going to reduce your effort, okay. Otherwise, right now, you cannot have the option of reading 500, 600 pages only for polity, right? So the idea is here, whatever topics are important from mains point of view have been there. Some topics at the end, I'll also give you for self-reading, okay. Today's idea is we'll maximize as much of the topics as we can. So last topic which I forgot to write here is very important topic. Every year you will get questions from this. Federalism, okay. And when we do federalism, we'll also go into fiscal federalism. We'll also talk about interstate water disputes, okay. In general, the competing trends, what is cooperative federalism, what is confrontational and competitive federalism. These are all the topics we'll have a look at, okay. So that is the agenda for polity 1.0. Right. Similarly, you will also have polity 2.0, wherein other remaining aspects like, for example, local self-government, judiciary, okay, elections, representation of people act, and bodies will also get covered, okay. So generally speaking, polity is divided in two sections, which you'll be able to cover in at least almost 2 classes, I will say, okay. So now I'll be starting first. And just a quick announcement for the people, let's say, who are watching this right now, right? Because the Telegram and all these notifications are not there, so you can join the YouTube as well for notifications, as well as the WhatsApp channels which I was mentioning. There is also open WhatsApp channels. Second is the people who are preparing for mains 26. In case you are not aware, we have programs for this. So you have the BOOTCAMP Plus as well as the BOOTCAMP program, which not only helps you with content, it also helps you with writing the PYQs, as well as answer writing, as well as proper test series. That is for the students preparing for 2026. People who are preparing for 27 and you are looking for a comprehensive program, we have Brahmastra, which you can again inquire. We'll put links for this. Again, because the video is going to be out on YouTube, anybody who has queries on these fronts can also reach out. In addition to this, of course, if you're preparing and if you want any optional specific, let's say, courses or guidance, for example, I take up the PSIR optional. So in case anybody has issues there specifically for both these years, you can also reach out, okay. Now, we are starting with the very first topic. In fact, the very first 2 topics are very interesting. What is the heading of the first topic? Constitution. And just in the next page, what is the heading? Indian Constitution at 75, okay. So here in the span of the next 10-15 minutes, we will try to see what is Constitution, but more importantly, what role does constitutional morality play, okay. How do you analyze that whether the Constitution has met its goals or not? That is the basic idea, right? So here, first is if I look at constitution, again basic things we already know. What is the constitution? It is a fundamental law of the land. Okay, why is it fundamental? Because it seeks to achieve core objectives. Okay, if we look at Indian constitution, can I say Indian constitution is only a legal document? No, it is not just a legal document, but it is also a socio-political document. Okay, so here, if I look at, so just underline a couple of keywords. First is this. What is constitution? It is fundamental law of the land. Now the constitution will have the values, the principles, the governance frameworks of the country, and the constitution will be supreme, right? In fact, if we talk about India, you know these terms like supremacy of the constitution, right? Does India have supremacy of the constitution? Does Britain have supremacy of constitution? What does Britain have? Right, very good. Parliamentary sovereignty. Okay, and this part, which I think sometime later we'll also see comparison of different constitutions. I'll compare this with US, UK, France, and even Australia, and you will see even this constant theme coming in the paper as well. They will directly ask that compare British system to the Indian system, and even that can be done, right? So what are we saying this as? Supreme law, fundamental, right? And this is then again an important aspect. Now here, just for your reference, there have been people who have had proper commentaries on Indian constitution. Okay, for example, one second, or let me just first give you a couple of points. After that, I'll make you write some important scholars here, right? And these statements can in general be used. So I have a very basic definition of what the constitution is, first thing. Second thing is, what are the functions of a constitution? Here, the name of the person has done a lot of work on constitutions, including the constitution, etc. of Myanmar. Myanmar, right now, for which part do you remember? Military coup, okay, the rule of military junta, right? Okay, now a very simple point is there, functions of constitution, okay? And if we know this, even if you get a dynamic question, right, analyze the nature of Indian constitution in the 75 years, or has the constitution met its objective in the 75 years, I'll be able to write answers if I broadly know what is the function of a constitution. Okay, now there are going to be points here. Almost for each of the points we'll be writing examples, right? In the exam it depends on how many parts a question has, although here you have almost 10 points. Okay, in the exam, depending on the heading, even if you're able to write 5 or 6 points, your job is done, right? We are doing more points, but again the idea is, if you are able to understand the essence of the topic, that more or less solves a query. Fine. If I look at the functions of the constitution, it tells me about the, I can say territory also, I can say boundary also. Okay, and boundary happens to be a territorial concept. And the moment I say the word territory, I am also reminded of state. State has how many elements? 4 elements: population, territory, sovereignty, and government. In Indian context, the boundary, which articles talk about it? Roughly from article 1 to 4, right? Which also tells us, for example, if India has to cede a territory, does it require a constitutional amendment? But cede means to give away. It requires a constitutional amendment, which was, this principle was established in the Berubari Union case. Okay, and then we saw the 100th Constitutional Amendment Act, which is the land boundary agreement with Bangladesh. So this directly we saw. This is just one example. If I'm ceding a territory, if India is ceding a territory, it requires a constitutional amendment. All right, so the boundary definition is also in the constitution. Second, what is the nature of Indian constitution? Anybody, what is the nature of Indian constitution? Rigid and flexible, that is also fine. Anything else? Socialist, only socialists? Right, so somebody saying Fabian socialism, that is also okay. The best way to think of the nature of Indian Constitution, go back into the mind of constitution makers. How can I know the mind of constitution makers? Preamble, which is the horoscope. Okay, so if what is the nature? Borrow the keywords, 5 keywords: sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. How many of these were added by another constitutional amendment? How many of these? So we already had a 42nd constitutional amendment. What did it add? Socialist and integrity. Okay, fine. So sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. Now this is specific to India, right? Can there be a theocratic state? You know what is a theocratic state? What is theo in theocratic state? The religion. Can you give me example of any theocratic state? Iran, for example. So the constitution will also tell me the nature of the state. We have made it very clear it is going to be a secular state. When we do preamble, we'll again go into the meaning of secularism and how is Indian secularism different from the Western secularism, right? So basic nature we also get to know from. We also get to know for the identity and values. Okay, now this also gets reflected even in the preamble. Okay, we also get to know about rights and duties. Rights are mentioned in which part? What about duties? Okay, the constitution tells me about rights and duties. The moment I say rights and duties, in a Western, or I should say in a liberal setup, rights are more important or duties are more important? Batao. Rights are more important, okay? Whereas in a socialist setup, rights is more important or duties is more important? Duties is more important. India, what does India value? We almost value both are important, right? And for rights and duties, we can remember Gandhi. The Gandhian perspective says that the rights and duties in that sense will be complementary. Rights and duties will go together. You cannot have rights if you do not perform corresponding duties. This is one perspective, which is why I told you for some countries rights can be more important than duties. For some, duties are more important than rights. The socialist countries will focus more on obedience, right? That is why duty is more important, right? In our case, we try to have a harmony between the two, right? Then the constitution also talks about political institutions. Okay, can you tell me any institutions which are there mentioned in the constitution? No. Election Commission, which article? 324. Chalo, any other institution? CAG, which article? 148. Finance Commission, 280, right? So there are proper institutions which are mentioned in the constitution. Even that is something we already know. Fine. Then division and sharing of power. Okay. Now here, of course, which schedule can I talk about? Which article can I talk about? Right. So here we know that how many lists do we have? There is a union list, there is a state list, there is a concurrent list. Okay, and it is the union that is dominating. When we do federalism, we'll also understand the logic behind this, that why India does not go or follow a federalism which is exactly like US. Our federalism is closer to which country? Canada, right? So we have a strong center, right? And the strong center, our main reason is we've gone for unity. We don't want balkanization of state. What is balkanization? The breakdown. Okay, the term that I've used is the balkanization of states. Okay, then functions in some, it will also talk about the official religious identity. This point overlaps, we've just had a discussion. Certain states can be theocratic, the constitution can even talk about that. Okay, then the constitution can also help us understand the social economic and developmental goals. In our case, where this is mentioned, which part is that? Part 4. Now, why am I emphasizing the DPSP and even the part? A very simple way to introduce questions in polity is mention the relevant articles if you can, the relevant parts if you can, judgments wherever applicable. So this is where again your knowledge of the previous sections again is going to be very important. You have spent a lot of time in prelims in polity, right? There were hardly any questions in polity in prelims. That is another case. But the point is, all of that knowledge which you have spent time on, you will get rewarded, especially in mains. Okay. Now, this is a very important point. Functions of the constitution is it safeguards minorities. Okay. 14th amendment of US constitution, what is it related to? Basically related to blacks. The broad provision actually here is it is related to equality. Okay, basically in the bracket you can think of AA, that is affirmative action. What is affirmative action? Somebody is saying positive discrimination, that is also correct. Okay, that to address the social and historical injustices that have happened over a period, we make enabling provisions. What is the idea? To create a level playing field. Do we have such affirmative action in India? Right, even Article 15, Article 16, okay, and other articles. So that is also there, right? Before I move on to the next part, the mention is safeguard minorities. Okay, here you can write two quotes. Pehla likho. A state is known almost similar thing even J.S. Mill has said. A state is known by the rights it maintains. इसी कोट का एक वेरिएशन I'll tell you when I do with you fundamental rights topics like sedition etc. And then I'll tell you what J.S. Mill also says, right? Second is minorities are the custodians of the constitution. Okay. In both the cases, the essence of that is similar. First says a state is known by the right it maintains. If I say there's a weak state, what does a weak state do? In many cases, it will trample the rights. Okay. Sometimes a term this also is used. Developing countries are referred to as a soft state. What is soft? They create big goals and plans, but they don't have a capacity to implement them. Right? Second, in their quest to attempt this, they make many issues, right? For example, if you want to ensure rights for people, India is also infamous for internet shutdowns. Okay, right now, second in the world. Okay. Second thing, for example, again, recently, you know what is happening with related to NEET. Okay. So one of the policy decisions right now is being criticized, right? Instead of attacking the source, the medium has been targeted, right? We know that the Telegram founder, he's been very vocal and critical of the government. But my point is, you are looking at the response of developing countries to security challenges. Okay. So that is one. So when I look at minorities are the custodians of the constitution, it simply means how a minority is treated in a country tells me a lot about that country, right? They are the custodians of the constitution. Otherwise, normally in a democracy, the fear is of this always is the fear of in a democracy. Okay, that it is the majority who will take over, who will try to impose their culture. So if the minorities are well respected, if they're able to practice their culture, that also tells us about that state. And in the recent years, you would have seen persecution of minorities around India's neighborhood. Okay, very recently, in the context of Bangladesh, we have heard about it. Okay, in Pakistan, in other areas, for example. So these two statements again can be a guiding light, can be used in essay as well, and broadly also they can be used. Fine. So minorities are the custodians, simply meaning how the treatment of minority is reflects the condition of state. And second is the state is known by the right it maintains. If the state ensures right, freedom of speech, expression, right to life, liberty for all the people at most times, then the state is known to be a progressive state, right? Otherwise it will become an authoritarian state. Okay, keep that in mind. So that was the point on safeguard minorities. Last point is on checks and balances. Okay, the constitution provides certain checks and balances. In our case, do we have checks and balances in India? Right, again we know there is no watertight compartmentalization. That what is the meaning here? We have three organs: executive, legislature, judiciary, right? The judicial functions can be performed by executive in some cases. True or false? Give me an example. Okay, then impeachment, removal, anything else? Executive, anything that they can do? Think of clemency powers, pardon, for example, right? Similarly, so the idea of checks and balances, that the power balance must not be distorted. If any one organ becomes too powerful, the whole machinery will fail. And that also is a very important function of the constitution to ensure that. Okay, that all the machinery actually takes part or actually does its work in the right manner. So this also is an important function. So when I look at functions of the constitution, in fact all these points help you understand that what is the role of the constitution in the first place. If we understand this well, the very next page, which is blank for you, and we'll also write that question, that if you analyze the working of Indian constitution in the 75 years, a lot of these points will be common, right? Okay, now this we've had a look at. Now let's see a couple of more terms. There is one term. What is ism? So you're saying ideology. Ideology can be collection of ideas, systematic collection of ideas, organized thought. Constitutionalism is ultimately related to how the constitution is getting implemented in very simple terms. Okay, so constitutionalism, see, one is constitution, and constitutionalism, it is the ideology which talks about the overall implementation of the constitution. How that happens, it simply depends on the people who are implementing it. For this and even for these two topics, you have to remember Dr. Okay, in whatever space that you have in between, write a line. They go, howsoever good a constitution is, and now you can understand what is my entire statement going to be. Howsoever good a constitution is, if the people implementing it are weak / bad, comma, the constitution remains weak, remains bad. I'm almost paraphrasing what he's saying. So he's basically saying, even if a constitution is weak, if the people implementing it are filled with values, they will ensure the implementation is good. But if the constitution is very good, but the people who are implementing it, right, they lack values, they are weak, howsoever good the constitution is, you will not be able to translate that into reality. That is the meaning of it. Okay, so when I'm looking at constitution, I want to now ask you a question. Is the mere presence of constitution enough to guarantee rule of law? Nahi. Give me any example for that. So that means there are countries which have a constitution, but they may have almost an anarchy. We have seen this even in Middle East. Hai na? So what differentiates is that term is known as constitutional morality. Now many times we say a scheme should be implemented in letter and spirit. Suna hai humne? What is the letter here? Letter is the legal essence, whatever is written. Spirit is the substance. Okay, so we said there are two things always. If there is anything, one thing will be procedural, one thing will be substantive, that is the essence, the core of it. So in many countries you can have a constitution, that is only the legal part, the procedure. Substance will be the essence. Okay, so this I can say the letter and the spirit. Constitutional morality helps you do that. Okay, so constitutional morality, the idea of it is the principles and the values which are there in the constitution and which guides the actions of the government as well as the people. So what is constitutional morality? It is not just having a constitution. What is it? It is implementation of the constitution, following ideals of the constitution. Yes or no? So for example, I'll give you around many cases just to understand this. Now we know that what does Article 21 say to us? Right to life and liberty. Earlier there was a A.K. Gopalan case which gave a narrow prescription. Later on in the Menga Gandhi case, what happened? We gave a wider interpretation to it, again implementing constitutional morality, right? Section 377 was struck down, and even then it was mentioned that we have to abide by the principles of constitutional morality. Which case am I talking about? बताओ, नास फाउंडेशन केस सुना है हमने, right? So even that can be one example. Third is, for example, if I talk about progressive in fact judgment. Okay, so even on euthanasia, we'll also be covering this topic. Even on euthanasia, we've had a progressive judgment. Okay, although in India you don't have active euthanasia, what is allowed is passive euthanasia. Okay, and earlier there was a Aruna Schaumbach case, and very recently, just a couple of months back, there was also another case which we'll be writing very shortly. So idea of constitutional morality kya hai idea? The idea simply says that having a constitution is not enough. Constitutional morality means guided by the values of the constitution. Okay, implementing those values, that is constitutional morality, right? And when you look at the term constitutional morality, the fight here is between two concepts. One is law versus, because conventionally speaking, you look at constitution as a legal document, right? But at the same time, it has values built into it. Values like equality, values like, we have so many values, right? Even justice, liberty, fraternity. So there is a fight between them. And constitutional morality says that ultimately we will go for a progressive interpretation than simply being tied only to the older notions of law. So when I look at constitutional morality, what does it tell me? That we will not only see the text, we will also understand the context. Not only we will see some legal values, we will actually see what is happening in the society and we will be implementing that. Is that clear on constitutional morality? Okay. Now I'll tell you two things here, and after that we go to pillars of constitutional morality. First, I'll tell you who was the historian who had first used this term for the first instance. In India, in the Constitutional Assembly debates, it was Dr. B.R. Ambedkar who spoke a lot about constitutional morality. Okay, and for him, I'll give you a quote of his. It's a slightly longer quote, but it is a quote that you can use in various papers. Okay, the essence of his quote is, that if you impose democracy in an undemocratic culture, it is a futile exercise, right? And of course, we are referring to decolonization. The moment colonies, they got independence, they inherited the colonial structures, right? So for example, many countries now, they which did not have a constitution in the first place, they inherited a constitution. But the issue is, in many countries, their fundamental culture was undemocratic, right? If the fundamental culture is undemocratic, from the outside bringing a constitution will not make a huge change in the society. Okay, the change can only happen if the people, government, all of them are aware, and if they want to abide by the principles and the values mentioned. That is why beyond law we have to go, beyond the text we have to talk about adherence of the values. That is the idea of constitutional morality. Okay, now please write a couple of lines for this. सबसे पहला तो just write the name of the person who made this popular. Write George Grote, Grote, a British historian who used the term constitutional morality. Grote is Grote. Second, now write Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. अब देखो, this is a slightly longer quote, okay, but you'll understand the essence of it. लिखो, CM is constitutional morality. CM is not a natural sentiment. Constitutional morality is not a natural sentiment. Full stop. It has to be cultivated. It has to be cultivated. Full stop, right? We must realize that our people have yet to learn it. Our people have yet to learn it. Full stop. Now this last line is very important. Some of you may have heard about it, but this is the entire line is from his writings. लिखो इसको. Democracy in India is only a top dressing. Democracy in India is only a top dressing on an Indian soil. It is a top dressing on an Indian soil, which is essentially undemocratic. Which is essentially undemocratic. Right now, a couple of points which you see here. सबसे पहली चीज क्या बोली गई है? Constitutional morality is not a sentiment. By the way, I gave you this longish quote. Why? Even constitutional morality has also come in GS4 paper ethics also. Okay, because like I've told you, this law overlaps with ethics as well. In ethics, if you go into the Aristotelian view, according to him, many things they are not natural. Even for him, Aristotle uses a term, okay, that is excellence of virtue, okay, and that is also a habit. It must be cultivated and continuously practiced. So here also we say constitutional morality is not a natural sentiment, it has to be cultivated. How would you cultivate it? Think of awareness, think of making people aware by rights, okay. Dr. Ambedkar used to talk about, for example, educate, agitate, organize, okay, and he uses a constitutional method to fight the social discrimination. Yes or no? Right? Gandhian approach to tackle inequality and Ambedkar approach to tackle inequality is very different. Ambedkarite approach talks about what? He faces his faith on the constitutional. He provides constitutional safeguards, and that is why he also says a constitution is as good as the people implementing it. That is also what he wrote, that howsoever good a constitution is, if the people implementing are not good, it will not meet its objectives. Can we now understand? So this also tells you the idea of social justice even embedded in Indian constitution. Our social justice is embedded in constitutional morality. Can we say this? So first part was it is not a natural sentiment. What is it? It must be cultivated. And last thing was that democracy is a top dressing. Let's say this is Indian soil, only the top dressing is democracy. Major part of that is undemocratic, right? So unless and until people or the cultures become democratic, this is not going to be a very helpful exercise. And you have to again link this to constitutional morality, that simply following the law or the text is not enough. You have to have letter as well as spirit. Okay, now if I go into what are the pillars of constitutional morality, you have questions on them. For example, sometimes you're able to define what this is, but then this part, then you're not able to expand as much. Constitutional morality are all the important keywords that you generally read about. It talks about separation of powers. Now, separation of powers is a concept initially popularized by Locke and later on Montesquieu. We talk about checks and balances. We just spoke about checks and balances. Okay. Is there a difference between these two terms? Is separation of power the same as checks and balances? They are different. Separation of powers happens to be an ideal construct, the executive, legislature, judiciary. Checks and balances, for example, you will find this in India. Separation of powers you will find in which country? US. In our case, there is sometimes a functional overlap. Okay. Even constitutional morality tells me about this. Next is constitutional interpretation. Okay. Here put a star mark and write progressive judgments. Write progressive judgments. Okay. Now go to the second page of your handout, the Indian Constitution 75. Okay. In the second half of it, make a line if you can. I'll be telling you some important judgments linked to constitutional morality, which can also be used for Indian Constitution at 75. We are saying is constitutional interpretation. Okay. Next page mein here, there is a blank page. Now, if I am saying there is constitutional morality, at least I need to give you some examples how judiciary is also seen this, yes or no? Now, first example. सबसे पहले, because we are discussing checks and balances etc. Very popular case of 1973. देखो केशवनंद भारती case. The Keshavanand Bharti case bracket 1973. Keshavanand Bharti case 1973. And just put a dash. देखो preserving the essential constitutional values. Keshavanand Bharati case 1973, preserving the essential constitutional values. Second right. And whenever I say this case of Maneka Gandhi, compare this with the A.K. Gopalan case. And just remember, we have two terms, right? Due process of law and procedure established by law. In Maneka Gandhi case, we have a wider interpretation of Article 21, the essence that the law should be just, fair, reasonable, right? Second one is the Maneka Gandhi case. Third, the case Puttaswamy case. What this case is related to? Is a core feature of Article 21, and right to privacy was linked to human dignity. That Article 21 also includes your right to privacy. This also ties to the values of the Constitution. This is also progressive judgment. The judgments that you are seeing here are not just about constitutional morality. If the question is that Indian Constitution has a lot of dynamism, a lot of progressive interpretation, I can use all these examples. Yes? Fourth, write down the Naz Foundation case. This is related to the LGBTQ plus rights. The Young Lawyers Association case. This is related to Sabrimala. Sabrimala में just write one line. देखो, gender equality and liberty outweigh discriminatory religious customs. What do they outweigh? Discriminatory religious customs. Okay. Sometime later, I'll also talk you about a term known as ERP, essential religious practices. Okay. So anything which is not an essential religious practice, okay, and which leads to discrimination is something that can be done away with. That is also one of the interpretations of the court. Right now, I've given you some of the cases here. As we move along in some sections, I will be adding the cases. Okay. After some sections get done, I will also tell you, for example, you have this whole thing handout, okay? But later on, after you're done with the class, what I would encourage is whatever topic is there. For example, right now we saw constitution. Anything which stands out, there were basic content. After some time, you will remember. Okay, if there's any quote that stands out, any judgment that stands out, you make a separate small list of it. So this entire document of, let's say, 70 odd pages will hardly get reduced to 4 or 5 pages, or even less, because now you will remember a Indian constitution or anything related to constitutional morality. I have many judgments associated. This is how you train your mind. So the problem that if you have that I'm not able to give judgments, I'm not able to have articles or value addition, will be tackled like this. Okay? So don't run away. Some of them will get repeated. In fact, when I do basic structure doctrine, we'll not see 1 but 6. The whole evolution of the basic structure doctrine also we'll have a look at. Okay? So this is what we wanted to discuss on constitutional morality. Okay? Before I move to the next topic, write a small heading. And this will go on to the second page, which is the Indian Constitution at Work. I'll link both of them. The heading is Challenges to Constitutional Morality. Your first page is Constitution, second page is Indian Constitution at 75. Both these 2 pages are same for me. Okay, so in that you just leave half of it. Just write a heading here, Challenges to Constitutional Morality, and you tell me what are the challenges. You tell me a couple of them, I'll expand on them, we'll discuss. Till now we have seen simple questions on what is constitutional morality, right? And then you have to outline that. But if I ask you, what are the challenges to constitutional morality? Kya hoga? Communalism, okay, good. Acha, theek hai. All the terms that are mentioned, inhi ko twist kar do, that is it. Okay, so that is not a separate heading, that should confuse you. What is the pillar of constitutional morality? Separation of power. What would be the opposite of separation of power? At least one of the organs becomes too powerful. Yes. There is no checks and balances. Instead of constitutional interpretation, we have popular interpretation. आपने नाम सुना है अथॉरिटेरियन पॉपुलिज्म. तो अब एक टर्म लिखो चैलेंजेस में, राइट? अथॉरिटेरियन पॉपुलिज्म. So instead of going by the constitution, you are going by emotional mandate, what people want, but not what the constitution tells you. Authoritarian populism. Okay, we'll add some more points to it. Let me first complete this part. Now, pillars of constitutional morality is you go for ethical governance. Okay, what will be the opposite of it? Unethical governance. Okay, not abiding by it. Isme you can think of examples even in India. The example of 1975. What happened in 1975? Emergency. Why am I giving you this example? 50 years of emergency. Okay, so that is the flip side. So यहाँ पे आप लिख भी सकते हो for your reference. Even when we do the basic structure, I'll also mention again this. You can expect a direct or an indirect question on this part also, right? अब इस पे अगर सवाल आएगा, so your homework is write your first homework. I think some of you in the previous class also tried to write the question on freebies, but I've said some, है ना? I think many of you have not. How many of you remember that we had a class on governance? In that class, there was this topic of freebies also. सुना है किसी ने? Although in that class, by the end of it, given the times and the conditions of those era, right, people were very less. ठीक है, चलो. First question, please write. लिखो the changes done by 42nd constitutional amendment and 44th constitutional amendment. The changes done by 42nd and 44th constitutional amendment related to emergency. Very static topic. You do this in prelims. ठीक है. 42nd and 44th. 42nd का nature क्या था? What was the nature of 42nd? More and more centralization. It wanted to give more powers to the government. What did 44th do? It reversed that. Okay, but don't be surprised if you directly get a question on this, and this will be very basic kind of a question. ठीक है. अब इसको in a short maybe half a page on one side 42nd ने क्या करा था and what was reversed, you do it, done and dusted. Okay, because this is a more expected question. Although I'm not denying that they can ask you even simple questions. Sometimes they even ask you a certain emergency, what are the grounds for proclamation and what are the consequences. Changes brought about by 42nd and 44th Constitutional Amendment Act related to emergency. (42nd and 44th Constitutional Amendment Act related to emergency. Okay, coming back, the last 4 points here. Pillars of morality is ultimately adherence to the constitutional values. For the values, just think of preamble. Preamble talks about way too many values. You have evidices, rule of law. What is the essence of rule of law in one line? Okay, like should be treated like, and one thing is no one is above the law. Okay, next you have democratic principles. Okay, now here if you want you can even mention 61st Constitutional Amendment Act. What did it talk about? Reduce the age of voting from 21 to 18. How is that related to democratic principles? What is democracy? Anybody just raise your hand. What is democracy? तो democracy क्या है? Participation. Rule by people. Is it correct or incorrect? So very common essence is it is empowerment of people. The core essence is empowerment of the people, which is why you read about for the people, by the people, of the people. Fine. If you are bringing more people into the voting category, you are enhancing the democratic capabilities and potential. That is correct. Okay. And lastly, why fundamental right is a feature of constitutional morality. लिखो इसको, लिखो. It prevents the government from becoming authoritarian. It prevents the government from becoming authoritarian, or in other words, I can say it creates a limited government. Yes or no? What is a limited government? It is a constitutional government. याद आ रहा है? Constitution limits the power of the government. How? Through provisions like fundamental rights. So fundamental rights prevents the government from becoming authoritarian, right? We know terms like limited government, right? So the question that I'd asked you, in case you get a question, the challenges to constitutional morality, play around them. One of the challenges would be not implementing fundamental rights. And again, then remember, a state is known by the right it maintains, not adhering to democratic principles. Elections if they're happening, they're not happening in free and fair manner. One of the mandate of Election Commission, Article 324 and 326, is what? Free and fair elections. Rule of law की जगह क्या हो जाए? Rule of money and muscle power. Is that a challenge to constitutional morality? Absolutely. There can be societal resistance. For example, the case I mentioned, NAS Foundation case, there was a lot of societal resistance, but finally you had a judgment. So society versus constitution, we have seen that, right? So which is why this is an important topic for you to remember. And remember the points that I've told you related to Dr. Ambedkar, going to be very important on constitutional morality. Okay. Now, whose job is it to at least enforce the constitution? Whose job is it to look into that the constitution is followed in right manner. Judiciary, Pakka, right? We are so convenient, we did not say ourselves as citizens. Please see the definition. Whenever you say constitutional morality, it has to be a broad thing. You have government, and when I say government, it means all the organs, but it also includes citizenry. If the citizenry does not raise any voice, it will also lead to what? Situations like emergency, taking away all the powers. Yes or no? Okay? So keep this in mind. All right, now come to the heading Indian Constitution at 75. See, sometimes you may get a question like this, which is what you are seeing right now, that you have to evaluate the functioning, and here think of X at 75. It can be Indian Constitution, it can be India's internal security policies, it can be India's foreign policy. Yes or no? If I have to evaluate how have we done post independence, it can be how India's education has evolved since the last 75 years. Fine. For that, there is a very simple framework you should know. Think of 3 C's. Continuity, change, challenges. Okay. This is a good way to answer a question like this, because when you have to evaluate the constitution from its starting from 1947 onwards till right now, some core principle will always be there. That is known as continuity, right? There are certain changes. Changes के लिए our hint is what? We will talk about some important amendments. Ab here your knowledge of prelims fact is important. If I say first Constitutional Amendment Act, which schedule? 9th schedule, right? 7th Constitutional Amendment Act, what did it bring? The reorganization. In fact, also it said that one person can be governor of more than one state, that is 2 states. Okay. Next, any important amendment? Think of 42nd mini constitution, think of 44, think of 61, think of 73rd and 74th, think of 86. What is 86? Education. Okay. Then what is 97? Cooperatives. Cooperatives. What is 99th? NJAC, striking down National Judicial Appointments Commission. Okay. And then the whole list right from 101 is GST. What is 103? Okay. What is 106? Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. Okay. So if you have to talk about the changes that have happened, the changes are, and which also tells you the Indian Constitution is a neither too rigid nor too flexible. So this part of change, and in your handout at least 4 or 5 pages are dedicated to the important amendments also. Okay, that will be a part of change. And then there are certain challenges also. Kya honge challenges? Challenges to constitutional morality. Yes or no? Which we just saw, right? Things like authoritarian populism, right? Not adhering to rule of law. All the points, and you make them anti, and you get your points here overall, right? So for continuity, write down a couple of points. What has remained till? Just some keywords first, right? Constitutional supremacy, constitutional supremacy is the first one. Second, right? Parliamentary democracy, parliamentary democracy. Next, right? Free and fair elections. This way, continuity. This has continued. Okay. Free fair nahi. Usko I'll tell you how to write that as also as challenges. Okay. Continuity is even still being the largest democracy, we are still able to have these elections. But then you will write the threat of the rising AI, money and muscle power, but our commitment still remains to free and fair elections. That is a continuous part that is there. Challenges, I'll tell you how to write these challenges also. Okay. So free and fair elections we have written, then write rule of law. So all the good keywords that you know will come in the continuity, rule of law. Next लिखेंगे federalism with a strong center. Federalism with a strong center. Right, judicial review. Okay. In case somebody has noticed, whatever points I've told you are related to basic structure. So you even don't need to remember any of it. If you know some important points that are present in the basic structure, that is nothing but continuity. We can change the constitution, yes or no, but it should not tamper with the basic structure. Any changes you want, you can make it. It should not play with the basic structure. So that means यहाँ पे your hint should be some important elements of basic structure. तो आपको ये भी याद नहीं करना पड़ेगा. Right? For changes, I've already told you, remember some important amendments that are there. Right? That will be important. If you want, you can write for changes a couple of important ones. At least keywords याद रखेंगे. First लिखो democratic decentralization. You know the amendment, but I'm telling you the keyword. Democratic decentralization, in the bracket right, 73rd, 74th. Second, like deepening of democracy. Right, 61st Constitutional Amendment Act. 61st Constitutional Amendment Act. Okay. Next, right, progressive interpretation of Article 21. Progressive interpretation of Article 21. Okay, and then the other notable ones for abhi ke liye sab likh lo. 40 seconds, you can later on expand on them. These are some of the important ones. 86, 97, 101, 103, 106. Now the people who have not got their hand out, please raise your hand. The distribution is going on. Okay. And only take for yourself. Okay. Otherwise, we are talking of social welfare. Let us do social welfare then. Okay. For you can quote them. Yes. You can even quote that. Because the court cases are actually happening because of interpretation of the constitution itself. Right? Now, the last heading is challenges. One thing I've already told you is the pillars of constitutional morality. If you do not recall anything, usko flip kar denge. We will flip the pillars of constitutional morality. Yes? Otherwise, likho isko, write couple of challenges. देखो सबसे obvious, the biggest simmering challenge, which is a more practical challenge. आप लिखो center state relations. पहला चैलेंज क्या है? सेंटर स्टेट रिलेशंस प्लस लिखो फिस्कल फेडरलिज्म, which is the last topic of a handout also for today's class. Fiscal federalism, there are tensions. One is overall center state relations where there's a tussle, and that too in the money matters. Fiscal federalism is a challenge. Very true. Second, right? देखो addressing elections and electoral reforms. Elections and electoral reforms. Now the commitment of the constitution is towards free and fair elections, but the problem what it faces is money and muscle power, criminalization of politics. Yes or no? So continuity is the commitment of the constitution. The challenge that it faces is So electoral part में elections and electoral reforms is something we have written. Next, right? देखो, concerns of institutional independence. Concerns of institutional independence and effectiveness of checks and balances. इसका मतलब whatever institutions are mentioned, are they independent enough or not? What did you write abhi? बताओ. Concerns over institutional independence and effectiveness of checks and balances. Effectiveness of checks and balances. Next आ जाओ. These are challenges. Sorry, आप point पूछ रहे हो? नहीं, फिर से बोलो, just repeat. हाँ. नहीं, concerns over effectiveness of the institution. It means जो भी उनका mandate है, are they able to follow that mandate or not? Are they effective or not in doing so? If they are not, again it does not tie with the pillars of constitutional morality. Values fulfill नहीं हो रही है. So that means either you give them more powers or it is help them in being more effective. Okay. Next लिखो, last point लिखो. देखो, tackling misinformation, AI, tackling misinformation, AI, and data protection, while preserving constitutional freedoms. While preserving constitutional freedoms. Right? Other points will automatically follow from the pillars of constitutional morality. I've also linked some of aspect of current affairs, how misinformation can be a huge threat. Now I want to ask you how misinformation, fake news, AI can harm democratic credentials. Question समझ आया? Right? How can misinformation and let's say AI can affect democracy, democratic procedures? How can they do so? Now we'll take it one by one. सबसे पहली चीज, what is democracy? Empowerment of people. How do you get empowered? When you have some information. What is your source of information? It can be print, it can be electronic. Now what if even that is compromised? So if you are getting certain fake news, biased news, your source, your understanding first of all is changed, right? Then your voting patterns will also get affected, yes or no? How many of you recall the case of Cambridge Analytica? This is an example of 2016 during Trump's elections. There was an alleged Russian interference in US elections. And when democracy and elections are so important, external state interference is a huge challenge, right? So we are saying misinformation, AI, all of that can also become a threat to the working of the constitution even, right? Second thing that we have said is, or may have mentioned, is institutional independence. Okay, so for example, there are various institutions, including bodies like UPSC, right, Finance Commission, Attorney General, etc. How independent they are and how effective they are. The bodies are judged on two major parameters. One is their independence, and second is their effectiveness. Now we know about CBI and ED. Right, the court in its writings has mentioned them to be caged parrot. ये सुना है हमने phrase? While doing institutions in the Polity 2, you will see all of this. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? How? What is caged parrot? It is not independent, and if it is not independent, it will not be effective. Right? Now, why do you think institutions play a role in or related to constitution? because they have to enforce the values. If your institutions are weak, implementation of constitution is weak. Again, go back. A constitution is only as good as the people implementing it. And when I say people, there are two things. See, this is a constitution. You have an institution implementing it, and institution will have people. Okay, so you want both. Institution should be independent and effective, and ultimately the people who are in the institution should have their own values. Yes or no? So that is why we are saying effectiveness of institutions is a very important thing. Again, third thing I think was electoral reforms and the election part of it. Right? If elections don't happen in the right manner, it goes against the principles of democracy. So you have to safeguard it. Right? Which means election commission, and we have seen certain allegations in the recent past. Right? Even autonomy and the functioning of election commission. Right? Concerns around the EVMs. Right? Partisan, non-partisan kind of relations. So you can again expect a question on that front. Fine. So if you look at it in broadly a span of 2 pages, what we have tried to cover is knowing what a constitution is, knowing what society and citizens play a role in it, what institutions play a role in it, what is constitutionalism, what is constitutional morality, what are the challenges to constitutional morality. Okay, and then we move to analysis of Indian constitution in the 75 years. For that, use Supreme Court judgments, use important amendments. So remember the 3 C's framework. What are the 3 C's? Continuity, changes, challenges. And remember it, if you again get a question, GS2 IR, to let's say 15 marker, evaluate Indian foreign policy in the last 75 years. Many times you go into a shock, ye kya pooch diya? Because you don't have a frame of reference how to start writing on that. You can easily divide it in 3 sections, write the answer. Right? Can we do that? Okay. Okay. Now, last, just write one line to end this. Maybe some of you have heard right? If we have to write anybody on the Indian Constitution, one of the most noted constitutional expert will be Granville Austin. Okay, so write Granville Austin. Write a line of his, likho, Indian Constitution is foremost a social document. Indian Constitution is foremost a social document. The idea of this question is that normally when I say constitution, it is assumed that this will only be a legal document. But Granville Austin says that Indian Constitution is revolutionary in its approach. Okay. In fact, he has the book, I'm forgetting the full name, I think something related to cornerstone or Indian Constitution as a cornerstone. He basically highlights that Indian Constitution has legal text to it, but the scope of it is very broad, and it also brings the social aspect to it. What is the social aspect to it? We've had social discriminations, how to fight and arrest it through a constitution, right? How to address inequalities, how to talk about socio-economic welfare, because there's a lot of focus on DPSPs. So when I look at Indian Constitution, normally the Western understanding of Constitution is from a legal institutionalist perspective, that a Constitution is generally a legal document, right? If you look at the American Constitution, for example, is the American Constitution the world's lengthiest constitution? It is the opposite, right? And it has a very, very limited, let's say, emphasis on the 14th Amendment, which talks about, in some sense, equality. In our case, first of all, not only is it lengthiest, but a lot of focus is on the social aspect, right? From discrimination, social justice, human dignity, So these kind of statements will also open your mind to understanding the nature of Indian Constitution. So the nature of Indian Constitution, we are not simply a legal text. It is also a social document. And the moment I say social document, you can again bring the concept of constitutional morality. You have seen back-to-back questions on this theme. Either use some quote or some concept around this theme, right? Otherwise, if I just tell you what is constitutional morality, 2, 3, 4 lines, and if I move ahead, you'll not be able to think around that question. The question may constitution important hai, people are important, institutions are important, processes are important. And then even if you get a tougher question, you will have some thought process to be able to write it. Because a question on this part, the first 2 pages that we have seen, will be more philosophical in nature. Hence this discussion. Does this, yeah. Citizens' responsibility will be, for example, we have our fundamental rights, okay? So to be aware about our rights and duties. Second, when we have our duties, things like following scientific temper. So whatever is mentioned in the constitution, abiding by that is our responsibility. Keeping the institutions at check is our responsibility. When voting comes, right, then having a responsibility, right? So voting also not under any influence, all of this will be citizens' responsibility, okay? All right, come to the next heading. What is that? Preamble, right? Now, how your handout is structured, almost the first and second page of preamble, everything that you've read in prelims, that's it, what all you need to know is present here, okay? So we will quickly go through this because most of this fact you already know. I will put more emphasis on the recent debate which is related to the words socialist and secular, okay? So, and please now open your lal batti in your mind, and you have to think about mains perspective, that if the topic is preamble, you should now think mera introduction kya hona chahiye, okay? So what can be there? There are some people, for example, you can think of palki wala. What is this? Summary or essence of the constitution. We can have something like this. Or American Constitution was the first to have a preamble in the first place, right? Keep that in mind. This is a factual element that we've seen, 42nd constitutional amendment, okay? SSI was added, fine. It is based on objectives resolution. This is simply, if you have to write an introduction, if you get a direct question, some fodder is here itself, okay? The fodder is a mix of American Constitution, the inspiration, and any important legal constitutional expert, and what have they talked about it. Yes, right? Now take 30 seconds, again quickly read the preamble. Should not take much time, this is just for our quick revision. I'll go done, read the preamble. Now let's come to this, what does it include, okay? I'll be adding a couple of keywords in the terms that require a keyword. Now what does the preamble include? What is the source? We the people. Ab yahan pe you will remember first the keyword. Popular sovereignty, okay? इतना याद रखो काफी है. People with PSR would know that this is the concept of Rousseau, okay? For GS, even this is enough. What is the meaning of popular sovereignty? Power lies with the people, okay? And this thing is also known as a legal fiction. Why is that? We say on one hand, we the people, how we have the power, we are voting. But after that, we are in representative democracy. Who is exercising that power on our behalf? The representatives. So your power translates into representative democracy. So when I'm saying legal fiction, how is it fiction? You don't really have the power. You have then delegated your power to your representatives. So two things I will remember for we the people. One is it establishes the concept of popular sovereignty. And second, it helps us the legal fiction. You now understand what is legal fiction? Why is it fiction? Because the power does not always is with you. And that is why there's a very popular statement again of Rousseau that the Englishmen are free once in every 5 years. ऐसा क्यों है? That is the time when you get to vote. So the idea that Englishmen are free once in 5 years is this only. So what is the idea we're talking of? We're talking of popular sovereignty. Okay. Again, the people who have not had your handouts, the last remaining sections. Okay. Okay. No. Somebody is asking, can we write the complete preamble in the answer? Not really, right? If you want, maybe a couple of keywords, but the point is just to tell you this is for your revision. It will be just like for a 15 marker, you're filling the entire page and you're writing the entire preamble of no value. Okay. And we're not expecting that the question will say write the entire preamble. Okay. If that is there, then only you can write it. The question is going to be more analytical. Okay. So that is where. So one is the source. I hope these two keywords are clear to you. Objectives, I don't need to expand on. Justice, liberty, equality. Remember the keywords in this sense, fraternity. Now I'll just quickly expand on some of these keywords. Nature, sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. Let me first start with sovereign. What is the meaning of sovereign? Independent DM for me is decision making. Okay. Independent decision making is where external domain as well as internal affairs. Sovereign. Now, is sovereignty an important element of state? Yes. From medieval times to modern times, one of the biggest contribution in this front happens to be Machiavelli. How many of you have heard the name Machiavelli? Machiavelli's biggest contribution is earlier there was a huge dominance of church. Okay. And there was no clarity whether church is more powerful or the king is more powerful. So he said, and he is the originator of the idea of secularism. And secularism also will have an overbearing on sovereignty. Sovereignty means what? The state is all powerful. Nobody is above the state. Yes or no? So when I say sovereign, from the medieval times to the modern times, what has happened? That the domination of church or the religious sphere has reduced and the king or the state has become powerful. To the extent independent decision making in both external as well as internal matters. This is the meaning of sovereign. Okay. Second term is socialist. Okay. Now come to your second or the third page. I'll do the topic here itself. What is the heading? Socialist, secular in the preamble. Okay, because the nature I'm talking about. Now I'll take these two along with the recent debate. First term which I'm talking about is, okay. Now you will draw a simple framework just here with me. Whatever tough kind of questions can be asked on this theme, you will be able to answer that. Fine. Socialist. First tell me, when was it added? Right? Of course, in the preamble. First thing is when what is added. Second सवाल है what. What is socialism? बताओ. And what is the meaning of socialist in Indian context? देखो. Welfare state. And here the aim or the objective, I should say, is to have minimize inequalities. Again, you can think of Article 39B, Article 39C, right? This is there, right? So socialism that we see, or the commitment to a welfare state, for example, All of this ultimately, for example, gets seen especially in the DPSPs. Okay. Now in India, if you want to know, we have ultimately Fabian socialism. Nehru was inspired by Fabian socialism, which will talk about the role of state. So it will talk about, देखो, centralized planning. Okay, again the development of industries. But development of industries may even the state will have a role. Okay. So when I say what in the socialist, so one is India's commitment to welfare state. Aim is to ultimately minimize inequalities, 39B and C DPSPs. We have Fabian socialism, Nehru, centralized planning, development of industries through the state, etc. This is the idea of socialism that we had. When did this amendment come? What was the year? 1976. This year is also important. I'll tell you why. Till here, are you able to follow? Now something very important will happen, which actually will start the debate. And that event, I'm writing directly the event. One is disintegration of USSR plus India's I think we are aware about LPG reforms. Okay. The moment this starts, first thing is the disintegration of USSR also shows the hollowness of socialism, where too much of reliance on state or centralized planning is not that helpful. Welfare state has its own challenges. And then India adopts what is LPG. What is LPG? Liberalization, privatization, globalization. If you are not aware, this is also known as neoliberalism, which again highlights this term, market fundamentalism. What is market fundamentalism? Market is supreme. Welfare state mein was market supreme? No. Right? Welfare state mein, state again has a very enabling role. Right? Whereas in neoliberal state, the state is powerful or weak? Weak. We talk about a minimal state. We talk about a night watchman state. Right? Now this context is very important. Based on this context, right from this time to 2025, 2026, the debate is socialism, first of all, was not essential part of the constitution because it was added by a amendment. पहली चीज. दूसरी चीज, it was relevant till 1991. Now what has India adopted? LPG reforms. So the debate is, should we drop the term socialism? Sorry, not socialism, socialist. Are you able to understand the debate? Right? And there are some valid grounds for that also. This is the debate. So I'm going to write this as, the debate basically is, first point in the debate is, it was added and not integral. One debate. Second, post 1991, it has lost its relevance. I hope these 2 points both are clear to you. First point says that it was not a part of the original constitution, it was added. First, right? Second, it was relevant till 1991, but after that, if India has adopted LPG reforms, when India itself says liberalization, privatization, globalization, what is the relevance of socialist state? This is the debate, right? Now, this debate has been answered very well. I'll give you a lot of counterpoints also. Now, Supreme Court in the Samtha judgment, and this will also open to you that socialism in India has a different connotation, which is why we will still keep socialism. So understand, in the Samtha judgment, a couple of points. सबसे पहली चीज, it was always implicit, even though it was not explicit. Okay. First thing, it was the fact that it was added and it was made explicit in 1976 does not mean that our commitment to welfare state was not there. So first point is, it was always implicit. If itna hi likho, theek hai? Of course you understand that even though it was not explicit, it was always implicit. First thing. And what I am saying, what was implicit? Commitment to the commitment to welfare state. First point. Second point is, socialism in India is not just, and this is important, economic philosophy. If you say it was an economic philosophy, yes, economic philosophy of us has changed to some extent, but socialism in India is not just an economic philosophy, right? But what is it then? It is the commitment to social justice, which means as long as we have inequalities, we will remain socialist, right? So socialism is not just an economic philosophy. पहली चीज, सिर्फ economic philosophy नहीं है. The idea of socialist state, and when I say welfare state, is what? Social justice, reduce the inequality. In India, do we still have inequalities? Yes. This is what the Samtha judgment says. Third point which I'll tell you, which is also an argument that can be made, not directly in the Samtha judgment, but the third point. Dekho, when India was a welfare state, think of welfare state from independence to 1991. Did the state have enough money? Not really. In fact, that is also why we did not make DPSPs justiciable. पैसे भी नहीं थे हमारे पास. A developing country will always face this issue. Yes. So my point is, post 1991, right, the state has become more capable. Why do I say that? Now the state is able to generate more money. State has exited from loss-making businesses. Earlier, what was there? हर चीज state monopoly थी. We were making so many losses. We were running businesses we should have never been a part of. Yes or no? So when we are doing liberalization, privatization, globalization, our capacity as a welfare state, is it better or is it bad? It is far better. Far better. And to that, you can then mention that India moved 270 million people out of poverty in the last 10 years. Multidimensional poverty index. So when I look at the welfare state post 1991, right now we are committed to some sectors only, like sectors like education, yes, health, other strategic sectors. So in India, we are not saying that everything will be market driven. Many things are market driven, but in some cases the regulation part is still there. Yes or no? What is that? Welfare state. So three main arguments are there. One is, it was always implicit even if it was not explicit. पहली चीज. दूसरी चीज, socialism in India, it is not just a economic philosophy, it is beyond that. It is what? It is commitment to the idea of human dignity and social justice. These two arguments are from the Samtha judgment. Samtha judgment was related to Andhra Pradesh. There was a big tribal land, and the tribal land was supposed to be given to industry. Okay, the land was not given when this verdict came, And the court said this land will not be given to industries or corporates only on the ground that this will lead to development. उसने कहा if you evict all these peoples from this area, it will cause social injustice, their whole land. And then it was mentioned that India's socialist state, it is not just an economic philosophy, it is a commitment to social justice and reduction of inequalities. And last thing is post 1991, your welfare state has not become weaker, in fact it has become stronger. You are now, the state is now more equipped. If you now see how many people get ration, right? Think of MG Narega, think of all of the schemes that you've done in social justice, for example. So now the state is more powerful in that sense to achieve its commitments of welfare state. Able to understand? So if you now get a question, any dimension which is, for example, if you get a question that do you think India should move or remove the word socialist post 1991 reforms, because this question overlaps also with GS3 and of course the preamble, the constitution part of it. So what will be your answer to this question finally? We will not be removing it. We are still committed. It is also the commitment to welfare state is a part of basic structure also. This is also where you can end the question, that we are committed to the idea of welfare state and the socialist state helps us in achieving that. Do we understand this? Okay. So the way I've added, this is more than enough to help you write a question. This is how you will be writing it. This is the contemporary debate that is happening. Okay, that whether should you be adding it or should you be removing it. Is this clear? Now, we have seen sovereign, we have seen socialist. Now third one is secular. Secular also you write in the third page only of this. Only a couple of points I'll tell you for secularism very quickly. Again, remember, secularism was added or original? Now here first I'll have to again tell you. Difference. Somebody has mentioned, if I'm reading this correctly, are you asking what is neoliberalism? How many of you are clear what is neoliberalism? कोई बताना चाहेगा? बताओ, what is neoliberalism? Neoliberalism, like we said, the three keywords, right? LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization. What is neoliberalism talking about? Ultimately, market is supreme. Okay, but in India, you have both. We do a lot of trade deals, we invite a lot of MNCs, but at the same time, we are committed also to the idea of welfare state. So it's not simply that we only have neoliberalism, we are balancing both. So neoliberalism is the economic philosophy of liberalism, especially post the creation of, let's say, WTO. Okay, so we talk about neoliberalism a lot. Okay, now coming back, secular. Difference between West and India. What happens in Western secularism? This strict separation between first is this strict separation between religion and state. This phrase is popularized by Rajiv Bhargav. In India, you have a principled distance. Okay, there is no strict separation, right? First thing is this. Second thing, if I let's say take the example of France. There is a ban on identity markers. So you cannot, let's say, wear a burqa, turban out in the open, right? In India, what is there? First thing is no ban on these identity markers. Then, in addition to this, whenever I say Indian secularism, you have to know few keywords. Respect to all religions. Of course, the state will not have any religion. Sarvdharm Sambhav, respect for all religions. Okay, and the state has no religion. In the Indian context, of course, we should remember which articles. Article 25 to 28. And for the minorities, which articles are there? 29 and 30. Okay, this is one thing I can mention. Now, just to give you example, when I say principal distance, can the state interfere in any religious practice? It can interfere. Okay, if a practice, in some cases, if it becomes regressive, can the state interfere here? We have seen that. Okay, so here, for example, you can give the case of right. Sometimes the state can also provide subsidy for certain religious tourism. Can the state do that? Right. So that is known as principal distance. We've seen earlier example of Hajj subsidy. Okay, certain yatras. So it can interfere also, and it can also augment. But the main thing, it keeps a principal distance. This is very different from the Western conception of an extremely strict separation between religion and state. Okay. The same thing that we've written in France, this part in France actually is known as Laicite. In France, that is known as the strict separation between religion and state. Now, France and US also have a difference. France में क्या होगा? There is a ban on the religious identity markers, but that does not directly happen with US. Okay, but in US, yes, the idea is there will be a strict separation between the religion and state. I want to ask you why there is a need for a strict separation. पहली बात है, one is having diversity and plurality. First thing. Second, earlier the examples that we saw in medieval times, that church overshadowing the state, that leads to confusion. There is something known as the theory of two swords, right? Two swords leads to confusion. There should only be one independent sovereign. Yes or no? This is the justification behind this. Okay. The last thing that you should remember, acha, how many of you recall the case that we had seen for triple talaq being unconstitutional? Shah Bano, Shaira Bano? Shaira Bano. What was Shah Bano's case? Maintenance. Okay. And this case, the practice of talaq-e-biddat, means speaking talaq 3 times in one sentence, that practice was made unconstitutional through the Shaira Bano case. Okay? That is one. Last thing that you should remember, just for your reference, in India, secularism is not secularism does not mean dharma nirpekshta. What is the meaning of this? So you know what is dharma? For the West, most of the times dharma meant religion. Is that a correct understanding? No. In India, dharma is duty centric. So it is not correct to label Indian secularism as dharma nirpeksh. Right? What is the meaning of nirpeksh? Not taking any specific sides, right? Not being impartial, not being biased. So here dharma nirpeksh, if I say, then that is wrong. Indian secularism is more of panth. Panth here means sect. It is panth nirpekshta. Instead of dharma nirpekshta, we go to panth nirpekshta. Okay? Because in fact, it is said there is no English equivalent of the term dharma. And many Westerners and foreigners believe dharma to be religion, but that is not correct. The Indian understanding of dharma goes beyond religion and it goes to duty. Okay? Immanuel Kant किसने पढ़ा हुआ है ethics में? अच्छा, by the way, how many of you have completed your ethics lectures? How many of you are aware of the 7 days, 10 days challenge? कोई तो raise करो hand ना, या नहीं? That you had to complete your ethics lectures also, especially the people of 2026. Okay? I think some of you are 2027, which is why you are making such a face. Yeah, what are you saying, sir? This is blasphemy. Chalo. What is blasphemy? Something that goes against religion. Okay? I use this term. You will try to find the meaning of these two terms. Again, a homework. Blasphemy and sacrilege. And you will understand how it is related to our discussion on secularism also. Okay? Okay, coming back. So we're discussing the nature. Sovereign, socialist, secular, and in secular also the debate that you should remove it. Again, the idea is we are committed to having a secular state. You think of Article 44. What is Article 44? Uniform Civil Code. Okay, and in a plural country like India, it is important to celebrate diversity. Okay, so that is there. The last two terms is democratic and republic. What is democratic? I think we have not discussed. Right? What is democratic? Again, empowerment of the people, free and fair elections should happen in a democracy. That is one thing. Lastly is republic. What is republic? The head of the state is, and what is the opposite of a republic? It can be, let's say, monarchy. In monarchy, is somebody elected or hereditary? Hereditary, right? That is there, right? Date of adoption more important from Prim's perspective. So nature mein every word you should be having an idea. Sometimes even they ask you, so even in mains you can expand on some of these points. Okay, now some important features are there. Ab socialist mein just one extra point for you will be the Avadi session of 1955, where we had adopted to have a socialistic pattern of society. We had democratic socialism. Okay. Another case is Nakara versus Union of India, which Supreme Court said Indian socialism is a blend of Marxism and Gandhism, but heavily leaning toward Gandhian idea. Okay. Now, is there a similarity between Gandhi and Marx? The similarity is both of them wanted a stateless society. What is the difference between them? Gandhi supported peaceful methods. Marx supported violence. Okay. If I go one step beyond, he will talk about dictatorship of the proletariat. He will talk about a revolution wherein you will take up all the land. Okay. Abolition of private property. So he will talk about very radical reforms. Okay. Just one thing for you to remember. Talking of Gandhi and economics, any idea what does Gandhi talk about India's economic philosophy? Okay. He will talk about village economies. He will talk about charkha, khadi, again Swadeshi, boycott. Try to recall. Was Gandhi against machines? The answer of that is no. Gandhi was not against machines, but Gandhi was against the displacement of people by machines. If you look at charkha, charkha also is kind of a machine, but it is empowering the people. So he was against the mindless removal of persons by machines. That was one thing that you'll remember. Now, so socialist may just a couple of points extra for you to remember is the Avadi session and the Nakara. We have done even the Samtha judgment. What does the Samtha judgment say? Socialism is not just an economic philosophy. It is about a commitment to the idea of social justice. Okay, fine. Okay. In democratic, just underline the Ambedkar's quote. Political democracy cannot last until at the base of it there is social democracy. Equality without liberty will kill the individual initiative, right? Liberty and equality, these two virtues will collide, right? On paper, if everybody has a right to vote, that is political equality. But in reality, the same people doing tasks may get different wages. People may be subject to caste discrimination. What is that? Social inequality. So when I say equality, it has three dimensions. One is political equality. Political equality can be guaranteed by the constitution, but in our constitution we also guarantee somehow economic as well as social part. Again, the contribution of Dr. Ambedkar, that is one. Secular, we just had a discussion on. Justice, again important feature. Republic, I think this we understand. Absence of any privileged caste, etc. Liberty is there. You are also aware of positive and negative liberty. What is negative liberty? Negative liberty is absence of restraints. ये जो definition लिखी है, this is positive liberty. Ability to develop one self fully. What is the meaning of absence of restraints? It means you are limiting the power of state. Limiting the power of state. And the positive part is ability to develop oneself fully. That means if the state, for example, creates hospitals, education institutes, will this increase your liberty? It will. It will improve your capacity. So one thing is negative liberty, one thing is positive. Negative may you stop the state. If state takes more action, it will take away your liberty. Let's say state has taken arbitrary arrest, preventive detention. Will it reduce your liberty? Yes. So first initial idea was negative liberty, we know about. Later on, modern interpretation is actions of state can also be helpful. It is not just that it is going to limit you. Clear? Okay. So that is one. Now come to significance. Now even in your book Lakshmikant or whatever you see a lot of people have talked about preamble. Okay. Ernst Barker, Pandit Thakurdas Bhargav, K. Munshi, Aladi Krishna Swami Iyer, okay, M. Hidyatullah, right? And almost in general, the essence is same. Somebody will say it's a very precious part, soul of the constitution, horoscope, okay, key to the constitution makers. So, isme whatever one or two viewpoints you're able to remember that. No need to remember all five, okay. And here a general tip is what? Whatever spelling you find the easiest, wo yaad kar lo. For example, for me, the easiest one is horoscope. Who has said it? K. Munshi. Okay. Now, here I may get the spelling wrong also. Okay. So, whatever easier ones you find, maybe Ernst Barker, it's a keynote to the constitution. You can remember that. So, you have started with Palkhiwala. What does Palkhiwala say? Essence. And you can almost end with somebody like K. Munshi. All right. Is preamble a part of the constitution? Again, two cases you should remember. First one is Berubari Union case, it said, and then Keshavanand Bharati case and LIC of India says that it is a integral part. Okay, just something we already do so many times. Okay, I think here there is a misprint. Remember, amendability, but yes, it can be amended. Right, Keshavanand Bharati case. And remember, this was there in the news. Come to the third page. The socialist secular, underline. And main thing is, this case has already dismissed the petitions, okay, which is challenging the inclusion of words socialist and secular, which was added to 42nd. Right, and it is also here said that if something has been added later date pay, okay, let's say retrospectively, that does not mean it has to be removed. Okay, so underline, it dismissed retrospectivity. And again, the idea is it does not curtail the amending power of the parliament, even if it is added on a later date. Okay, now this could have been challenged or this could have been removed had it violated the basic structure. Now, from now you will remember, whenever I will say the term secularism, is the term secularism a part of basic structure? It is. Okay, so secularism is the part of basic structure. Okay, and here you can write the S.R. Bomai case. The S.R. Bomai case we will see at least in two aspects. One is the aspect of federalism, okay, the center state relations, and second, even in case of secularism. Okay, now the court again defined these terms and again argued that they will not be removed. Is why secularism क्यों नहीं हटेगा? Why? Because it ensures right to equality. The state will not have its own religion. Neither the state will restrict the freedom of conscience of other people to profess, practice, and propagate it. So it is not violating the basic structure in any sense. In fact, it is a part of the basic structure. So there is no ground on why it should be removed. Second, when I look at socialism, state is already committed to the idea of welfare state. There is a commitment to the idea of welfare state, right? Equality of opportunity. And we know three arguments why socialism should still be there. Tell me all the three. Pehla, implicit, even though not explicit. Second one, not just an economic philosophy. Third one, the capacity of the welfare state is even better now after the 1991 reforms. This is why it should still be there. So, by adopting LPG reforms, we have not said that we are saying Tata bye-bye to welfare state. In fact, our commitment and resolve has only gotten better. Is that clear? Right? Last May, just underline this term, you will see this term again and again. Constitution as a living document. What is the meaning of Constitution as a living document? The Constitution is not set in stone. It is getting updated. How many amendments the Constitution has had? Right, 106. Is it too less or too many? It is somewhere in between. We can say we have what? Flexibility as well as rigidity, which is also a core feature of the Indian Constitution. Yes or no? Right? If you get a question like Constitution as a living document, I want to ask you, what points would you write? It will be yes, same cheez already जो discuss करा है. So the continuity changes and challenges, we will talk about changes. We'll write about the important amendments that have come. That is what Constitution is, a living document. Okay, write this question please as a homework. Yeah, इससे better ये question लिखो. Just take half a minute. This is a UPSC PYQ. But now you know how to think around it. I'll read out the question. The Constitution of India is a living instrument with capabilities of enormous dynamism. What is dynamism? It is dynamic in nature, right? It is the Constitution made for a progressive society. By the end of today's class, you will see so many progressive judgments. and I will want that you write till here only this quote. In this question, they have limited your answer to right to life and personal liberty. We will, when I do life and liberty, I'll tell you, but you think in broad. Constitution of India is a living instrument with capabilities of enormous dynamism. It is a constitution made for a progressive society. So if you have heard about even right to menstrual health is now a fundamental right, is that an element of progressive society? Yes. So you write till here the question, and then after the class ends, think about it. What points, what things can you add on it? And don't be surprised in 2026, almost a similar kind of a question. They will just rephrase it. You can get a question. The constitution, the theme that we are doing, you will always get one question from this theme. Either constitution, its current challenges, evolution, or constitutional morality. It's a repetitive theme. Okay, written. Now let's move to the next topic. What is the next topic? So a very important topic, also short topic. Basic structure doctrine, okay, or basic structure. Now, first is having enormous dynamism, and second focus will be more focused on the progressive aspect of it. When you talk about enormous dynamism, you can also go into the process, right? That many cases we have a blend of rigidity and flexibility. So there is a dynamism element. Mention the factual elements, how many amendments have happened, right? In the second part, focus more on progressive aspects, anything which has redefined. So Article 21 has many elements which shows you the commitment to a welfare society. We will write about that. Okay, right? Now come to this heading, basic structure. After you write this, let's say the previous question kuch aur bhi hai, when we meet in our answer writing classes, etc., you can also discuss these questions with me. ठीक है? Parts क्या है, क्या नहीं है, क्या लिखना है, we can also have a discussion. Now, when you look at basic structure, in one line I'll tell you what is the essence of basic structure. What is the essence of basic structure? That the amending powers of parliament are not unlimited. In other words, I should say parliament's amending powers are limited by the basic structure doctrine, which means, let's say this is your whole constitution, this is the core of the constitution. You cannot do anything with the core of the constitution. This will be sacrosanct. This is what gives constitution its identity. Okay, other things can be changed, and we know constitution can be amended by, you have a simple majority, it can also be done by special majority, it can also be done by additional ratification of half of the states. Okay, it can also be done under Article 368, it can also be done outside 368. Yes or no? We are aware about that. So when we do basic structure, this question ultimately is also on, and put a dash also, right? Amendment. What about amendment? That whether the powers of parliament are limited or they are unlimited. This is the core theme. Okay, now why this whole thing is mentioned here, and just for your reference, the idea is there has been a constant tussle, okay, between the judiciary as well as the executive, or of course in our case the parliament ultimately helps in having the executive. The fight is between the powers, okay, the amending powers. Earlier the version was parliament can amend anything in the constitution, right? But later on we realized that can parliament amend anything? No, it will be limited to the basic structure. In this question there is also one theme hidden. What is the theme hidden? The tussle that was going between fundamental rights and DPSPs. Now please remember, just after independence the state had to go for land reforms. Okay? But right to property, was that a fundamental right? It was a fundamental right. Implementation of land reforms was a challenge in this. Now the question often came that whether FR have precedence over DPSP or whether DPSP have precedence over FR, and this was a long debate that went. And it was only in the later times, in the Minerva Mills case, for example, in 1980, that we said that FR and DPSP will be complementary to each other. In fact, the complementarity of FR DPSP is a basic structure of the Constitution. Right? Now, for example, here what would happen? Just to avoid the scrutiny of judiciary, what will the government do? It will enact first Constitutional Amendment Act. It will create a 9th schedule so that the land reforms and its aspects, they are beyond the judicial scrutiny. Okay, things will go back and forth to the extent that even during the times of Indira Gandhi, she will keep her election outside the purview of judiciary, and which will again be struck down in the Indira Nehru case. And here you will get the idea that free and fair elections are a part of basic structure. Again, you will see in the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, the Parliament wanting to increase its powers, but they were reversed by the 44th Constitutional Amendment Act. And in between, in all of these cases, the most landmark cases happens to be the Keshav Bharti case, which spoke about that there is a basic structure. Okay, and then later on, I think if the case acha likha hai yahan pe, Vaman Rao case, Vaman Rao case will make it, it will talk about the date. Any law post the 1973 on this judicial review will be applied. So the whole idea was it cannot be applied retrospectively on the laws that have already occurred, right? Something which is beyond this cutoff date. On this, you will not be talking whether it violates the basic structure, right? So what is the essence of all of this? Is there are certain cases that we know, okay? And the core argument is whether the powers of the Parliament are limited or unlimited, right? Now, for each of the cases, I'll make you write down one line each, just for the sake of, you know, the basic argument, okay? Beyond that, for mains, you don't need to know the nuances of each case. We do the same topic as well as in prelims. For mains, our idea will be that one is you need to know evolution. Many times when you get this question, आपको सिर्फ एक ही केस आता है, पूरे आंसर में 10 बार आप लिखते हो केशव भारती केस. That does not help much, because the same thing iterated in the Keshav Bharti case gets reflected in other cases as well. In fact, if you recall, in 2007 we have something known as the IR Coelho case, which will again say that 9th schedule is also subject to judicial review, right? This is getting its powers ultimately from the Vaman Rao case as well as the Keshav Bharti case. So my point is, let's understand the overall structure, basic structure, how it has evolved, and post that we'll have a quick discussion on what are the elements of it, okay? What are the merits, what is the criticism. This is again formatted in like a mains answer, how it should be, the basic headings that are there. Fine. All right. So we are starting with the very first case, which is Shankari Prasad case. Just one line for Shankari Prasad. लिखो इसमें, it established parliamentary supremacy. It established parliamentary supremacy over fundamental rights. What is the meaning of it? Parliament can amend anything, including the fundamental rights. So in this, and for a very long time, Parliament will have wide-ranging powers. In fact, the matter had gone to Shankari Prasad case on the validity of first constitutional amendment, and it is here it was decided that Parliament is supreme and Parliament has full wide-ranging powers to amend any part of the Constitution, including the fundamental rights. That was the initial position that we had. Okay, Golaknath case mein above you can write overruled Shankari Prasad. And what will it do? Will it limit or increase? It will limit the powers. So right, for Golaknath case likho, Parliament cannot amend fundamental rights. One thing it has done, Golaknath, is it overruled Shankari Prasad case Second, what it has done is Parliament cannot amend fundamental rights as FR are sacrosanct. Fundamental rights are sacrosanct. Sacrosanct. Okay, now initial position Shankari Prasad case mein, which has more powers? Parliament has wide powers to amend the constitution. In Golaknath case, what has happened? Parliament's power have been limited. Again, the Parliament is going to fight for it. So they have introduced what? Again to nullify the judgment. तो इस पे ऊपर लिखेंगे to nullify Golaknath judgment. And by nullify, of course, to find a way around it. To nullify Golaknath judgment. And the essence लिखेंगे नीचे, right? Restored Parliament's amending powers. It restored Parliament's amending powers. Restored Parliament's amending powers. Okay. Now we will come to the most landmark case. What is that? The Keshav Bharati case. Okay. Now, in Keshav Bharati case, many things happened. In fact, it actually upheld 24th constitutional amendment. So, ऊपर लिखो upheld 24th CA. But in addition to it, it will talk about many things. So, first write. Below you will write. Introduced BSD, basic structure doctrine. It introduced a basic structure doctrine to safeguard the core of the constitution. Introduced BSD to safeguard the core part of the constitution. Okay, now what is the year in 39th? 1975. What happened in 1975? Emergency. So here for your context, just remember, and just one line you write. PM, yeah, election of PM beyond judicial review. That was the core. Election of PM beyond judicial review. And in the same year, the same thing was overturned. In 39th, we will write the election of PM beyond judicial review, and in the bracket write president, vice president, and speaker as well. So a lot of these posts were beyond the review. President, vice president, and speaker, in addition to the prime minister, they were beyond the judicial review. Next, come to Indira Gandhi case 1975. Goes without saying, it struck down 39th. It struck down 39th constitutional amendment. Second main point, right? Free and fair elections. This is the biggest takeaway. Free and fair elections is part of BS, basic structure. Free and fair elections is a part of basic structure. Now we come to 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act. You know what is the essence of 42nd? Although yes, it is known as mini constitution. It brought about many changes. We will also discuss, for example, some elements from the state list moved to the concurrent list. Yahan se, right? 5 elements had moved. But here, when I'm discussing basic structure, it tries to centralize also, right? It also tries to increase the power of parliament. So for 42nd, you write, it tried to nullify. It tried to nullify BSD. It tried to nullify BSD नेक्स्ट देखो, इसी में जस्ट राइट वन मोर राइट, एम्ड टू सेंट्रलाइज पावर, 42nd में इट एम्ड टू सेंट्रलाइज पावर and curb judicial independence. This part is your already your homework if you recall. Changes brought about by 42nd and 44th in the context of emergency. You'll try to read. The main crux, especially in this context, in the basic structure, is it wanted to nullify the Keshav Bharti case judgment, centralize the powers, and what it wanted to do, curb judicial independence. All of that was ultimately overturned in which amendment? 44th Constitutional Amendment. Okay? Now come to these two, Minerva Mills. Likho. Dekho, both of them. So first, right, it reaffirmed Keshav Bharti case, which means Constitution amendment will be subject to a basic structure doctrine. That is the core idea. So it reaffirmed the Keshav Bharti case. Second is something that we often read about and talk about, harmony between FR and DPSPs, fundamental rights and DPSPs. In the Minerva Mills case, harmony between the fundamental rights and DPSPs. In your basic structure, FR is not directly mentioned, DPSP is not directly mentioned. What is mentioned? Harmony between FR and DPSP. This is directly mentioned as a basic structure. Last, come to Vaman Rao. We remember it from this cutoff date, but you can write it in a proper sentence. For Vaman Rao case, right? There were laws placed in 9th schedule. Vaman Rao mein, the laws placed in the 9th schedule before 24th April 1973. You'll tell me, are they valid or invalid? Laws placed in the 9th schedule before 24th April 1973, batao, valid or invalid? They are valid, because this was the date. Things which have happened before this, we are not doing retrospective application, but after this they will be subject to judicial review. That is the core essence. So in that sense, Vaman Rao case will try to tell us the validity of post Keshav Bharti laws or judgments. Yes or no? So anything that was added before 24th April 1973, would that be subject to judicial review? That will not be. It is going to be seen to be valid. Okay? How many of you are aware of the Vodafone case? AGR. What is the core? Has India been criticized on that front? Why? We have gone for retrospective application. And retrospective application again is not something that goes with the rule of law. Investor confidence, the people coming from outside, unko confidence kam ho jayega, because they know if government brings any new law and it can apply from back date, we'll have to give so much of taxes and payments, right? So whenever you find time, just read about, maybe in small 50-60 words for yourself, the Vodafone case and the issue of retrospective application of taxes. Okay, you'll read about this in economy as well. But sometimes if you have these examples, it helps you substantiate even in GS2 as well as GS3. Okay? Are we clear till here, the sequence and timeline? Now let's quickly have a look at the elements. Ab dekho, what is the element of basic structure? One is judicial review. What is judicial review? It is the power of the judiciary to pronounce on the constitutionality of executive and legislature. Yeah, executive or legislature. Both. Judicial review. Which articles can I quote? ठीक है. Federalism SR Bombay case, does it make sense? Secularism, which case? So you can add there, right? We have a parliamentary form of government. What is parliamentary form of government? Executive is irresponsible. Executive is responsible to legislature. That is the feature of parliamentary form of government. What is the different form of government other than this? Presidential. Presidential में executive is irresponsible to legislature. क्या होता है बताओ? There is separation of powers. There is a quick decision making. You will have more experts, right? They can think of Trump. Trump can, whenever he wants, he can bring in Elon Musk, and Elon Musk can move whenever he wants, right? Less spoil system. There is less of accountability, right? Stability किसमें ज़्यादा है? Parliamentary में या presidential में? Presidential में. Because in parliamentary form, we focus more on accountability. The government can be, if there is a no confidence motion that is passed, okay? That is why we say the minister, they will sink and swim together. Article 75 clause 3 याद आ रहा है? ठीक है? Remember parliamentary form of government. These type of topics which you have already done in prelims, when you revise your notes, you try to recall. Otherwise GS2 में politics शुरू करोगे, एक महीना लगेगा, खत्म भी नहीं होगी, right? You have to pick and choose. If there is a term which is bothering you, anybody, let's say even you are giving the mains for 2026, you should know that term and then move ahead, okay? Because we have to give time to other sections as well. Now, limited amending power of the government, this is in fact the essence of BSD, right? Constitutional supremacy, yaad hai, this term I just made you write down. When we are doing India at Constitution at 75, the first point I told you was this, constitutional supremacy. Now, whenever you want to write this term in the bracket, also write Keshav Bharti case. Constitution is supreme. This is the basic structure doctrine that we have. So if you get a question that in India, whether you have parliamentary sovereignty, no, we have constitutional supremacy, bracket Keshav Bharti case. Next, welfare state. This is there in DPSPs. From now, you can even remember if you want. Bhimji Singhji case. So in welfare state, remember the article. Which article shows a commitment to welfare state? 38. Article 37 says that DPSPs are fundamental to governance. Article 38 says commitment to welfare state. And Article 39B and C makes it more explicit. 39B and C will talk about reduction of inequalities, preventing concentration of wealth. So 3 articles हैं DPSP में काम के हमारे. 37 is DPSPs are fundamental to governance. 38 is welfare state. 39B and C is prevention of concentration of wealth and minimizing inequalities. And now you have a case which tells welfare state is a part of basic structure. Up, if you get a question that whether the term socialist should be removed or not, end with this, that welfare state is a part of basic structure as per Bhimji Singhji case. So when you look, let's say reading the document very actively in the class itself and after also, आप ये सोचो कौन सा point आप कहाँ use करोगे, which point you will use in the answer where, okay? So here only, if I were you, I would have written 37, 38, 39 B and C. Later on, I'll try to reflect on it. Separation of powers, again happens to be an important element. Secularism, we just had a look at. Free and fair elections, ये भी देखा case अभी. The Indira Nehru Gandhi case. Next आ जाओ. Harmony and balance between FR and DPSP, which case? Rule of law. Indira Sahni case. By the way, Indira Sahni case reminds you of which topic? Reservation. Which percentage limit? Right, 50%, right? Okay, fine, okay. And even the commitment to democracy. Kuldeep Nair case. Now, I will not be expecting that in one go you will remember all the cases, because by the end of the class we would have done at least 30, 35, 40 cases. How would you get better at it? Take up an A4 sheet, a couple of A4 sheets, whatever theme is there, write the corresponding case. Right? Repetition is the mother of mastery. You have to repeat it, no doubt about it. Some things जो आपने अच्छे से पढ़ रखी हैं, you recall them better. But if you're not able to recall, that's a constant questions that we get when you write answers. कि सर पढ़ा तो था क्लास में, when it comes to writing I did the class yesterday but today I'm not able to write it. You have to revise and recall. Okay, what is right to recall? Right to recall for students will be different, right? You will be recalling your content. For direct democracy there is a separate right to recall. You know what is direct democracy, right? In direct democracy what is right to recall? You can call away certain person who is not performing well. For students what is right to recall? Able to revise your content. ठीक है, चलो. Now quickly let's see merits. All the positives. It is a safety valve, opposed constitutionalism, strengthens the democracy, even recognized in certain countries, ensures checks and balances. Anyways, we know what are the benefits of it, right? Zyada tough question hai ye. But a more challenging part is, what is the criticism of BSD, basic structure doctrine? Even if you don't read any of these points, you tell me any idea that you know, what is the biggest criticism of basic structure? Very good. It is not codified. A new judgment happens. Now this is a part of basic structure. So you are totally dependent on judicial interpretation. Yes or no? Right? So that means there is ambiguity to it. Second is, out of the three wings, which has the most powerful value? Judiciary. Now, when I say judiciary, of course, judiciary is a part of polity too, but I'll tell you, you have judicial review. Is judicial review good? Is judicial activism good? Is judicial overreach good? Right? So now you're seeing the degree. Review is fine. Activism is fine to an extent. But when activism becomes overzealous, when you try to encroach on more departments, it leads to judicial overreach. And overreach can also lead to judicial authoritarianism. You can have more keywords and adjectives to it. So here remember, what is the core as per the basic structure? Separation of powers. We want all the organs to do their own work. In some extreme cases, the judiciary can keep a balance, but it is not expected that judiciary will always have to keep a check on both these organs. What does that mean? Executive and legislature are not doing their function. Yes or no? So when I'm looking at the criticism, of course, pehla kya ho gaya? There is a case for judicial activism, and more bigger issue is the case of judicial excess. Okay. Now NJAC is struck down. NJAC is, why was it struck down? In the bracket likho, violates judicial independence. But why was it brought in the first place? क्यों आया था? To deal with appointments of judges. Yes or no? In judiciary you will read about uncle judges syndrome, a lot of favoritism and nepotism going in the judiciary, right? But abhi ke liye, for what you need to know, you know what is uncle judges syndrome, right? ठीक है, but if you don't know, it will be covered in the judiciary in the second class. यहाँ पे it violates the judicial independence. That was the argument given. First issue. Second, it violates separation of powers and it promotes judicial legislations. Vishaka guidelines, environmental protection control authority, ये सारी चीजें, this could have been come directly through the right up, or let's say if there's an authority or a guideline, could have been come through the executive also, right? It is violating that part, right? Third aa jao. One of the popular statements of the late, this I'm just telling for your reference, you don't need to quote per se, tyranny of the unelected, right? Just see this term, tyranny of the unelected. Use this in judiciary. Who is elected? The parliamentarians. They enjoy people's mandate, but something is even bigger than them. What is? The judicial pronouncements, right? So that is known as the tyranny of the unelected. And when is the tyranny? When they're encroaching upon somebody else's domain, if there's a frequent encroachment. So can I use this term, tyranny of the unelected? Yes. Again, a case which got a lot of limelight. There was no repercussions on the sexual harassment case against the sitting Chief Justice of India, and the committee which was examining the case also had right? So this also is a conflict of interest, right? You can have other examples also, which again is a case of judiciary also, the allegations of corruption, okay? Although we cannot use the term because it has been expunged from the NCRTs as well, right? That is a separate debate, okay? And last one is the ultimate legal sovereignty किसके पास है? लोगों के पास, but it is exercised by judiciary, so that leads to a conflict. Is this a problem? What should have been done by people is now being done by judiciary. If you want to add one more thing, you can also add this is ambiguous. You can also mention it is not codified, but it is based on judicial interpretation, which keeps on changing, which keeps on adding. So there is no list as such which you can say that this is your basic structure, right? हाँ, किसमें benefits में भी हो सकता है, but the point is this could have also been done by the executive, right? We have, for example, all be cases the liquor ban, for example, or around the highways or national anthem. There are many examples that you can use. The point is the guidelines ideally should have come from the executive. That is the idea, okay? Or let's say the parliament is helping this. So it's not that the parliament is incompetent in doing so. That is the idea, because you have to argue on both the sides. So 4 or 5 points are there. What is the criticism of this part, right? Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll set a small timer. This is a very factual part. For 5 minutes or so, do a quick reading of this. In the last part, what I have to explain, I'll talk to you about NCBC, I'll talk to you about 103 and 106. But other parts quickly go through. All the important amendments, one by one, we'll have a look at. You're starting with the 7th. For 24th and 25th, put a star mark and also write BSD. We've seen this in basic structure. In 7th, remember state reorganization. 39th, do you recall basic structure? Was 39th struck down? Which case? Indira Gandhi case. Some things you've already done, just do a quick reading of it. I already made you write President, Vice President, PM. This will be beyond judicial review. How many of you recall this? Right? इसमें लिखोगे, यहाँ पे लिखो overturned by the Indira Nehru Gandhi case 1975. What does this case tell you? Free and fair elections are basic structure, right? Okay. 42nd, read it here itself. If you directly get a question, 42nd constitutional amendment is the mini constitution. Whatever you need to know is here. But emergency wala part has not been elaborated as much, which is why I gave you this as a homework. Okay, right from amending the preamble, 7th schedule, articles to be added, so on and so forth. Major changes can, this to all, everybody knows in the class, preamble, right? What changes were there? Changes in 7th schedule, right? We know things which have moved from state list to concurrent list. So what happens, this, when you revise just before your exam, you will have the confidence कि हाँ मैंने पढ़ रखा है, and you will be able to write points. Otherwise, if you look at polity and if you go for a very bulky book also, you will, आपका confidence चला जाएगा. So the idea of the handout is all the major static topics with their value additions you have to cover so that you save your time. Because GS2 में you not only do you have polity, you have governance, social justice as well as IR, है ना? ये देख लिया आपने? 42nd. And see the format in which it is presented. Addition of DPSP is also. Whatever is added is mentioned here. Already anyways you read about this in prelims, but for mains you have to know your basic facts. Okay, parts added, fundamental duties, tribunals, 52nd constitution is what? When I do anti-defection, I'll again explain this to you. Voting age reduced from 73rd is about Panchayati Raj, 74th is about. Both of this is a part, again, local self-governments. You will do this in Polity 2.0. Right? Basic idea, what it talks about, role of Gram Sabha for in this case, etc. etc. Okay. Yahan pe, if you want, remember in governance class, we had seen a keyword. If you want, you can write it here. And for those who have not done the governance class, we will again be having the class later. So again, those parts will get repeated, so don't worry. Principle of subsidiarity. Now, what is the meaning of subsidiarity? Dekho, you have center, you have state, you have normally what happens? What work state can do, that work is done by the center. When center will do the work of state, will it take more money? It will take more money. Second, will it lead to more inefficiency? Third, it will make the state dependent. Same cheese. What work local body can do, many times state does it. Sometimes, and if I should say many times, states are reluctant to devolve the power to the local bodies. Yes or no? Right? There is a lack of true devolution of powers. Right? Principle of subsidiarity says that action or decision making is best carried out at its specific level. Okay, so if a decision is to be done at a local level, right, it is best done at the local level. Not only does it reduces the cost, it improves the decision making, it reduces the dependence. So that helps. Okay, so the idea of principle of subsidiarity is effective utilization of resources and the best decision making at which sphere can it be done. That is the whole idea. Okay, आगे बढ़ते हैं. 99th, you already know what is 99th. NJC struck down. 101 is what? Unified structure, one nation, one tax. Okay. यहाँ पे एक term लिखा है fiscal federalism. I want to ask you, who is the balancing wheel of fiscal federalism? The answer is Finance Commission. Article is 280. Balancing wheel of fiscal federalism is known as a Finance Commission. Okay, so that is 101. What is 102? National Commission for चलो इसको let's have a look, or चलो let's have a look here. This has been, the moment a body has been given a constitutional status, is it a good thing or a bad thing? It's a good thing. Tell me why. Protect their interest, right? Now changing of the mandate, anything will require a proper amendment, right? Ad hocism nahi hogi fir to. So when I look at 102nd Constitutional Amendment Act, it provides what? First is main cheez kya hai? Constitutional status. Right now, earlier there was a act. Whenever there is an act, that means it is a statutory body, chairman, vice chairman, 3 people. That is the basic point. So it was a previously statutory body. Let's look at its powers and functions. It can work as a civil court, investigate matters, present the report, grievance redressal. Okay, and it's important to take the consent of the parliament for its reports. Now, how many points are written here? 5. In general, when you have any of these bodies, हमें देखने हैं which points are common in nature. Let's say the question is National Commission for Women. okay, or NCSC, National Commission on Minorities. Can we remember functions of all of them? Will be difficult. I should have some general points and it will be common to all the bodies. Okay, all these bodies can function as a civil court. These bodies can investigate and monitor their specific matters. They can present the report. अब जरूरी नहीं है सबके सब present को करें, but can they present the report? They can do so. They will have a grievance redressal. So at least 4 points will be common. Okay. So your takeaway whenever you go through your handout is look for general points. Now, if the question is on National Commission on Minorities, note some of the specific things and the issues that are around the discussion, but power and function तो common होंगे ना, in general, let's say. So that is how you can be smart and utilize your points. Last only point, actually, for the creation of a report, they have to take the consent of the parliament. For example, they have to create a list for that. Okay, and इसमें भी there is a change which I'll tell you very shortly. There is a change in the sense that earlier the power was only with the center. Now the power to create the list has also been given to states. Okay, which I'll tell you. I think यहाँ पे हाँ होगा. अभी I'll just tell you. Okay, या फिर C102 come to 105. Just read what is there in 105 and please इसको कट कर दो ऊपर वाले को. It is 25. There is a typo. Please make a correction. So 105 has restored the power of state governments to recognize SEBCs. That means in 102 what was there? Who had the power to recognize SEBCs? Only the center. So that was going against the federal spirit also. 105 में हमने इसको restore कर दिया है, right? What have we done in 104? Anglo-Indian removal of the reserved seats. Okay. So whenever you see 102, keep 105 also. 102, 105. 105 has done what? It has given the power to the state government also to have the power to recognize SEBCs. Now let's come back. What are the issues here? If I look at the National Commission, okay, and many of the issues that you see here again will be common. A couple of issues are specific also, but the issue is if you have a body, the body can be statutory, the body can be constitutional. Let's look at the range of issues it faces. अगर मुझे कुछ भी नहीं पता है, I will remember this. 3 F's. These 3 F's you will again do in the local self-government also. What are the 3 F's? Issues of funds, funds mean they have limited resources at their disposal. अगर पैसे नहीं होंगे काम ज़्यादा नहीं हो पाएगा. Functions का mean, what is the meaning of functions here? Whatever they have to do, it is not clearly outlined, or they don't have enough independence. That is the functions. What is functionaries? The people that are there. Let's say, how many of you have seen that web series Panchayat? Right? तो उसमें देखा होगा this Sachiv ji and the desktop, the issues in deployment of schemes. But if you think of it at the body level here, the staff that they have may not be trained, may not be totally digitized, will have, अब आप सोचो simple problems, not having enough computers, right? Staff is not trained on all the new levels of technology and how to deploy it, how to talk about it, how to take evidences, etc. So fund problem हो सकता है, functions and functionaries. If I know the challenges, do I also not know the way forward? I need to increase this. I need to make it clear, functional and workable. For functionaries, only one keyword you will remember for most of the cases. Capacity building, this is also what second ARC says. This I'm telling you is general. Abhi to more points dekhne wale hain. We'll see more of the points. TB is capacity building. TB is generally like, let's say there's a lot of training going on, right? Training is also capacity building. And capacity building is one keyword you will also see in all the papers of GS2, even in GS3. In disaster management, almost our last point is always what? Capacity building of the officials as well as the local people. Right? Now, coming to the issues. You have National Commission for Backward Classes. पहला क्या issue है? Its recommendations are not binding. This is also an issue. Second, in major bodies, the issue is the nature of appointment is political. If the nature is political, there can also be a perceived bias, right? The issue of being partisan in nature. Will this be a problem? Yes. Because if somebody is holding an important constitutional or even a statutory post, not only justice should be done, it should also seem to be done. Okay, one point. Now, it does not have a very proper mandate to define. Okay, and here also it is dependent on the parliament. For example, it has to take some consent. So, in this sense, the function part is limited, right? Second, now if I'm talking of backward class and the classes, one of the issue is happens was issue of subcategorization. How many of you are aware of what is subcategorization? If you're not, I'll explain to you. Dekho. When the benefits are to be given, okay, in any society that you will find, there is a phenomena that is known as elite capture. Okay, in the backward classes, in the SCs or the STs, you will find within the community whosoever is the elite. What is the elite? Who will have more resources at their disposal, they will capture all the benefits. Now, based on the data, we have seen that even here, most of the benefits are only captured by 2 or 3 castes. So, does it also mean that should we subcategorize it? Yes or no? What is the idea of subcategorization? That let's say all the benefits should not be cornered by a small section. Instead, why don't you make separate categories? This will lead to more social justice. Yes or no? Here the issue is there was a talk of subcategorization. For subcategorization, we had a G. Rohini Commission, but action could not be taken much. So the issue is no further action taken on G. Rohini Commission, and G. Rohini Commission was for the subcategorization of castes, right? That is one. Now, this is one point almost in major bodies you can use. You don't have access to updated data, right? In fact, why are we doing census? You want to update, yes or no? And even in the backward caste, etc., the main issue is that if you recall, how many of you recall the Mandal Commission, right? Mandal Commission itself is based on very old data. So right now, if you want to talk about the benefits that should be given, it has to be based on data. So bhai, aapke paas to data nahi hai access, and this is also verdict of court in the Ram Singh case, right? This is also a challenge. If you don't have adequate data, you will not be able to talk about the range of benefits. One issue. In the 102nd amendment, it violated federalism, but this was reversed in. That is why I showed you 105. Why does it violate federalism? Originally, the power to make the list was only with the center. Now, state's power has been restored as well. So when you're writing this point, write both 102, 105. That is why I also told you 105. Right? These 2 points can be clubbed: no access to adequate data, updated data, and also lack of requisite data. Now, there is a term that we often say. One is EBP, EDG. EBP is evidence-based policy making, data-driven governance. This is the need of the hour. If you don't have updated data, if you don't have requisite data, you will not have evidence-based policy making. It will be ad hoc. The calculations will not be very proper. It will not, let's say, account for all the sections of the people. Use these keywords whenever you're writing in conclusion: evidence-based policy making, data-driven governance. All right. Now, are we clear on the issues? Couple of issues which are not mentioned. You can even mention the issue of funds being limited, the issues of the staff not trained as much. These are additional. That is why I also told you, whenever you see a body, remember FFF also, 3 Fs: Additionally, there are some specific points. Recommendations are not binding in nature. Issue of nature of political appointments. There is no mandate to define, okay, which means their powers are limited, right? Subcategorization has not been done in the right manner. Access to data is limited, okay. What should be the way forward, right? Make it an expert body like the Supreme Court has highlighted. There should be information communication campaigns, IEC, okay. Bodies should also have gender sensitivity, better representation. This will also help, okay. And the last point, that information in the public domain, you can even add it, right? You can mention that the data should be updated. With IEC campaigns or information, our idea is people should be made aware about their rights. That they should know that there are bodies like this NCBC who will help them out, right? People should be made aware. IEC means information, education, communication. In ethics also, in many answers you will talk many about that people should be sensitized, people should be educated, communication should be there, role model should be there, yes or no? Almost same things we are writing here. What can be done? Other than this, always remember the points or the issues or the challenges that you write, you can also flip them, anti-challenges, okay, in whatever form that you want. So you will always have points. So that is why prepare challenges well. Way forward automatically ban jayega. Right? Having more experts here in the body, right? How will you have more experts? Which means better appointment should be there. Political nature of appointment should be reduced. Okay. Now, in subcategorization, I just told you the name of G. Rohini Commission. First. Now, when this assessment was done, almost 2600 OBCs were found, but the issue was, and you can just mention here, that benefits were garnered by the elites, and when I say the elites, the 2 to 3% got all the benefits. So there are two issues. One is what are the range of issues they face, and when the benefits they get, most of the benefits within them are captured by their elites, which there is a call, that is why, for sub-categorization of caste. And elite capture जो phenomena है ना, elite capture is almost everywhere. Is elite capture there in politics? Yes. In politics, there is a theory that politics or democracy is a facade. There is the illusion that people have power. Power is only with the elites, right? If you look at agriculture also, if you look at big bullock capitalists, they were the ones who had all the benefits of green revolution. And those who got economic benefit, this translated into political benefit. They entered into politics, right? Specifically here, if you look at the Jats, the Yadavs, most of the benefits they have cornered, right? And which is why there is a claim or there is a case to be made for sub-categorization of caste. Okay? Now let's come to EWS. Now, first thing is, here you have some space. पहले चीज है, why do we have reservation? I'm only talking about reservation, that is to address historical injustices, and second we know is to create a level playing field. Now specifically with EWS, the issue is till now the reservation was based on which criteria? The element was what? Those who had faced social discrimination. Okay. EWS mein what is there? Which is the main criteria? Remember like this, so you can make a divide like this. देखो ये जो दोनों चीजें हैं, address historical injustices, create a level playing field, which is why reservation was brought. We call reservation even as affirmative action. We call this as positive discrimination. This we already know. Now this was given to the socially excluded, disadvantaged people. This we are aware of. Which is why when EWS came, there was a lot of protest against it. That the criteria for which reservation was there, it has now been changed to economic. So there are two debates here. First debate is, although that debate was settled by Supreme Court in this case, which is why this is there. But you should know what is the initial criteria of giving reservation. That was based on social, historical discrimination. In the case of EWS, we are moving towards economic reservation. First thing. Now, if that is clear, now let's have a look at that you have SEBCs for which you have a constitutional reservation. Second thing, 103rd Act, it has made changes both in Article 15 as well as Article 16. Right? So EWS part has made, or these changes are also there in Article 15 as well as Article 16. That is what we'll remember. Eligibility you can look into. Okay, factual part hai. Okay. Or by the way, you also know this is very much in the news. Right? Why? The case of certificates. Okay. And sometimes the misuse also of EWS. That's a separate debate. What we need to know from polity perspective is this: Janhit Abhiyan versus Union of India. Isme remember the last line, because this point that I have written, this debate was there. It was asked to the Honorable Court that reservations have been given on a social basis till now. Right now, this is going to be given on a economic basis. Is this correct constitutionally or not? Does it not violate the provisions of 14, 19, 21 and the respective provisions of 15 and 16? The Supreme Court ultimately has upheld the validity of EWS reservation. Is that clear? Okay. And then it is argued that the discrimination on the economic fronts is also discrimination that has to be looked into. And then you have to also create a level playing field for the people who have been economically discriminated or not. So our main takeaway is to know what reservation is about, although I'll be taking up reservation again in fundamental rights. पहला है reservation है, right? क्यों है? Why is it there? Initial criteria and the new criteria and the support which it has from the court. What is the judgment? Please read it out. Janhit Abhiyan versus the Union of India, and it has upheld the validity of EWS reservation. Okay, keep this in mind for 103. 104 was Anglo-Indian. What is 105? State governments to recognize. Right, now we come to Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam 106. Why was this recently in news? The debate related to delimitation, and then the argument was being made that already we have 106, right? Because very recently delimitation was also linked to the idea of women reservation. Now let us first understand what 106 talks about. Does 106 talks about half reservation to women or 1/3 in all the seats? बताओ. So Lok Sabha state, but not all, and it is 1/3. First thing. Okay. Of course, there have been certain constitutional amendments that have been made. Right. First is, why should this be done? There are some arguments to prove that. Okay. So the very first thing, underline this UNDP and look at this. Women legislators are more inclined to make policies, okay, related to addressing violence, maternal health care, and girls' education. The argument being made is to address or have gender inclusive policies, you have to have women parliamentarians, as simple as that. Okay. Now, before I tell you other points, write down here in the space that you have. This report was also asked by UPSC in prelims. World Economic Forum publishes a report known as the Global Gender Gap, I should say. You will remember it because this report mentions 4 parameters. These 4 parameters can also be used as 4 separate themes of an essay or also as a mains answer. This has 4 things. कौन-कौन से हैं? 1, it will talk about health. It will talk about MMR, even IMR. What is MMR? Maternal mortality rate. It will talk about the levels of education for women. It will talk about employment. Of course, when I say employment, it can also talk about wage gap, which means the economic dimension. And lastly, very important, political empowerment. India actually lacks in political empowerment. This is women as parliamentarians. So using this report, even if you quote the report, even if you don't quote the report, if you have to talk about how women empowerment should be there, you can think of 4 levels. Health level pe, I have only mentioned MMR, IMR. You can also mention here, for example, if I say women are empowered, they should be empowered also to have independent reproductive choices. Yes or no? On health, that is why it is said that education is the best contraceptive. And if you look at states like Kerala, Kerala has a high TFR or low TFR. You know TFR? Total fertility rate. Kerala has a low TFR. And if you see that with education levels, they have high education levels. Whereas if you look at the Bimaru states, what are the Bimaru states? Bihar, UP, other of these states. Here you have high TFR and low levels of education. So I'm saying, of course, you read this in social justice, Indian society, right? Many topics. My point is, if you have to think of women empowerment, think in all dimensions. One is health, one is MMR. I also linked to education. You can think about that. Second one is education. That is important. Third one is employment. For employment, you think of or you know keywords like pink collared jobs. Suna humne? Right? You've heard things like glass ceiling. Okay. What is glass ceiling? Beyond a level, right? Right? Right. In certain positions, they're not given. There is also something known as glass cliff. They also twist the concept. What is pink collared jobs? Only very specific jobs at the counseling roles, okay, or nurses role. Very specific only to these are gendered based division of labor. Okay. Then political empowerment is the women parliamentarians. We are discussing about the 4th dimension. Now, women legislator, they make or formulate better policies, development oriented, number 1. Second, of course, if you have more of them parliamentarians, better laws, even workforce participation can be better. State level participation better hoga, right? Better representation in Lok Sabha, empowers the marginalized women. Okay. Now the last point jo likha hai, us pe put a star mark. Both of these census has to happen. The delimitation again has to happen. You actually want data driven allocation. Remember, data driven governance and evidence based policy making. In fact, this is also like a hindrance also to this. Right? There's a conditionality, right? When can this be applied? After the delimitation, after the census carries out. That is there. Other than this, we have seen that women parliamentarians have increased, but still not up to 50%. So there's still a lot needs to be done. 4.4% in 1952 to 14.94% 2019. How much is it right now? Is it more or less? Less. So remember that. Okay. If we compare certain countries, Rwanda, Cuba, they have even sometimes higher representation. Okay, so that is deplorable comparison. Now India, this is the report I was mentioning, the Global Gender Gap Index. India ranks way below. And what are the 4 indices that you already know? Health, education, employability, and political empowerment. You'll keep that in mind, right? Now come to the next part. What are some of the features? Of course, we know 1/3 seats are for women. There's going to be reservation. There's going to be rotation of seats. Okay, and there's going to be a sunset clause. What is a sunset clause? It means it is not permanent, not indefinite, right? Not permanent or not indefinite, right? So there is a time after which it should stop. That is the core idea. These are some of the features. And the last thing that we now see is, acha, yahan pe please make a correction. Here you write challenges. Challenges, okay? Now here there are almost 10 challenges. Even if you are able to remember 4 or 5 out of them, your job is done. You will not be asked to write all of them. Now, what is the biggest challenge that comes to women reservation here? सबसे बड़ा challenge क्या है? I think somebody already mentioned it is dependent on the delimitation that has to happen. Second, so here we'll see a couple of things. First thing is, if you have to know, even in Constitutional Assembly, there was Constituent Assembly, there was a debate whether women should be given reservation, and that was rejected. Okay, why would that? ऐसा क्यों हुआ होगा? The idea that women are capable themselves and they will be able to fight, giving them an enabling provision, right, does not do justice for the cause of women. That was an old idea that was there. Okay, abhi ke liye you see the exclusion. Legislative Council, Rajya Sabha has been excluded. Exclusion of this has been excluded. Main cheez kya hai abhi? Dependency on, which is not just an administrative issue. It is an administrative issue, true, but more importantly, it is also a political issue, right? Caste census, or sorry, the census and the delimitation part. How many delimitations have been carried out till now? 4. This is also a question of UPSC prelims. We have seen that. Fine. Now, this is something that we know. How many of you have known the term Sarpanch Pati? The same thing, MP and MLA Patis. What is the meaning of this? That they remain only as puppet heads. The power is exercised by the male counterpart, which again means what? Patriarchy continues, right? Just that if the males, they think that their position is going to go vacant, they will have women only as puppets. The true exercise of power is in the hand of the patriarch. Then issue of equality principle, again, which is why there is not, it is not 1/3, sorry, it is 1/3, it is not half. This is an issue. Ab ye jo term hai, this is important. Heterogeneous nature of women. When we talk about women movements in the world and also in India, normally it is said the core concern is empowerment of women. Theek? Second, women in West are different. They can be divided on the racial lines, black women, white women. In white also they can be divided into the one in the urban areas, one in the rural areas. In India, the theory does not hold true. Why? Here you have more intersections. The women can be divided on caste lines, and the caste actually determines the social mobility. Yes? So the nature of women is heterogeneous. You're not including all types. Even let's say some women are getting excluded. So the criticism is, this is only going to help the elite families and the elite women, right? So yahan pe, if it is not rare, you can also write. Here also the issue of elite capture. The women who actually require, let's say, help, they will not be able to get the benefits. That's the challenge. Next is, there is a restriction of voter choice. If a certain seat is already reserved, the voter choice gets restricted. Yes or no? So democracy means what? You should have all the, let's say, options available. In this case, are the options available? Not really. This is the challenge. It fails to address broader electoral reforms. What are these reforms? Chalo, I'll ask you a simple question. What is the gender profile across parties? Have they given a lot of seats to women? Not really. So when you look at parties in general, see, India is a democracy, yes? In India, do parties have democracy? Do parties have intra-party democracy? No. What do parties have? Dynastic politics. We know dynastic politics. Second, are the women adequately represented? No. Are the minorities equally represented? No. So instead of broad electoral reforms, we are only focusing on one issue. So that means it does not solve the problem holistically. Right? It fails to address broader electoral issues, electoral reforms, including the issue of criminalization of politics. A lot of people who have the power have heinous cases of crimes against women. Able to understand? So this also shows you. So you can here mention criminalization of politics, lack of intra-party democracy. And I'm saying, when I say intra-party, I'm more talking about the gendered composition of parties. Intra-party democracy and the composition of parties, I should say. And lastly, an argument can be made that if someone who is working very hard for the constituency, now they know there's a rotation of seat, and if now the seat is going to be reserved, they are not going to work as hard, right? So it reduces the incentive for MPs to work for their constituency. So you have a range of points. What are the challenges? Okay, here you prioritize your points, you pick and choose the best ones, and then you can expand on them. They are not included in the entire ambit. So this is also criticized by a lot of parties also, that it does not include the case for all women, right? Ye ek point of criticism. Even Samajwadi Party and other parties have also raised the issue that they are all only targeting, let's say, the elite capture is going to happen because of this. So this is a challenge, okay? Because SC/STs, they have been included in that, but specifically this has not been included. So this is a challenge. Sorry? That can also be mentioned here. Does not include the concerns of the third gender, right? So that can also be there. But isme, if we only focus on this aspect, even that is enough, okay? Because when you add that part also, then even the legality also is very complicated, okay? Now, what should be the way forward? Whatever we have seen as challenges should be the way forward. I give you 30 seconds. Please go through this very quickly. Way forward. We can enhance the voter choices, grassroots empowerment, focus more on intra-party democracy, inclusion of OBC, capacity building initiatives. So remember 4 or 5 keywords here. Okay, just a second, handout. Okay, now the topic we are doing is constitutional comparison. Please open the last page of your handout, which is the blank page. Here, first, before starting this, I'll also tell you, first I'll share a framework. You can write it here. I'll share a framework for this topic. Dekho. In the recent years, a question on this topic is coming, okay? Some questions in this topic are doable, but some questions can be borderline very difficult, okay? I'll tell you one of those questions. Last year, there was a question on how many of you know this term? Preemptive pardon. Does the Indian president have preemptive pardon? I know. US president has it. Indian president does not have it. Last year, in current affairs, this news was there when Biden was giving way to Trump. Okay, so Biden knew the moment he leaves his office, Trump is going to start a lot of, let's say, cases against him and his family. In US, there is an option of preemptive pardon that even before you are convicted, convict होने से पहले आप अपने आप को pardon कर सकते हो. Convict होने से पहले, right? Because you know what is going to happen. This, and by the way, this preemptive pardon in USA has judicial sanction. In India, do we have preemptive pardon? No. In India, pardon can only be given after conviction. Right? Now, why I'm telling you this? They had actually asked this in comparison of US president and Indian president, and the second part of that question was preemptive pardon. So in this part, okay, this is the direct topic syllabus. My point is there will be some extreme questions, okay, for which most people will not have an answer. If you did not know this question, that was okay. But if you are getting questions on comparison of USA and UK, India and US, India and UK, India, France, basic country, and we should know on what parameters can we classify and compare. Okay, so first I will share a general framework with you. Okay, what can be possible areas on which you can compare any countries which are there, because otherwise if I ask you compare Namibia and India constitution, then that question nobody is going to answer, yes or no, at max. Or let's say India and South Africa, at max you can say Gandhi, Mandela, but उसके बाद तो कॉपी blank ही होगी. उसके बाद तो you'll write we the people of India solemnly resolve, yes or no. So my point is there is a limit to which this topic can be prepared. The notes that we have given you is made of proper comparative tables which you can read also later on. I'll tell you how to do that, but this for us is more than sufficient for this topic. For some topics, for example, when I compare India and US, I will also tell that there's a comparison between India and US on principles like equality and secularism. That I'll anyways tell you. Okay. Similarly, how do I compare India and Britain? That I will tell you. Right. How do I compare India and France specifically from a secularism point of view? Right. And then there are certain parameters. We have to make sure that at least basic points we're able to write if I'm comparing a constitution. Is that clear? Okay. So write a simple heading on the last page, and after that we'll come to this topic. Heading is constitutional comparison. Okay, now here I'll tell you around 8 principles, and I'll write these principles. You can write that. These are general points, and then of course specific points you can also derive some of these points. And here, for example, let us take either America, India, and I'll give you examples when I will write the points. I have 8 points as a simple framework. I'll start with the first point. First point, right? Origin. The first point is origin and self-image. First we'll write these points, then I'll take a couple of examples to explain this. Any country, what is the origin? Okay, the origin and the self-image. Second, right? The locus of sovereignty. For example, this very easy you can understand. If I will talk about British, where does the British sovereignty lie? Parliament. Where does our sovereignty lie? Constitution. And of course, we are somewhere in between the parliamentary sovereignty and judicial supremacy. In our case, what you have is the constitutional supremacy. So that is the locus of sovereignty. Where does it lie? The countries can also be divided on this front. Third, right? Third, likho, the federal logic. Now, in federalism, I also tell you terms like the holding together model, the coming together model, right? So think of, right, whether the states, you have destructible, indestructible union of indestructible states, Or what is US? What is India? Indestructible union of destructible states. This is the federal logic. This can also be a point of comparison. Fourth, right, executive legislature relation. Executive legislature relation. For example, in USA, what this will be? Total separation of powers. In our case, what this will be? Checks and balances, right? That is the executive legislature. In fact, you can think of parliamentary form of government also. Next, come to fifth point. Likho rights. See, likho rights. Sixth, sixth, right? Rigidity. Sixth is rigidity, which means whether it is flexible or rigid or somewhere in between. Sixth is rigidity. Seventh, right? The state slash religion relation, which basically means we are talking of secularism. The state religion relation. And last, come to eighth, देखो the scope of judicial review, or just write judicial review. Judicial review. Able to understand? Now let's think of first India and let's fill all of them. Start one by one. What is the first point? Origin. What is the origin of Indian Constitution? पहली बात, decolonization happened. The biggest framework that we had was Government of India Act 1935, and in addition to it, ransacking of various constitutions. Whose term is this? Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. That we have ransacked all the best parts of the constitution, but we have made it our own. It is not a foreign import. First thing is origin. Okay. What was India's self-image at that point? What was India's self-image? First of all, we were in some sense not trusting the outsiders, right? That is why we had an inward looking economy, right? That is why we went for import substitution. We wanted to grow our markets. We wanted to go for our own development. Understanding this? So पहला क्या हो गया? Origin. Second क्या है? Locus of sovereignty. So लिखो dash करके for India, right? Right, we the people. That is what we saw. We the people. Okay. Now, in case of British, it will be the parliament becoming the most sovereign, right? Third out of federal logic. What is India's federal logic? Abhi ke liye we are just writing we the people for the and in here location of sovereignty means in India it is the people who are sovereign. In Britain, who is the most sovereign? It is the parliament. Okay. Whereas who is the most sovereign in case of US? It is judiciary, right? Judicial supremacy is what we call about. Third is federal logic. What is India's case? So likho a strong center. In India's case, we have a strong center, right? And abhi jo points hum likh rahe, these are India specific. Second, next come to executive and legislature relation. In our case, we have a parliamentary democracy. Executive is responsible to legislature. So likho parliamentary form of government. And plus, right, checks and balances that we have. Parliamentary form of government. Checks and balances. Next, देखो rights. अब इंडिया में लिखो both positive plus negative. Positive rights, think of Article 15, Article 16. But you also have negative rights. Yes or no? Which stops the states. FR are both positive and negative. Yes or no? Fundamental rights. So in our case, rights are both negative as well as positive. Religion state model. Likho principal distance. We have our own version of secularism. Sorry. Next point is rigidity. So likho blend of, in India, blend of rigidity and flexibility. blend of rigidity and flexibility. Come to state religion. For India, what you will review? आप क्या लिखोगे? Center state, sorry, Indian secularism is what? Principal distance. So write principal distance. Principal distance. And the last one is judicial review. Right? So of course it is there. So you'll write Article 13, 32 to 26. So if you now understand what I am trying to do is, I have the parameters. I have an idea about India. Right? This table you will also make later on. One more country I'll do right now with you, write US. For US, I'll tell you all the points. But later on, you'll also fill it for UK and you will fill it for France. Would not take much time. This will help you generally understand these countries. Okay, what these countries are actually talking about. First, now let's come to US. What does US have to do with all these parameters? Before starting for US, the moment I say United States, what comes to your mind from a legal, political, constitutional angle? No. Oldest democracy, okay. And does it have a written constitution? Origin कैसी है वहाँ पे? There was the American Revolution. Think of no taxation without representation, and there is separation of powers. There is presidential form of government. What is secularism there? Strict separation है. So can I not start and write about all these points? सबसे पहले लिखेंगे for America. Start with first one. लिखो American Revolution. And if you are aware, for example, all the 50 states, they were also sovereign in themselves, right? And for that, if you are aware, in India we say that Indian Federation, it is not a agreement between the states. Are we aware of this? But in case of US Federation, what is there? It is an agreement of all the states, which is why in USA you have double citizenship, which is why US model federalism is different. This comes from the origin. जब American Revolution हुआ, right? The colonies that were also there, they were existing, pre-existing sovereign states also, which were now we know that are divided. How many states are there? 50, 50. And each state has how many members? 2. Total 100, right? So first thing is American Revolution, you write, and likho add, and it had pre-existing sovereign state. It had pre-existing sovereign state. There was a pre-existing sovereign state. What was the second point? Locus of sovereignty. Here, right? Judiciary. Here, don't write judiciary. Likho judicial review, and in the bracket write the origin of judicial review is attributed to this, the Madison Marbury case, or only write Marbury if you remember. Judicial review originate यहाँ से हुआ है. अब आप सोचो judicial review क्यों है important for US? There were so many pre-sovereign states. There was always a fear that this agreement can go against. So they are giving maximum power किसके पास है? Judiciary के पास है, to ensure what? Things remain intact. So what is the locus of sovereignty? Main power किसके पास है? Judiciary के पास है, right? Judiciary will have major powers. Madison Marbury case is a very classical example of judicial review. Okay. Second, third, Ajo, what is third point? Federal logic. This now you know. What is the federalism of US? You will write, देखो, हाँ. Is it holding together or coming together? So write coming together model. And second keyword that you can also add here is indestructible union of The indestructible states. States will be indestructible. Fourth point is executive. Ab dekho, the kind of arrangement that is there, they would want more and more. What they want? Stability, accountability. They want stability. For stability, what they prefer? First, they go SOP, separation of powers, and there's right strict SOP, strict separation of powers, plus presidential form of government. Strict separation of powers and presidential form of government. Then you come to rights. Rights may also write dual citizenship. In rights, write dual citizenship, and also mention plus. How many of you know Bill of Rights? What is Bill of Rights? And Bill of Rights inspired what? Indian fundamental rights also. So one is, of course, they have dual citizenship. This is also emphasizing how the nature of states is, plus Bill of Rights. That means there is such a huge, for example, if you know the first amendment to the Constitution. How many of you know first amendment to US Constitution? किस बारे में है? Many people will say this is goes against my first amendment. What is first amendment? It is again these rights only, right? So लिखो first amendment या फिर लिखो just लिखो Bill of Rights. That means rights are given a very high position in US Constitution, right? Which also even justifies sometimes the gun culture. You know gun culture, right? A lot of gun killings happen, and again the people say this is for my self defense, right? And for their own freedom they have these guns, right? To the extent that sometimes, of course, life can be taken, that is separate. That is rights. What is the next topic? Next point. Rigidity. You tell me, rigid, is it a rigid or a flexible constitution? It is a rigid constitution. Now I don't remember how many times it has been amended. अगर आपको कहीं से मिलेगा आप लिख लेना. And you can again compare that with India. India has had 106 amendments. The US Constitution is rigid in nature. That is the point we want to say. And what was the last point? I think the last point is related to the religion state. उसमें तो लिखो basic secularism. There is proper secularism, which is again different from India. And the last point is related to judicial review, which I think we also now know this overlaps. Okay, so there is a very strong judicial review based on the Madison, the Marbury case. And this judicial review has even inspired judicial review in India. So you see 2 or 3 inspirations. One is Bill of Rights. One is the inspiration of judicial review. The SOP has transformed into checks and balances in India. Okay? These 2 we have done. The other 2 that you have to do is what? UK, and you have to do France. You'll be easily able to do because in the document already we have covered this. But my point is, when you see this topic, in this topic you have to understand that one is how to balance what are the points of comparison. हमें बहुत बार याद ही नहीं आते. So this is a very simple format. Think about the origin, right? Think about the center or the executive and the legislature relationship. Think about rights. Think about judicial review. Think about secularism. Out of these 8, at least in the exam, you will be able to recall at least 6. That will also help you. Fine. Now let us go to our handout. Yes. Sorry. For India, the origin part we said that we inherited the colonial structure, the Government of India Act 1935. Okay. 27 times. So again, if you fact check how many times it has been amended, that you will add, and you can always compare. US Constitution is rigid because it has been amended, let's say 27 times, as opposed to India, which has been amended how many times? ठीक है, okay. Now You have a very detailed handout for this topic, around 6-7 pages are there for this, only for this. अब इसको पढ़ना कैसे है, I'll tell you. In the constitutional comparisons, right, I think around 14 odd points are there. You keep on ticking the points that directly come to you, right? So around 6-7 points you should remember. Similarities, we have already seen some similarities, okay? For example, this can be one. We've inspired emergency, tsunami, supremacy, separation, okay, fundamental rights, preamble, bicameralism. When you read all of them, my point is at least remember 6-7 points. That is the similarity that is there. Second, more important for us is now the difference. Now the difference, if you now see, आपने already लिख रखा है, but system कैसा है? Parliamentary, presidential. We've seen that, right? Flexible, rigid. Nature क्या है? Again, this part, right? Method of presidential election, direct, indirect. Federal model we have just had a look at. Yes or no? Judicial structure, maximum age of judges. What is the retirement age of judges in US? There is no retirement age. What is the retirement age in India? For Supreme Court. For High Court? 62, right? Now, this again, citizenship, single, dual, residuary powers, किसके पास है, etc. Strong aroused party structure. Okay, so this is one. This happens to be one part. So I'll give you 2 minutes. First, go through US. For US, after this, I'll tell you 2 more points which are not there in the handout. Do a very quick reading of this. And the main idea is to know similarities and also basis. अब आपको ये बहुत आसान लगेगा पढ़ने में. How to do a comparison? If I don't know the parameters, I will be writing disjointed points. And this is again a topic, एक सवाल आएगा, but this is a topic many people leave. Hardly in this span of let's say 10, 15, 20 minutes which we are seeing, and later on if you again revise it, ये topic इतना करो अच्छे से, more than enough. And if they ask you too much nitty-gritty, the election of French president, compare then, you know the Indian president, you write that. If there is very peculiar question, other people will also struggle. So it's not that if they ask you way too much, compare Rwandan president with let's say Indian president, you will not be able to compare that, right? So ऐसे question नहीं prepare करने हैं. Whatever is there, USA, UK, France and Australia is what we have given. Compare that, that is good enough. Right? I'll tell you 2 things now extra, okay? Both based on PYQs, something extra that have been asked. Very first thing, wherever president is written, if you want to write it there, or if you have any space, or keep an A4 sheet handy with you, first yaad rakho. One more point of difference, if I want to add here, if I mention US president, sorry, if I mention the powers, for example. So, ye India hai, okay. Add this now also, this has already been asked. Preemptive pardon, is it there in India? You put a cross. Is it there in US? Put a tick. And in the bracket write Biden. And second, even before him, Nixon. Even then, this was used earlier. And the idea of preemptive pardon, please remember, is the power of the president, right, to absolve himself, his family, any other member, even before getting convicted, is the meaning of preemptive pardon. It's a very special power. Second, please remember, preemptive pardon is, let's say I should say, verified, or let's say it has been allowed by the US court. So it is not unconstitutional. In our case, it does not exist. In our case, pardon can only happen after कन्विक्शन, उससे पहले हो ही नहीं सकता अपने यहाँ पे दिस इज अ वेरी स्पेशल पावर दैट द यूएस प्रेसिडेंट हैज. So this is one point of difference, right? Second, I want to also emphasize is now we know a value known as equality. Okay? This question has also been asked, so we'll cover it here itself. That how is equality in India different from equality in US? Okay? We'll make a very simple short table. The heading remains equality. I'll tell you for India, and then we'll write for US. What we need to know, very simple points. Okay, if you have read your constitution well, couple of points you will also be able to generate. Okay, now I want to ask from you, whose constitution is more substantive, India या US? बताओ. India. Why? Because we are proud nationalists. Although the answer is correct, the answer is India. So if you think of equality, India will focus more on substantive equality. In US, there is a focus more on formal equality. Formal equality is not simple equality before law. Everybody is equal before the law. But in India, we go one step beyond, right? If I treat everybody equally, does it mean justice? Nahi. I will treat some people differently to also ensure equality. So how do we do that in India? In India, of course, equality is mentioned in, from which article to which article? What is right to equality? 14 to 18. Then 19 kya hai? So 19, right, so that is correct. So in India, article 14 to 18 talks about it. In USA, more specifically, the 14th amendment talks about it. एक केस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, 14 से याद रखना. EP Royappa case. I'm forgetting a very popular line of EP Royappa case. I'll just see if I'm able to find it. It is actually, हाँ ये लिखो, equality is antithetic to arbitrariness. Equality is antithetic to arbitrariness. What is the meaning of this? बिल्कुल सेम है. Arbitrary and equality cannot go hand in hand, right? Equality is the opposite of arbitrariness. The equality goes against arbitrariness, which also tells you, equality before law, equal protection of law. In this, equality is antithetic to arbitrariness. The idea is the people should be treated alike, at least, right? Although in equality, equal protection of law, we have slight variation, but itna yaad rakho, equality is antithetic to arbitrariness. Keep this in mind. The EP Royappa case. Now, next is, I will mention AA, affirmative action in India is wider. Here, affirmative action is narrower, very limited. In India, we've gone to talk about employment, jobs, even seniority, consequential promotion, etc. In Indian case, it is very broad in nature, affirmative action, which is why we are saying we have substantive equality. In US, we give the argument that there is more focus on procedural and formal equality. How many of you are following till here? Okay. And last likhenge, the special provisions So in India, point right for special provisions. देखो women, children, SCBCs and EWS. Nature is very wide. Women, children, SEBC plus EWS. हाँ है ना? In case of US, देखो strict scrutiny applies to classification. Strict scrutiny applies to classification based on race. Race. So it is not as wide as India, right? And if you again want to go in more detail in India, you can also talk about that this is enabled even not only through FR, also through DPSPs, also through there are certain bodies for this matter, like we saw National Commission for Backward Class, SCs, STs. Again, constitutionally, there's a wide protection that is available. Here in this case, again, remember this is going to be limited. Of course, there are anti-discrimination laws. But apne yahan kya hai? It is not just anti-discrimination. You are going into employment also, you're going into reservation also, and there are bodies for that matter also, which is why we say in India it is more substantive, it is more broad-based. If I look at the notion of equality, and if I compare that with US. 14th Amendment. हाँ. हाँ देखो उसमें यू आर सेइंग व्हाई हैव वी रिटन फॉर्मल हियर. राइट राइट. देखो उसमें वन थिंग इज देयर. The inspiration is there, that is true. For example, earlier we were inspired by the British concept, which had a narrower interpretation, but that is limited to the interpretation of Article 21 and laws. In our case, for the socially disadvantaged people, what have we done? हम उसकी यहाँ बात कर रहे हैं, right? So we are not debating. For example, you are right when you say कि due process of law, तो हमने US से inspired है हमारा, वो wider है. This is your argument, correct? And earlier we were focusing more on established by law, but despite that we already had Article 15 and 16. Yes or no? We had a wide ranging interpretation. So the concept is applied, yes, but even USA does not follow the due process for its minorities in as level of detail as India. This is the difference. So one is the constitutional philosophy and second is the application of it, right? And second is Indian constitution is in that sense is very detailed, proper provisions are there. Yahan pe it's a very limited and a narrow constitution. So from a constitutional angle, it is limited. Philosophy wise, yes, there's a similarity. So even that point can be there, that India's procedure established by law later got modified or later got, I think, transformed to due process of law under the influence of USA. But then the difference is this level of detailing for the minorities is not there in USA. So USA for EWS, etc., you don't have level of enable employment, all these opportunities. That is the difference. Okay? Following till here? Okay. You want a break abhi? So सवाल ही वैसा है ना, a rhetorical question. Okay, so we have done till US. After the break, we will quickly just glance through UK and Australia, I think Canada, some of the points, France. Main point that we will start is this, because see other points now, you now know the method to do the constitutional comparison. Some similarities are there, some differences are there. Only on the UK front, I have to tell you a couple of things. Other than that, most all the things are sorted. And then we'll begin with section on citizenship is shorter. We'll have a more discussion on fundamental rights, DPSPs and FD. That will be the topic for the next session. Okay? What is the time? 2:10. तब वापस आ रहे हम लोग? आवाज ही नहीं आ रही. Some issue is there. Some issue of interference. So I'll write 255, being very optimistic. Okay. So our warm up has been done. Now we'll meet for the proper class. Okay. Okay, welcome back. So we had started the topic of constitutional comparisons, and we had made a framework, and after that we had seen, for example, US, and two specific things on US. One is the preemptive pardon which the US president has, and the difference of the notion of equality, right, between these two countries. What is equality, by the way, if you want to, let's say, give me a definition of that? Treating people alike, or kuch? A very basic definition in Lakshmikant, any book that you read, is absence of privileges. Okay, that is equality. If I say it is treating people alike, only partially it is true, because if I treat all the people alike, what is the problem? It does not resolve the differences. Okay, which is also why we know two separate terms. One is equality before law, and second one is equal protection of laws. Okay, in fact, in India, do we treat everybody equally? Who is not treated equally? So, right, that is one. But again, think of diplomatic immunity, think of the civil immunity, etc. Let's say with the case of governor, president, yes or no? So there are certain specific cases for reasons, be it diplomatic immunity, okay, that is given. But largely speaking, the idea here is that overall the people will be treated equally, okay. And we had also seen the EP Royappa case. That case talked about the virtues of equality. Equality is antithetical to arbitrariness. What is the meaning of that? That wherever you will have equality, you will not have arbitrariness. So the best way to resolve arbitrariness is to have equality. And equality in that sense will be linked to rule of law. So you can link these concepts alike. Okay. Now, we'll also have a quick glance for UK as well. We'll see the similarities and we'll see the differences. When I look at the similarities, of course, there's a parliamentary system. What does a parliamentary system mean? Quick definition. What is parliamentary system? Executive is responsible to the legislature. Okay, which article in Indian Constitution? 75 clause 3, right? There will be rule of law. Who gave the concept of rule of law? Rule of law in India and UK, is it same or is it different? There is at least one difference. What is that one difference? Right, in that case, of course, the parliament is sovereign. That is one difference. But what is the similarity? That everybody will be treated as per law. Okay, there's a cabinet system, two separate heads of government, there's a multi-party system. Now the minister in UK, or let's say the prime minister in UK, can be of either house. Batao. He'll be from the lower house. In India, the prime minister can be from either house. True. Okay, and in whichever house he is there, he'll be the leader of that house. Yes, amended the law by, okay, that we know dual head, collective responsibility ties to parliamentary form of government. I think you repeat why multi-party system. Removal process of judges. Acha, where exactly is the removal process of judges mentioned? Is it mentioned in the Constitution? The Judges Inquiry Act of 1968. ठीक है, पढ़ते हो प्री में. Okay, I'll again give you a minute. एक बार quickly go through करो इसको. And इसमें भी we have given you more than 10, 12 points of difference. At the end, even if you remember 6, 7 points of difference, that is fine. Because the question will be, you have to compare two constitutions. You have to mention similarity and you have to mention the difference. With India, we often see this term, quasi-federal. Who called India quasi-federal? Federalism एक बार फिर से देख लेंगे इसको when we discuss. Right, this we have just spoken about. Prime Minister can be from the lower upper house. Here has to be from the lower house. The role of opposition here, you have a proper shadow cabinet. So this role is institutionalized. In India, do the ministers have legal responsibility? Nahin. In UK, do they have it? Yes, even that point can be added if it is not written here. The element of legal responsibility, because they have to undersign the law in case of UK. In India, that does not have to happen. Okay. And wherever, if you have space, main thing to remember is UK mein the main keyword for you to know is UK has parliamentary sovereignty. India will be based on once a speaker, always a speaker, related to UK. What is the meaning of once a speaker, always a speaker? The political neutrality of the speaker. In our case, one of the allegations on the speaker ultimately is speaker having a partisan bias. Okay? So when we do speaker, we'll again see some time back the motion for the removal of speaker was also there in the news. Okay? There is a very important role that speaker has played. Okay? So we'll have a discussion. अच्छा यहाँ पे लिखा भी है, right? The role of speaker is party affiliated, and यहाँ पे once a speaker, always a speaker, right? Hereditary members, of course, there is no membership, but here there is House of Lords. The name tells you if there is House of Lords, there will have hereditary members. Okay. There are members of church in Senate also, so there is a scope of the religious aspect. ये important part है. Judicial review is very strong in India. We've already had a look at. 13 we know, 32 we know, 226. Between 32 and 226, which is wider? 226 is wider. What is 142? Complete justice, the extraordinary powers which the Supreme Court will have, right? What is 136? Special leave petition. What is 131? The original jurisdiction. Okay. Interstate water disputes, does it come in 131? Nahi, which is why you have Article 262. Article 262 gives a mechanism for resolution of interstate water disputes. Interstate water disputes, we will see the topic of federalism. That's a separate topic. Okay. So we are just seeing some of the points in nature of judiciary differentiated. This is single. Separation of powers. Hai, we have proper checks and balances. Here, there is no real provision for separation of powers. Okay. That is one. So largely speaking, which two countries have we seen in terms of difference abhi? America and Britain. Okay. In your handout, you have a couple of more countries. You have Australia, right? You have Australia, Canada. Okay. With Canada, just remember keyword, because this I would want you to quickly glance and later on read it. I want to come directly to citizenship. Canada में main point what you remember is क्या सबसे important चीज याद है for Canada? Main चीज Indian federalism is close to Canadian form of federalism, which is very different from the US form of federalism. In Indian case, when we say our model is quasi-federal, or I can say it is sui generis, Indian model is what? We have a very strong center, okay? Whereas Canada model same cheese hai, right? But how, what is that happens in US? You have the states also equally strong. Remember that, okay? 1 second, Canada. Right, so main cheese hai unitary federal system, that is something we know. Right, some things first past the post. So when you again, even this part is related, residuary powers we have, and it is also similar to what is there in Canada. So the point is, in the last few, be it Canada, be it Australia or France, you will again see the same format. What are some of the similarities? And you will not be able to remember everything and every keyword, remember here. That is why a broad understanding is needed. Which is why if I have a broad snapshot of what is there in, let's say, US, what is there in UK. Now, in UK, do you have a written or unwritten constitution? So write somewhere, in case you don't remember, UK has an unwritten constitution, largely driven by conventions, and because of conventions, it is the parliament that is sovereign. In our case, there is a written constitution. In a constitution, there is bound to be disputes. For those disputes, you have a judiciary, right? For federalism to happen or to be there, What are some of the essential conditions? What should be there? Independent judiciary is very important. Anything else? Written constitution, okay. Anything else? Although we'll see that again in federalism, but again I want you to recall. तो ये post lunch की जो class होती है ना, just post lunch, the initial 30 to 60 minutes of it is largely what you see what happens here, right? Your glucose level dips. Okay, so which is why I'm asking you more questions as we talk right now, slightly more than what I normally ask. हाँ, अच्छा, bicameralism, good point. Bicameralism, separation of powers to some extent, right? We can say that. वो that is there, ठीक है? That is a specific provision in our case. हाँ, we have just seen that point. Okay. Now, integrated judiciary, is that a core feature of federalism? Simple, just think of US and you get your answer. Does USA have integrated judiciary? No. Independent judiciary is more important, right? Okay. So, Australia, France, we've seen the word Lesite, please remember that. These three last, I'll give you as for your reading only. You quickly go through them. This is more of factual, nothing much overall to explain. The points I wanted to explain, positive and negative secularism, all these I've told you. For negative secularism, here only write this term, Lesite. In IR classes, we'll see, of course, the name. For example, the recent Canadian PM was in news. Okay, you know his name? Trudeau नहीं है तभी तो. That is why I asked you. Carney, ठीक है? CARNEY. But don't worry, we'll see that in IR class. Who is the president of France? Macron. With France, anything that you know of news? The cooperation? In the AI summit, for example, he was the chief guest. Anything else? Think of Rafale jets we are getting. Think of International Solar Alliance, Indian-France cooperation that happened. So there are many reasons in the IR perspective. In this part, you will see simple points which stand out. For example, there's a semi-presidential form of system, the role of president, think of Macron. So you will have to have some association just to complete these topics. Okay? Slightly factual in nature, which is why I initially gave you a framework on how to complete that. Okay? Class के बाद आज या कल, whenever you get time, this will hardly take 10 to 15 minutes. Okay? If I spend the time here, then I'll have to either cut back on fundamental rights, but I want to spend more time there. Okay? ये, how many pages are there for your homework? Just tell me. In fact, constitutional comparison total is around 4 or 5 pages. Okay? Again, read it once. Fine. And see the framework. The thing which have stood out, in fact, in certain countries, I've already had told you. Okay? So main is some similarities, some point of difference. The more you again read it, and then again, let's say you connect to IR, then you understand some leaders, their styles. This is how a connection is made. Okay? So this is the part on comparison of the different constitutions that we have. Okay? Now let's come to a very short section, that is citizenship. Mains point of view, say the question that can come is going to be slightly current affairs oriented. Okay? And that question can also have a bearing related to the recent citizenship amendment. Okay? So I'll quickly focus on that, but very quickly I'll give you an overview. When I look at citizenship, which articles are there? 5 to 11. Citizens, they enjoy civil political rights. Okay? And when you know who are citizens, you should also know who are aliens. Now, aliens don't enjoy the rights. Alien can be friendly aliens, but they can also be enemy aliens. Okay? But this is for the countries which are at war with India. So this can keep on changing, right? Sometimes you will have enemy aliens, then you can also have friendly aliens. Okay? So this is not a permanent tag forever. If a country is at war, then you will have enemy aliens, right? Now, when I look at citizenship, right, this also, the moment the concept of nation comes in, you know nation, you know state. Can you tell me the difference between nation and state? Because that is also fundamental to our knowledge of citizenship. One term is nation. State, so everybody here knows what is this for, right? What is nation? It comes from the word nasi. Nasi here means what? Feeling of oneness. Now this feeling of oneness can be because of shared culture, language, history, tradition, anything, right? If there is a feeling of oneness, then you have a nation. But does it guarantee you will have a territory? Nahi. Which is why I'll give you a couple of examples. Have you heard of this community? Kurd demand what? They have a united shared history, right? And they are spread across, even there will be found some of them are in Lebanon, some are in Syria, around these regions. So they don't have a proper territory as such. The definition between a nation and state is that in nation, yes, there's a feeling of connectedness, but nation may not necessarily be a state. For a state, you should have a population, you should have a territory is very important, which is why state in some sense can also be a exclusivist. Right? It will exclude. So now, if a nation, for example, or let's say I should say state has its citizens, they will get certain rights. Why this demarcation is essential? Because the resources are limited. Okay, you want to prioritize the rights for your citizens. इसीलिए you have heard terms of, have you heard these terms? This theory simply says that we are the son of our soil and we have the first, let's say, access to the resources that are there, right? So when you look at citizenship, the idea is they will get civil political rights, right? And of course, because the resources are limited, state can also prioritize its resource allocation. But that does not mean the state is indifferent to the cause of refugees, okay? Now, has India signed the Refugee Convention? No. Why does India not sign it? But why has India not signed it? Because of the political nature of it, which means whosoever is branded as a refugee, okay, especially let's say whatever is happening around India's neighborhood, along its borders, India may now also be at the receiving end of it, okay, the treatment, let's say, of Kashmir, around Kashmir, right? So the issue is India has seen, and India simply says that we agree with the principles of humanity, but will not be tied down to a certain convention. And joining a convention is separate. We will follow the ideas of the convention, okay, because there is the convention is slightly divisive in nature. It is also politicized in nature. So that is there. Now some factual parts you need to know. Rights which are exclusively for people. Think of fundamental rights. Which fundamental rights are only for citizens? 15, 16, 19, 29, 30. 5 of them. Other than that, can anybody vote in India? Who can vote? Citizen. Which is why Article 326 is mentioned. Which is why if there are claims that if any foreigner has gotten an election card, if they're voting, then that becomes disturbing. Which is why the case of Rohingyas in certain bordering states, and if they're able to get, let's say, even an Aadhaar card, election card, then that becomes a point of dispute, because you would want the people who are citizen to vote. And the same issue you also see in Assam Accord, okay, again a topic that we will see in internal security. The issue of Assam, okay, what is the main issue of Assam? So I'll link that topic also very shortly. 1 second. Abhi, hold that thought for a moment. Here certain offices are eligible only if you're a citizen of India, okay. Can you be a president if you're a citizen of India? Yes. Do you have to be a naturalized citizen only? In US, is it different? Yes. Can Elon Musk become the president of US? No. Why? South African descent या origin है. So in India, you can be, of course, a citizen and you can hold offices. We have a slightly relaxed nature. In other countries, it can be different. The point is, citizens will get certain exclusive rights. That is the whole idea. All right. Now, of course, we'll have a quick look at the status of refugees that we have. Who is a refugee? Forced to flee, राइट क्यों? आइदर persecution, यहां पे persecution लिखा है, put an arrow, right? Rohingyas, put a dash, right? Most persecuted, bracket you can write Antonio Guterres. Who's Antonio Guterres? UN Secretary General. Just one example, Rohingyas, for example, one of the most persecuted communities. Where are Rohingyas found? The Rakhine state of Myanmar. Okay, so it can be persecution, war, violence, right? Cannot return or afraid to do so. Now, there are certain causes very easy for you to understand. There can be a war. Here you can write, right? Huge number of refugees came to India. In fact, this in fact is one of the reasons for the issue of Assam, right? A lot of the people have come to Assam and they have altered the demographic balance. All right. Now, refugees, you can have domestic conflicts. Okay. Tibet, had we given refuge to Dalai Lama, and that also became a point of thorn between India and China relations. When we do China in IR, I'll tell you China's 5-finger policy and China's territorial nature, that China thinks of almost everything as its own. It will go to an island and it will say, "Bhai, island is my own." It will draw 9-dash line, right? So the point is, even Tibet has been a point of dispute. Okay, if you want to write 5-finger policy, China's likh sakte ho, nahi to in the IR class we'll do that. Now, in Sri Lanka, what is the issue? Sinhalese are the majority here. Okay, the Tamilians are the minorities. I'll just tell you one more thing extra here. Sinhalese के साथ एक dash बनाना and write there are two separate concepts. One is affirmative action, one is preferential action. Preferential action is taken to help the cause of majority. Affirmative action is taken to help the cause of minorities. So that is why in the Sinhalese I have made this preferential action. Okay. So when you read your post-independence, you read more about LTTE and the whole conflict, the 13th Amendment of Sri Lanka, which is still facing challenges. Okay. Now, can famines also lead to a lot of people running away? Absolutely, right? Environmental displacement, ये हो सकता है, right? So let's say think of increasing sea level rise, and here you think of SIDS, small island developing states. Let's say countries like Tuvalu. So people will move, which is why for them we use terms like environmental refugees. Okay, human trafficking can also cause this problem of refugees, right? Now, human trafficking, especially across the bordering regions. And when I say borders, in many cases in India, either you have porous borders, right? The terrain is hostile, even that can lead to an issue. There's a separate point of climate change, but what I will think of climate change, I will link it to this only, right? For example, if you recall, recently there was a country in Southeast Asia which had changed its capital. Batao. From Jakarta, it has changed it to the Nusantara, right? You can think of other examples, right? There were Medicanes in Libya. again more refugees are fleeing that region. I'm giving you a lot of examples, or big examples ho sakte ho, but just remember the refugees can be because of various reasons. Medicanes, what I've written is medicanes means hurricanes in Mediterranean region. This is known as medicanes. Okay. Now, so what has caused refugees, we know. Then a simple point, refugee has been recognized by the host country, allowed to stay. Asylum seeker में main चीज क्या है? Condition is yet to be evaluated. Okay. And you also have somebody, you can also write it, who is an illegal immigrant. So I am saying if somebody goes to US and they have a permit for staying for 3 months, if they overstay, will they be illegal immigrant? Right? So it can be a case of fraud, not adhering to guidelines, even they can be there. Yes. So how are these people treated, be it refugees, asylum seekers, or illegal immigrants? They should be treated as per law. In India, we have certain the tribunals for the foreigners also, which takes up the case of deportation. You know what is deportation? If somebody's case, they'll be moved back to their country. Okay. However, if somebody has done a very specific criminal act, they will be again dealt as per law. Yes or no? So that is how we are going to treat them. Issues can, I think this is easy to understand. India already has. We have seen that, right? Criminal tendencies among non-recognized refugees. Here again you give the example of the Rohingyas. There is an internal security threat, and you can link of this, you can write earlier, you know the terms golden triangle, golden crescent. Now we also say them as death triangle and death crescent, right? So a lot of refugees can be used to smuggle drugs either from the northeast part of India or to the northwest part of India. So you are already familiar with the term golden triangle, golden crescent. Now these terms are more popular. Death triangle and death crescent. The idea is the word golden does not do justice to to its name. Death does more justice, right? Next is there can be internal displacement of refugees. What is the meaning? From the borders, they can actually come into the hinterland in core areas. They can also become part of regular routine work. Even that can be problematic. Okay. Can lead to discord, harmony in societies, of course. Global impending crisis. Ab dekho, simple si cheez hai, if there's a war that is going on in Middle East, people will run away to different parts. Okay. Who has caused the war? We already know that. Okay. And the consequences are going to be multifold. Okay. If let's say this is the Mediterranean Sea, you have these countries, the PIGS countries. Okay. The PIGS countries, they don't allow much of the refugees. They say Portugal ho gaya, Italy, Greece, Spain. But the countries above the PIGS countries, France, Germany, they have a lot of resources. They will say we should allow the refugees to come in, etc. Geography कैसी है? Mediterranean से सबसे पास ये countries हैं. They don't have the resources. Italy, crumbling resources. Greece was also clumbing, and there was something known as a Grexit that was to happen. It did not happen. That's a separate case. The point is, Middle East crisis can move to different regions. Climate change and other crises can move to different regions. The problem now will be the idea of citizenship is going to collide with the concept of refugees. The citizenship in that sense, it is a political term. It is also a territorial term, right? So that can lead to clashes. If these issues are there, so the point then remains is, what are the legal provisions that we have? Okay. So India at the national level, of course, you have an Article 14 that is there, equality before law. We have a Foreigners Act. All the refugees are seen as illegal, right? How to deal with them. अब यहाँ पे टामार्क लगाओ, Citizenship Amendment Act. Minorities from neighboring countries are given relaxed conditions for citizenship. Here only write how many minorities? and how many countries? देखो 3 countries and 6 minorities. Write the 3 countries. कौन सी countries हैं? Pakistan. Right. So write the 3 countries and what are the 6 minorities? तो अपनी सोचना नहीं, लिखना है, फटाक से लिखो. You should remember this. किसे? Allowed है ना? Allowed है. No, Muslims are not the minorities there. लिखो 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 लिखो. Hindus, Christians, Buddhists, Jains, Sikhs, Parsis. कंट्रीज क्या लिखी आपने? Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh. 3 countries, 6 minorities. And here the overall idea is the majorities in these countries, you're not giving them or you're not fast tracking their citizenship. आप minorities की fast track कर रहे हो. अच्छा, one more thing. Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, does it grant them automatic citizenship or does it increase the, it fastens the process. Fastens the process. From 11 years, it is 5 plus 1, that is 6 years. तो 5 साल कम कर दिए गए हैं. Right? I hope you that is clear. Okay. Now, international, India has not signed the Refugee Convention, right? There's a New York Declaration. For this, India is a signatory, and there's a Global Compact. This is non-binding in nature. Refugee Convention, India did not sign, but just put an arrow or maybe just write somewhere. The issue is, likho, the politicization of refugees. Politicization of refugees. How many of you have seen the movie Donkey? Suna hai, there was a movie like Donkey. In that movie, for example, Shah Rukh Khan was asked this question when he had entered by a donkey route. It's an illegal route. He enters UK and he is asked a question that if you say that you are persecuted in your country, right, we will automatically grant you asylum and nothing will be done against you. But if you don't say this, proper actions will be taken against you. So now don't you think this is politicization? And the moment somebody says, I have been persecuted in my country, ठीक? This can also be to tarnish some country's image. It can also be without verification. Yes or no? And sometimes the agenda can be to have a narrative that certain people are treated differently in a country. Yes or no? So the point is, specifically in this case, if India would have signed to it, India's obligation and burdens would have been far higher. Okay? So यहाँ पे just main issue is लिखो the politicization of refugees. Right? Somebody's refugees, asylum seeker can be somebody's citizen. Right? For example, if you look at China, China gives stapled visas to people of Arunachal Pradesh. Why is that? Suna aapne? He says that you are not Indians, you are Chinese only. Right? So he gives, that is also psychological warfare. Right? And they are again playing with the idea of citizenship, treating them almost just like their own citizen. This is also what? So somebody's citizen can be somebody else's refugee, and this whole politicization is there. So India also felt that, especially because of our hostile borders, we already have issues with, especially with Aksai Chin and the part of China, and here if you look at with Pakistan also. So which is why we had not acceded way back in 1951 itself. The issue of politicization of refugee. I hope that part is clear. Now, overall, what are the challenges which these refugees would face? सबसे पहला issue है, for example, sometimes there is a lack of differentiation between refugees and illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants, of course, they have already violated a law. But who is a refugee? They may not be illegal also, right? They, for example, have come, if there's a proper paperwork that is done. So it is not necessary for them to be illegal, but sometimes there is a lack of clear differentiation, right, between these two, which again boils down to a second point. There is a lack of proper legal framework. India has not acceded to a global framework. So India does not have a very specific legal framework how to tackle refugees in India. So here when I've written it, so let's go absence of any global convention. We have not signed any global convention. right? Third issue, like I've told you, politicization of refugee protection. Some countries will say we will give protection to the refugees, highlighting that in other countries they are getting persecuted, right? So for example, if India is saying I'll give minorities fast track their citizenship, what is the other meaning of it? They are actually getting persecuted in the other three countries. Will that also tarnish their reputation? It can. So there is always an element of politicization. All right. Then, if India has not signed the international agreement, India's let's say credibility also comes into question. Even that can be there. Next is politicization of this Citizenship Amendment Act. Now, here you will write, like, confusion between CAA and NRC. What is NRC? National Register of Citizens. Second issue here is Assam Accord. Now, first tell me, Citizenship Amendment Act, it fast tracks the process for which three countries? Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh. Okay? Now, let me just quickly explain to you Assam Accord, although it's a topic for internal security, but just a very quick understanding. For Assam Accord, what you have to remember, pehle yaad rakho, what happened in 1971? What this led to? Especially Indian borders, we are talking more of. Okay. Now, again in Assam, what this will lead to? Think of issues of resource crunch. Again, son of soil theory. And ultimately issue of demographic, the fear of demographic change. So since then, Assam mein there were protests highlighting that we don't want outsiders to be a part of our political process. Let's say if there are refugees coming in, right? After some time, if the refugee gets integrated into the society, they can also vote. Second, they can also hold political posts. So effectively, if an outsider is a part of their politics, this is something that they do not want. So there was a constant agitation that happened. Okay. Finally, the Assam Accord was happened in 19. It was almost like a tripartite, specifically led by ASU. What is ASU? All Assam Student Union. Okay. Of course, the Assam government, you also have the Indian government overall. There was an agreement. And in this, it was decided, first they decided a cutoff date. Okay. After deciding a cutoff date, there will be verification of people, right? And then there will also be deportation of people. The core idea ultimately remained was that whosoever is a part of Assam will remain a part of Assam, right? And there was a proper cooling off period. Let's say somebody who's come to 1971, since the 10 years, if they followed things, they can be allowed to live, but they will not be overall having the parts in the political process. But overall, if they've decided cutoff date, anybody who comes later of the cutoff date, you will first need to verify. उसके बाद क्या करोगे? Deport करोगे. अब verify कैसे करोगे? So for this, what was done? So when you seek NRC, has NRC been carried out in India? It has been done for Assam, not for entire India, but it has been done in Assam. Now here we saw a huge governance challenge. What was the challenge? People who were the part even of the Assam and who were the part of military, etc., who were hardcore Assamese, they were excluded sometimes in the list, and sometimes outsiders were included. So in NRC, we saw governance problem. This is also known as your inclusion exclusion error. Again, a lot of outrage was on this part. In fact, that is why when NRC debate happens in India, it is also said, how will we make the system foolproof? If you recall, very recently in West Bengal, the whole election exercise happened, and in that some allegations were that people who were actually part, their names have been removed from the electoral list. The matter went to court, yet the elections happened. That is a separate controversy altogether. Yes or no? So here the point we are trying to make is, this part got complicated. Ab confusion kya hua? And by the way, this NRC was done, I think, I'm not sure of the exact year, but somewhere I think 2015, 2016, maybe. What was the exact year? 2019, what happens? Citizenship Amendment Act. In that act, what is also mentioned, minorities from Bangladesh will also be getting, or their citizenship will get fast tracked. Yes or no? Will this cause a problem here? Yes, because these people have already set a cutoff date. Anybody who comes later has to be verified and then deported back. So these people will have a problem. And this issue was also politicized, misinformation was there. But the main issue is, even in the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, there is a proper exception given that this is not going to violate the Assam Accord or the principles of Assam Accord. Right? So the confusion that is occurring can also be tackled well if the information is communicated in a better format. Otherwise, if you simply read, for example, when CA and RC debates were there, you would have heard of paper nahi dikhayenge and many things of that sort. And sometimes some of these were blown out of proportion as well. Right? Are you able to understand the gist of it? The gist of it ultimately remains that when you are thinking of citizens, they will enjoy civic political rights. Right? In some cases, you will give them special rights. And then how would you treat your refugees? So this is a contemporary kind of a question. So in that, you have to know, which is why, what is India's legal stand? Globally, if there are any conventions India is following, India is not following. And this is the challenge the CAA, NRC and the Assam Accord that faces. Okay? Other part of Assam, when I do the Northeast insurgency, I'll cover again the part of this. Okay? Have you written this fastly? Kuch likha hai? Aisa kuch keyword, right? So you'll be able to understand this is more than enough for this dimension. Now, one of the challenges, again, not extending this leads to humanitarian concerns. Okay, many times the refugees, if they go to some other part, they may not survive as well. Okay. Now, if there's a question, for example, should India accede to the refugee convention? Any of the mains questions that we have, we will try to play the devil's advocate. Who's the devil's advocate? इसका मतलब होता है pro भी बात कर सको. You'll not talk about the pros also. You'll talk about cons also, right? It means both dimensions I can agree, right? First thing is, if we agree to it, it will bring us recognition, acceptance. India is vying for a seat of in UNSC. All the P5 countries have signed it. हमारे credentials strong हो सकते हैं, right? Last point is the most important one. It can actually help you formulate a policy, our own refugee policy, right? So this can also help us in formulating our own refugee policy. However, even if we do not agree, there are other things like it may dilute our sovereignty, right? By not acceding to it, we uphold our sovereignty. Kaise? Because you have to then allow a lot of people. It is almost some dilution of your sovereignty. Second, kya cheez hai? You already have porous borders in South Asia. So in India, the governance becomes a huge challenge, right? There is limited resources. That also is an issue. This is a point, star mark. India's track record does not need ratification, because already if you give examples of 1971, despite signing the convention, we took a lot of refugees. Before that, be it Dalai Lama, other people. So India has had a very good track record of the treatment of its refugees. All right. The convention is actually in favor of the West. And in the sense, for example, West will say minorities and the politicization of minorities and refugees. Okay. Sometimes you will get articles in UK, etc., that in India, even if some proper, let's say if there's a security exercise that has happened, okay, a governance exercise, the West will label it in a slightly different tone, okay, that India's persecution has led to this front or that front, so that the issue is, it is biased in the favor of West, okay. And in reality, if you see developed countries, again, if you think of Trump and think of the wall he has built, how is Trump treating the refugees, right? Same, even in some cases of Germany or in other areas, West is already sometimes violating both. So there is no hardcore argument that India has to join it, then only we can manage it. The point is, even if we don't join, we can still be committed to the cause of humanitarian, right, commitment. That is there. Okay? Now here, एक लिखो, just write a keyword. लिखो the principle of non-refoulement. Principle of non-refoulement. इसमें लिखो just one line. देखो, it forbids a country from returning asylum seekers from returning asylum seekers or refugees to a country where they would face threats to their life. To a country where they will face threats to their life. पहली बात, you should know this principle. This principle means what? If a refugee is coming to your country, you will not send them back to a country where they were already facing persecution. What is the name of the principle? Principle of non-refoulement. अब लिखो, इसमें लिखो, this is a core, this feature, this principle is a core part of 1951 Refugee Convention. Right? And the most important line you will write now, likho, despite being signatory to this convention, India recognizes this principle. Sorry, मैंने क्या बोला? Sorry, despite being non-signatory to this convention, India recognizes the principle of non-refoulement. India recognizes the principle of non-refoulement. So if you get any question on refugee anywhere, this principle has to be there in your answer. Convention you already know, the stance of India you also know. What do we have in India? What do we have in outside? Linking that to Citizenship Amendment Act, and even if the case of NRC or Assam Accord. So, एक basic, you will not expect a question in mains directly that what is the provisions of citizenship in India, right? That will be too basic, but you can expect a question on this part, right? How does India treat its refugee, or what is India's refugee policy, for example? So we don't have a specific policy because we have not signed the convention, but despite that, there is a agreement on that we have adherence of the principle of non-refoulement. Okay. नहीं, उसके लिए देखो, in the case of Rohingyas there is a specific case MHA has a lot of credible, let's say, evidence of a security threat. अगर security threat किसी की भी होगी, be it any community, so they will be, they will not allow them, or at least they will verify their credentials. Okay. And second, it is not just them. जो आप बता रहे हो ना case of moving them across boats. So this also happens in Bangladesh, right? A lot of them, they move from Rakhine, they take up the sea route, they go to Cox's Bazar. Okay, that's a big area in Bangladesh. Bangladesh ka area which is having a lot of concentration is this. So even there are certain issues. And ultimately, for example, यहाँ पे चलो, I'll ask you, this question was asked to the Secretary of State of US, especially in the context that why are US policies right now becoming non-favorable to Indians? You saw the recent increase, although that was later on contested, right? Harvard pay, in sub pay, there was almost that they will not attract people from outside. Okay. And then one of the ladies, she said to the Secretary of State that it is the hard work of the Indians that has led to a lot of prosperity in your case. So why are you all of a sudden changing your policy? What do you think he would have replied? Simple, ji, very simple. We are committed to protecting our national interest. Okay. There was a time when they wanted a lot of people, they had a lot of people. Now there is a point of saturation. No country will have infinite resources. Okay. He did not say the exact same thing, but almost a paraphrasing of what I am saying. So he ultimately would say that it is our responsibility to ensure security and national interest. We have to secure that. So right now the main thing is we've already had so many people coming in, and we may have to close our borders. We are doing that. So same argument हम यहाँ भी दे सकते हैं, right? Indefinitely, India also cannot open its border for all the people. That is also reality. Otherwise, the bordering states, there will be a lot of revolt. If you understand the Northeast insurgency, one small part of this is this part only, right? The culture, let's say, not being respected, or the lack, or let's say, issues of governance deficit, right? Okay. The documents needed part is slightly factual. You will go through it. क्या document needed hai, proof of citizenship, etc., etc. The analytical part is what I've just had a discussion with you. Okay. Now let's come to an interesting section, fundamental rights. Almost every year, they will take up one of the rights, be it equality, be it freedom of speech, be it Article 21, and you will get a question on that. Fine. So here it is good to cover them and know the issues around it, right? Now, very quickly, just go through these keywords. You've seen them ample of times. Part 3, we know. If a question comes, this is what you should have in your introduction. You should write Article 12 to 35, Part 3, be it inspired from USA, right? Justiciable. They provide civic and political, because socio-economic part is taken up by DPSPs, right? Or ye important hai, second last point. Fundamental rights put a limitation on the tyranny of executive, very important point. Okay. And against the arbitrary laws of the legislature, right? And in fact, this is why we say that fundamental rights lead to what is known as a limited government. A limited government is a constitutional government, right? Now, there are some features. It is available to, so even your citizens also, non-citizens also, it is also available against the states, but other parties also in some cases. This point is important. They are qualified, not absolute, and here just put a dash and write there are reasonable restrictions. Okay. Justiciable, so if they are violated, we also know which article. Now, can fundamental rights be suspended? Right. Now, you also know two separate articles here. Kaun se? 358, 359. Now, this is the polity part of prelims, right? If you can recall that, right? Article 20 and 29 gets automatically suspended or not? It does not. Okay. वो याद रखेंगे, although for mains not that important. Restrictions are provided in the constitution itself. For example, if you read about article 19, which even allows you to move, but can you move all throughout India? Restriction, let's say the tribal areas, right, the well-being, etc. Commerce, morality, yes, ILP for example somebody is mentioning, that is correct. Nature is negative as well as positive. What is negative? You limit the state. कैसे limit करोगे? Prevent of arbitrary arrests, preventive detention, some of these parts there are some points. But what is positive? Employment, okay, education, etc., etc. So they are both. Normally they are said to be negatively worded, and DPSPs are said to be positively worded, right? Okay. Some of them can be directly enforced, some of them would require, for example, a law. अगर हम बात करें discrimination, etc., right? So there can be a law for that to be implemented, etc. There is a wide interpretation. True or false? One of the best examples here you can think of article even 14, 19. इन तीनों को मिला के हम क्या बोलते हैं? This is the most important trinity. Article 14, 19, 21, right? And what is the meaning of wide interpretation? Since our independence to right now, their meaning has becoming wider. If I look at Article 19, freedom of speech and expression, now it even includes my right to information as well as my right to internet. If there is a prolonged shutdown of internet, does it not impact the commerce? Right? So for that also there is something known as a proportionality test. So the court has said the quantum of internet shutdown should match with the severity of the threat. ऐसा नहीं हो बहुत छोटा सा issue है and you have had a very prolonged shutdown. Okay, again a case in point. For example, NEET is supposed to happen when 21st. So they have not said that we will ban it for 1 year, although we don't know whether they do it or not. But the point is there is the quantum. You see the quantum. And by the way, this has been challenged by a telegram in the Delhi High Court. We don't. I think the hearing is also supposed to happen. So the point is there is always something known as proportionality, right? So whatever point, or let's say whatever outcome is there, it should be based on the threat. Okay. When we will discuss internet shutdown, I'll tell that to you. There are some individual rights and there are also some community rights. This is an overview of fundamental rights that we are having now. Okay. Now, please quickly go through this just for a moment. Any part that I want to add, I'll tell you, but I think some of these things I've already done. Let's see the importance, and more important for me is some of the cases that are mentioned, you will underline them in the fundamental rights. For example, against discrimination, we've already done the Sabrimala case. We have seen the Shaira Bano case. So they help against discrimination. In Sabrimala, again you write here the keyword ERP, that is essential religious practice. ERP means essential religious practice, right? This part we have seen. Second, Ajo, it established bare minimum of a social contract. Social contract is between the people and the state, right? It is said social contract is like a glue which keeps the people and the state together. If there is trust, the contract exists. If the trust goes down, as we have seen in governance, if the trust goes down, people will start to fight, revolt. Okay. अब देखो केस पुट्टास्वामी, इसमें क्या लिखा है? बेयर मिनिमम. Why is केस पुट्टास्वामी केस इंपॉर्टेंट? क्या करना है राइट टू प्राइवेसी का? It is said that Indians don't have a right to privacy. If they go from Delhi to Lucknow and they're sitting in a train, they will divulge everything about themselves. Huh? What is right to? I'm asking you, what? How do you defend the right to privacy? When you are installing apps on your phone, you say allow, 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 install. What is your right to privacy? Do you read that carefully? Chalo, you tell me. Yeah. Okay, very good. Very good, very good. You're linking it to dignity. Anything else? Okay, anything else? देखो same main चीज है. देखो right to privacy. Right now we are living in a digital age. Okay, data has a value. Whatever we say can also not only be misused, can also be manipulated. Right. Second, whatever you have, your own information. The state cannot become a surveillance or a nanny state and know everything about you, right? For example, in China, what happens? China mein jitne bhi attendance, for example, in a class, they will have a kind of CCTV with facial recognition. Ek second mein sabke face recognize karke they will have the attendance. They have that level of control. The phones will have all the apps, everything they are tracking. Okay, but that is not a great example of a state which values individuals. वहां पे क्या हो रहा है? There is more of authoritarianism. When I'm looking at privacy, first of all, privacy is intrinsic to human development, right? It is intrinsic to human dignity. You have the power to share what you want, what you don't want. This is what was highlighted also by EU. And EU has so such strict regulations. That is why the apps ask you, what do you want to share? Sometimes they पूछते हैं कि would you allow if an app crashes? वो भी पूछते हैं कि would you allow this crash to be reported to our servers to improve our app? आप उसको मना कर सकते हो. I don't allow that. Okay. So the point is here, the respect of individual autonomy, individual dignity is integrated so that the state does not become authoritarian. If the state takes away all your data, the state can always become manipulative and authoritarian, which is always a digital surveillance threat, right? Which is why if there is an app which is asking normal cigar app hai, aapse camera se lekar sari, if it's asking all the provisions, you will also wonder why is that needed, right? Next, protecting the vulnerable sections, right? Article 17, Article 24, yes. Restrict state authoritarianism, okay? People have a right to peaceful assembly, right? इसी में नीचे लिख लो एक line. Dissent is the safety valve of democracy. In sedition, I'll again repeat the same quote. Dissent is the safety valve. Think of a pressure cooker. If in pressure cooker there is too much of pressure, what will happen? We get cooked, yes or no? What is that cooked? There will be blast. So you have a safety valve. It releases the pressure. So if the people are allowed to dissent, if people are allowed to protest in a peaceful manner, that is important in a democracy. Okay, I think everybody here knows Cockroach Janata Party, right? So very recently, one of the questions was asked to the ruling party that what do you call of the protests that are happening in the national capital? They made the same statement that in a democracy, people have the right to peaceful protest. Yes. So can I say dissent is the safety valve of democracy? Yes. Next, Ajo. It upholds political democracy. What is political democracy? Think of Article 14. Right? I'm talking of political equality. Everybody is equal before the law, but not social and economic. That is dealt in more in DPSPs. Okay. It helps implement the constitutional values, right? Be it liberty, etc., etc. Next, social change can also be balanced with constitutionality. Okay. The freedom of press. Sometimes if press and especially let's say newspapers, they write an article which challenges the conventional wisdom. Okay, we cannot simply say it should be struck down or the newspaper should stop let's say publishing. Again here remember, what is social change and constitutionality? We have to balance both of that, right? So sometimes contrarian thinking, going out of the box norm is also allowed. It may put some people, it may also offend some people, but if it is within the constitutional limits, it should be allowed. Okay, again we are not saying that anything that is anti-state usko ab likh rahe ho, or that is not going to be subject to, let's say, I think security provisions, but other provisions should be. Next, it strengthens individual dignity. Individual dignity mein I can give many examples. One can be Nalta, it can also be the Nas Foundation case, and it can even be the Aruna Shambok case. Naj, yes, this is the Navte Johar case. This is euthanasia. Right? So this is again related to individual dignity. Next, dekho, Anuradha Bhasin case. This is a case we will often talk about in internet shutdowns. What does it say? The right to internet access is a very important provision, right? So Supreme Court has included right to even internet access. So case is Anuradha Bhasin case. some importance. What is the criticism of fundamental rights? सबसे बड़ी बात क्या है? Reasonable restrictions, right? Reasonable restrictions, what is the problem with them? It increases the scope of state intervention. Right? One is this. Second, they are broadly political in nature, so the scope is narrow. No social economic front is mentioned here. Right? Other than that, sometimes it can be vague, sometimes not very clear, and sometimes ambiguous. कुछ terms mentioned है, reasonable restrictions. So public order, what exactly is public order? What is morality? Very difficult to define. And if it is difficult to define, again क्या चीज हो जाएगी? Increases the scope for states intervention. Right? Which is why in India very frequent internet shutdowns happen. The moment there is an apprehension of, let's say, two communities going to clash, see the internet shutdown. Why? Because now social media is a double-edged sword. And social media mein the other issue is what? That information spreads fast, but misinformation spreads like wildfire. Right? So और ज़्यादा बड़ी problem है. Fake news travels faster. Next, we already know that if there is an emergency proclamation, what 2 articles cannot be suspended? Right? So it means that if there is an emergency, fundamental rights does not remain fundamental. Most of the rights will be taken away. This is also a lacuna. Other than that, the judgments take a lot of time. Right to privacy judgment took 5 years to come. Okay, this is there. Despite that, in India you will still have capital punishment. In India you still have preventive detention, which again we'll quickly discuss. Is it justified for a democratic country like India to have preventive detention and capital punishment? Although these, especially the capital punishment, is a very frequent question asked in UPSC interview also. Would you justify capital punishment? What is capital punishment? Death sentence, right? Batao, is it justified? Race of the rare. Okay. Anything else? Although हम करेंगे इसको discuss अभी. I'll tell you the flip side. Okay, the flip side is, let's say there is a criminal. Criminal has done a crime, and the second person has done the same crime. Who is a bigger criminal? Who is the second person? State. Somebody has killed somebody, right? And now state is saying, I will kill you because you have killed somebody. So the argument is, if the state is doing the same violence which was initially done, how is state different from the first person? Social order, an eye for an eye makes the world blind. देखो ये है second argument, but इसका दूसरा argument भी मैं आपको दूंगा. How do we justify state's action? But one of the criticism is the state is acting just like the criminal. But दोनों methods are same for both, right? Both are killing. Correct. You are saying मेरे पास हर एक point का counter है, right? If you say it is there to create deterrence, there is no statistics which proves this, right? Despite capital punishment in India, the number of severe cases are increasing in nature. So how can you say there is a deterrence effect? वो भी कोई गारंटी नहीं है. think of encounter killings. देखो अभी what I am doing, आप जो भी point बोल रहे हो मैं उसको काउंटर कर रहा हूँ, ठीक? Then taking all your points, I'll tell you answer to each argument. ठीक है? And by the way, Supreme Court has said encounter killings are extrajudicial killings. There is no justification for that. Sometimes, in some cases, people have been booked and have been booked in a proper sentence. And I'm also just questioning you more because I want you to think from a moral angle also. How can state have moral superiority when it is doing the same violence? चलो ठीक है, अभी कुछ कुछ सवाल आप सबके दिमाग में है, ठीक है. So as I do this, I will be answering your queries. Fine. So first topic is reservation. We've done this partially. Now we'll do it fully. I think after reservation, what do we have? Sedition, preventive detention, shutdowns, euthanasia, right to privacy, capital punishment. So we'll be coming to this. I think 6 topics or 7 topics are there in fundamental rights. We'll have a look at it one by one. Reservation, okay. Pehले we'll focus on the board. I'll tell you how to navigate this. This is an easy topic. In fact, its subtopics are also easy to understand. You have to follow the arguments. Okay? The factual part of it, provisions, बहुत detailed provisions are there in your handout. पहले समझेंगे, उसके बाद your speed will be very fast on how to complete these topics. ठीक है? Now, when I say the constitutional basis of reservation, my question or my point is it mentioned in the Constitution? It is mentioned. There are various articles. Okay. Of course, there are articles like Article 16, and later on, as we'll see, there are even articles even beyond these articles. Okay. I'll come to those articles in a minute, but my point is there is the constitutional basis, absolutely, right? Second, what is reservation? Go back to our previous discussion. I made you write 2 keywords. Okay. First is it is to address historical injustice. Second is create level. Till here we know. Now remember, India faces huge social discrimination, which also leads to economic and political discrimination. And India, especially if I say Dr. Ambedkar, he has the constitutional approach to fight a social evil. Yes or no? This is the constitutional approach. This approach is, by the way, very different from Gandhian approach. Gandhian approach was what? Gandhi actually used the term Harijans, right? And Ambedkar was very critical of Gandhi for using this term. First thing. Second thing, Gandhi did not speak much about the Varna system. And he said people should be made more aware and they should do it. But according to Ambedkar, of course, he would go to the extreme saying you should put a dynamite on the Vedas and Manusmriti. Fine. But he ultimately goes to a constitutional approach. We are doing this in polity, so we should remember we are addressing a constitutional approach, which means, according to him, he thought if you just believe that society will do it on its own, it is not going to happen. You have to make these safeguards in the constitution itself. And that is why he said a constitution is as good as the people who are implementing it, right? So remember, we have a constitutional approach for reservation. And that is why this topic is also linked to the topic of equality. Equality in India versus equality in US, which is wider. India, we've just seen that. Fine. Now, why do you have it? Yes, historical injustice, level playing field, and which is why we talk about terms like affirmative action, right? Now, why should you have reservation is the argument for. What is the argument against it? Fine. Why should you have it? ये दोनों points common है. Historical injustice, level playing field, okay. Of course, I can say social justice. right? And then you can talk about that if, yeah, political democracy without social or economic democracy is meaningless. So that is why these things address the historical injustices, level playing field, social justice, human dignity. Political democracy without economic democracy is meaningless. That is the core idea to actually vouch for and have the argument in the first place. Okay. In fact, even if I go by percentage population argument, even that makes sense, right? A significant percentage of population, if it has been discriminated, ostracized, not in the formal process, that is also injustice. So we have to now talk about an inclusive society, right? So the percentage population is also an important factor. How much percentage did the Multiple Commission say? How many percentage of OBCs approx? Approx how much? Roughly 50 के आसपास, almost 53, 54. And how much reservation was recommended? 27. So do you see the percentage playing an important role? If that percentage number would have been very less, 0.1, 0.2, then the argument would have not been strong. Do you understand? So if a significant percentage of population has been subject to discrimination, it makes a constitutional sense also to uphold social justice. Yes or no? Second, of course, this concept is not alien that only Indians are talking about. This concept gets justification. Even USA has done it, right? The treatment of blacks, okay? So you have policies which allow for better treatment, 14th Amendment that we know, right? In fact, arguments for me, I can even talk about people like John. John Rawls has been asked in your GS4 paper ethics, right? Somebody with political science would know far more detail, but GS के लिए आप इतना याद रखो, John Rawls, and remember he gave something known as a difference principle, and his difference principle says that it is very easy to understand. I am giving you an example. Example है reservation का, and one example I am giving you progressive taxation. मैं इसी को समझाता हूँ आपको, and you will understand his principle. John Rawls says that inequality is justified, right, if it helps in the least advantaged sections of people. Now let's see practically. There are two persons. One is taxed at 40%, one is taxed at 5%. The one who's taxed at 40% earns 1 crore rupees. One who's taxed at 5% earns very limited money. Am I treating them equally? No. One is taxed 40%, one is taxed 5%. Rawls says inequality is justified if it helps in the development of least advantaged section. So what is the idea? I am taxing 40% rich. जो पैसा मिला मुझे, that excess money I am using for redistribution, pre-legal aid, health, education. Only then inequality is justified, right? Same चीज. Reservation में क्या है? You are treating some sections of people differently, but it is only justified if it is there for their own benefit. If you're treating them differently and if you're not benefiting them, तब तो वो बिल्कुल गलत है. So what is Rawls says difference principle? Inequality is justified if it is used for the betterment of most vulnerable sections. ठीक है? So I hope you're clear on the arguments for. Now let's talk about arguments against. बताओ. Right, first is this. Second, somebody mentioned elite capture. What is elite capture? The benefits are cornered by the elites. It does not transfer to the needy people, right? ये issue है. और क्या issue है? Affects efficiency. In fact, in our Indian constitution, it is also mentioned if reservation has to happen, it should not compromise on efficiency. There is an article to this also. हाँ, वो हम discuss करेंगे, right? One is the efficiency argument. Anything else which goes against? अब देखो अगेंस्ट में क्या है, इट वॉज सपोज टू हैव अ सनसेट क्लॉज, पर क्या हुआ है, extended again and again. It was supposed to be there for a small amount of time, but is it extending again and again? इस फिनोमिना को हम लिखेंगे अलग टर्म से, Pratap Bhanu Mehta says that reservation has led to a race toward bottom. What was imagined to be annihilation of caste? Whose book is annihilation of caste? Ambedkar. Okay. अब देखो ये word play है. What was imagined to be annihilation of caste has led to perpetuation of caste. Now everybody ultimately wants to be हमें चाहिए reservation, right? There are communities which are even well off, they will fight for a ST status, right? And this politics is going on, yes or no? And we have seen this happen even in cases of Jammu and Kashmir, different parts of India. So what is this? This is a fight, very competitive fight. Why is this fight happening? Because sarkari job is seen as the panacea, the biggest dream somebody can have, yes or no? And एक और issue है, the resources are getting scarce. Private job does not offer you that level of guarantee. So the fight is always there. And it is seen that it is a symbol of prestige, right? So there are few arguments: merit, elite capture, efficiency, sunset clause. The last two ones are more important for us because I will counter these also. Last two examples may the issue is the issue of politicization, issues like identity politics. And you have to know that in India, caste, religion, ethnicity play a very important role in Indian politics. A very popular saying says that Indians don't cast their vote, they actually vote their caste. Okay, in India you have tradition as well as modernity. So a person will use a mobile, will go to the election booth, will file a vote, but बगल वाले से पूछेगा अरे भैया उनका नाम क्या है पूरा. They will ask for the credentials. Why? There is an identity basis. This is known as coexistence of modernity and tradition. So the last two elements have been heavily politicized, okay, which is why we have the politics of mandal and kamandal. Caste, religion, ethnicity are a core feature of Indian politics, right? And not that we cannot not deny, and that can also lead to polarization. याद है समझ आ रहा है? Now I did tell you that even this part to some extent can be countered, right? You may remember, you may not remember. He has very popular ethics lectures. अगर आपने सुने हो, very famous ethics lectures, Michael Sandel. Around COVID, he wrote a book. Tyranny of Merit. The book का title सुनो, आप समझ जाओगे what is trying to say. What is this book trying to say? Merit is used to tyrannize. What it means? Merit is also socially constructed. It means the argument that merit is going to be impacted is also not a very complete argument on two fronts. One, lack of data. Data बहुत limited है इसके लिए. There is no conclusive data to prove this. First. Second issue is merit is a function of person's availability of resources. If somebody has not had resources available to them, they can never be fighting on the equal field. So howsoever a person's social mobility is, it is based on their own, where they were born and what resources they had. So that is why merit is socially constructed, and this is the tyranny of merit, the counter to this counter, right? दिस इज वन पॉइंट, ये इसका काउंटर है और ये इस पॉइंट का काउंटर है, ठीक है। तो ओवरऑल इन दिस इंसेप्शन ऑफ थिंग्स, व्हाट डू यू अंडरस्टैंड, वेयर आर वी राइट नाउ? द पॉइंट इज efficiency of merit must be examined based on data. We need to have proper data, and goes without saying the commitment to social justice for a state should remain. ठीक है? If you understand this whole discussion, any type of question, reservation, philosophical basis, the arguments you will be ready with, this is the main concept that you should know. So there is a constitutional basis in India. I've told you about Dr. Ambedkar, his approach, right? What it is, why should we go for, what are the arguments against it? The last two arguments are more important. That instead of annihilation of annihilation of caste, it has led to perpetuation of caste. Fine. Extended again and again, which has led more to identity politics and mobilization. Okay, and has not served the real purpose. And lastly, remember, Michael Sandel also argued that there is something known as the tyranny of merit. This argument is not totally true. Why? Because data is lacking, number one. And second, even merit is socially constructed. The people who are well off will do well off in their positions. So that does not tell me about the competence of the people who are lagging behind. If they are given education, healthcare, proper services, they may also do well, right? So the yardstick is different, which also tells us what is the role of state in this matter. इसलिए state का enabling provision, इसलिए welfare role of state is important, especially for the areas which have faced a lot of exclusion. Able to understand till now? ठीक है? Now let's go to the handout. अब देखो, this is a part you don't have to remember all of it. I'll tell you a couple of them which you will remember. देखो, सबसे पहले याद रखेंगे, this is your DPSP. What does it talk about? Just quickly have a look. Even DPSPs talk about, right, interest of weaker sections to be protected. Now 243 में just I'm telling you that even in the local self government there is a provision for reservation, right? अब इसमें जरूरी नहीं आप D और T याद रखो, but remember it is there in the local self government. Now it is there, SC/ST reservation is also there in Lok Sabha, okay, assemblies. Star mark लगाओ 335. What is 335? Reservations to be balanced with maintenance of efficiency, right? Now certain articles 15 and 16, okay, don't prelims के लिए this is more important. Have a broad overview that for 15 and 16 have enabling provisions. हम इनको क्या बोलते हैं? These are enabling provisions. Now, right, the percentage EWS, persons with disability, OBCs, 27 STs, this is generally what is the current structure. Now we will see what are the issues, some of them. सबसे पहला basics है, debate है, okay. Now this you will quickly remember most of the points. Let's quickly see the first part here. It will lead to social upliftment. Why should you have it? Because many cases caste and class, it coincides. Okay, in India, if somebody is socially discriminated, their social mobility also impacts their economic mobility, right? Because many jobs are based on your caste. So these 2 points you understand, which is also again an argument to have it. Next, Ajo, there is a skewed representation of the oppressed groups, as per their population. For example, if the population of the OBCs, let's say, is around 50%, are they represented in that manner in the services? Not really. So that means skewed representation in positions of policy making, important institutes, that is there, right? Despite Article 17, etc., etc., continuing practices against the reserved sections. Other than that, if you have reservation, it helps you allow to use the full talent pool, helps you with substantive justice, distributive justice. Okay, यह argument आप बाद में भी देख सकते हो, because ultimately and the argument here is there is no data directly to prove this, no data that this impacts meritocracy. Now let's see the other side of it, right? Underline this term, class within caste. This is what we were referring to as the elite capture. The Rohini Commission, what is that highlight here? Right, about 1900 cars, they have not proportionally benefited. Basically, most of the benefits have been captured by the elites. Second, it will lead to alienation. Okay, यहाँ पे use another term, reverse discrimination, reserved versus unreserved. This point I've already told you, that to most specialized, Pratap Bhanu Mehta. Against, instead of annihilation of caste, what does it do? Perpetuation of caste. Okay, that is a point we've already seen. Second, it is like a compensatory discrimination. Somebody was discriminated, now you'll again discriminate it. What is that? Replaces one with the other. Right? And next, entry does not match, or entry does not ensure retention. If somebody is, let's say, added to the process, they may not be able to continue the entire process. Okay, although that also tells you that there are systemic gaps in the processes that are there. But are you able to understand the core argument against also? Right. Next is another point, the argument for creamy layer. So यहाँ पे basically we'll be seeing almost 3 or 4 topics related to reservation. सबसे पहला, one of them is creamy layer, right? What is the concept of creamy layer, by the way? Acha, creamy layer right now is for OBCs, right? It is not for SCs and STs, right? This we know. Now, why is it not there? Yes, if you know the main cause, that for SCs and STs, the benefit is given because they have faced social discrimination, right? So, isme the argument we will have to examine whether the creamy layer argument, does it hold true, does it not hold true. One issue is that even in SCs, STs, you see the elite capture even here also. So, the argument is benefits are not captured by all sections but only a small section of society. Fine? Isko dekhte hain ek bar, right? One is underlying substantive equality. अब देखो, second देखो, this is an important part, Balaji versus State of Mysore. Just read what it says. Caste of a person cannot be the sole criteria for ascertaining whether a particular caste is backward or not. Okay. In Jarnail Singh case, this is also important, underlying Jarnail Singh case. Here also they will say the benefits are snatched by the top creamy layer, and the weakest among them will always remain weak, right? Leaving the fortunate layers to consume the whole cake. So the Balaji case or the Jarnail Singh case, both of them highlight that you should treat the creamy layer separately. Yes, this is one. Other than this, expansion of, let's say, horizontal reservation, it has, please make it tool. It has become a political tool. It is given to certain communities. Okay, it is expanding, but it has not led to substantive benefits. This is an issue. And last cheese ye hai, because it is expanding in nature, it may also compromise on the efficiency in administration. Okay, this is one side of the argument. The other side of the argument, acha, yahan pe you have to make a change. This is not international. Now here, same cheese. This side will say that creamy layer should exist. This side is saying creamy layer does not exist for SCs and STs. Okay. Indra Sani judgment, any discussion of creamy layer has no relevance in the case of SCs and STs, and the reason is the discrimination faced by them and the OBCs is incomparable. Right? Another very important argument, and you should put this star mark. Understand this argument. Reservation is not a method of economic upliftment. What is it? Social equality. Which means they have already been socially discriminated. The reservation is given on which ground? That we are going for social equality. It is not just only on the economic basis or economic upliftment. Creamy layer is based on which concept? Economic. So this is a very strong argument. The reservation is not a method for economic upliftment, whereas it is for social equality, right? Next, एक और है, equality is a matter of right, and it is not a discretion for welfare. It is not a discretionary element. It has to be given. So there is no argument that you will say this has to be done, this is not to be done. Again, other than this, even in in the services, many discrimination exists. Pending cases are there. All right. And the last thing, that to say that this will lead to a lot of elitism, or sorry, this will lead to inefficiency, even this argument does not have any data to prove it. So on the first side, we have tried to prove how a creamy layer must be analyzed. Second side shows us what? That it does not only rest on the economic criteria, it also has a social basis to it. Okay? Now, when you're preparing for your mains, especially in GS2 in certain topics, you have to think like this, right? You have to have two thinking hats: arguments for, arguments against. Okay? Sometimes आप कहोगे अरे ये लिखा है तो ये कैसे हो गया, but these are independently seen. You're not looking this in the context of the other. That is how you can differentiate arguments for and arguments against. This will again come with more and more practice. In governance, social justice, or even in polity, some questions you can directly answer, they will be more linear in nature. Some will have stronger arguments in them. Okay? So which is why topics like reservation, understand the core essence of the argument and argue both sides. How to conclude it, you will have a balance. Conclude, सब में almost आप बात करोगे. We need evidence-based policy making. The data must be updated. Multi-stakeholder participation is there. But till then, the commitment to the cause of welfare state must not be diluted. Right? This is how we can again imagine and think about it. Okay? Huh. Here it is said that this caste cannot be the sole criteria. For example, if you look at SCs and STs, for them, caste is the sole criteria for discrimination. So here it is said the economic argument can also be seen, which means if somebody is well off, but he's from a lower caste, that does not mean they are always discriminated against. So basic idea is caste cannot be the sole criteria. You should also look into the economics of it. So this and these two, Jarrail Singh case, Balaji Singh case, they support that creamy layer should be treated differently in this case, just like it was done for OBCs. But we have equally good counters as well, right? So this is again a matter that may take many years for it to have a closure, but till then we will argue on both sides. Okay? Now, a relatively easier section is private sector reservation. Okay? भूल जाओ जो कुछ भी लिखा है. You have opened a shop. Okay? If a state comes, right, and says आपकी shop में 50% reservation होगा, would you allow? Would you not allow? No, I'm asking. Do you have this choice? बताओ. हो सकता है the state has given you land on concession rates. You are operating in a SEZ. Yes, and then you are, let's say, given your taxes are very less. Now the state says, भाई करना पड़ेगा 50%, and after 3 years 100%. Now, the point is, I want you to again think of private sector. What is the core of private sector? Profit. Okay. So private sector in general does not want to be dictated by the state. Yes or no? We have seen liberalization, privatization, globalization. So fundamentally, the moment you see this, because the private sector simply wants, why I should be allowed to hire and fire according to my own. This is very easy to think. But when you put it in the context of state governments, and if the state governments have given certain concessions, are they allowed to do so? Can residence be a criteria for discrimination? बताओ. Which article is it? Can resident I think Andhra example is also given here. Okay, can be used. Okay, now let us see what is this arguments for and against. Now, very first thing we'll have a look at, underline Article 16. Okay, right now those who are slightly new, please do not think कि मुझे 16(3) भी याद हो जाएगा एक बार में. If you have done this in prelims, you may remember it. If not, broadly think of Article 16. Okay, underline who can make a law. Parliament can make a law. Main cheese. Prescribing a requirement for residence, underline residence in a state. Okay, now this power is with what? Parliament, and not with state legislature. I hope we are clear on this. Now there is an example, Andhra Pradesh. Now you know what is Article 371, A, B, C, D, so on and so forth. What does it have? Special provisions, right? And here, for example, it has powers to have direct recruitment of local cadre, right, in specific areas. If I am not wrong, I think you have certain the mulk rules which again enable this, right? Right. So this is a basic part. Now we will see arguments for and arguments against. Argument for means, अब देखते हैं. It is the right of the state. How is it the right of the state? Private sector is using public infrastructure. Second, young people there, right? They want to seek local jobs. So again, जो people हैं, and I am talking of the people of that state only, they can also be given preference. The state can reap its demographic dividend. Underline fourth point. We had a lot of debate on interstate migration during COVID-19. Okay, in fact, just when the LPG crisis hit, you are aware of many people moving out of Maharashtra or let's say Gujarat, and many of the factories had a short labor crisis, right? Now, reduced interstate migration, how come? Many, let's say, people from the state go to some other state, yes or no? So, if they are available in their own state, there will be less of migration, right? Aakhri kya hai? Large scale change won't happen in demography. Think of maybe Maharashtra. You are seeing what is the unrest in Maharashtra, right? What is unrest? Right, let's say a lot of people from UP and Bihar are coming, okay, and you've seen the videos of them being forced by a certain section to speak in the local language. Okay, when you, again, this topic has multiple intersections. One is this topic talks about regionalism versus nationalism, right? Pride for one region is okay, but excessive pride which becomes exclusivist is the problem. Again, a very famous question that was asked to Sachin Tendulkar when it made a big milestone. Somebody asked him, are you a proud Indian or are you a proud Mumbaikar, or let's say a proud Maharashtrian? So he said, I am both. So he said, no, if you have to choose one, no, I'll still say I am both. So why can't you choose you're a proud Maharashtrian? Because he said, no, I love both of them individually. So the point is, when he says I love both my identities, I'm also a proud Maharashtrian, I'm also a proud Indian, that shows regionalism and nationalism can coexist. But sometimes regionalism, when it becomes very fanatical, when it becomes very exclusivist, फिर problem होती है. Then the regional identities will start to clash. My love for my region goes against the love for your region. Yes or no? So keep that in mind. So these are some of the arguments which are for that. Why can there be an argument for private sector? But do you think these arguments are strong or hollow? These are not very strong arguments. Okay? Now let us see the arguments against it. Okay? Now, it can lead to, या तो ये याद रखो, simple, us versus them. It can impact unity. It can increase, another term is there, parochialism. What is parochialism? Orthodox, very narrow-minded beliefs, right? It is going to increase that. This can also be there. Second, can I not say this is more like localized protectionism? What is protectionism? Earlier, that goods from outside cannot come. You are controlling what is there. Now what is allowed? Only local peoples are allowed in certain kind of jobs, right? It also restricts the choice of the private sector, and it can also happen private sector कुछ समय के बाद छोड़ के चला ही जाए, right? This is there. Negative impact on investment. Can you tell me any state in the recent times which has talked about having this? So लिखो example, लिखो Haryana. Any other state? This was also explored even in Karnataka. Okay, there were claims that they were also having some of this. Just remember, देखो CA करके current affairs, देखो Haryana, even Karnataka, there were demands to have this. Now next, सबसे important चीज क्या है? This is going to be unconstitutional. Violates which articles? One is basic, Article 14, even Article 16.1, 16.3. It is violating that. So from a legal angle, from a polity constitutional angle, this demand seems hollow. Okay, this is a very strong point. Already there is reservation that is going on. If you even add to it, this is going to violate which limit? 50% ceiling limit. Which judgment is it? Indra Sani judgment. It is going to violate that limit. Okay, and if it does that, court will again say this is unconstitutional. This can happen, right? Other than this, this does not seem to be a long-term solution. Okay, it looks like a more ad hoc. If the people are by chance protesting, right? For example, if you think of Trump says something MAGA, M-A-G-A. What is that? Making America great again. Does he not also talk about economic nationalism? This is economic nationalism, right? That everything will be America first, only American people. This is also kind of protectionism, right? And it is also a very ad hoc solution. Why? Because the American people will demand higher wages, the root of the problem. So temporarily, if the private sector allows that, in the long term, they will again look for people who are demand lesser wages. Who are these people? People from other economies, right? So it could be India, it could be China, other areas who are equally skilled or even better, but they demand lesser wages. So we don't have to think that USA may, most of these BPOs and the companies, they are outsourcing it from India. They're not doing any, I should say, ehsan on India. Yes, it is purely economics. If Zara has a big manufacturing store in Bangladesh, it is not out of love for Bangladesh. It is because they're able to manufacture their unit at a lesser economic cost and then even sell it at a higher premium, right? Taking into account 14, 15, 16-hour shifts and lower wages, which makes Zara, yes or no? So that is there. So next, okay, again, no hate or love for a brand, but there can be many brands which I can talk about. I only remembered one. So ad hoc solution is one. Next, Ajo, there is going to be difficulty in operationalizing such reservation. Okay, the difficulty will also be legal and it will also be administrative, both. And सबसे important point at the end, see, it has been rejected. Rejected by Supreme Court in the Kailash Chand Sharma versus State of Rajasthan case way back. Okay, second, unconstitutional. Third, violates 50%. So you have a very strong points in against private sector reservation. Does this make sense? Okay. फिर से बोलो. No, that is true. But here in the overall reservation that is there, in addition to that, if you are supposed to have more reservation in the state, that is it accounting for. Uske up and above पे, तब तो violate करेगा ना limit. This actually was done in Tamil Nadu also. Then the reservation moved almost to 69%. That was also struck down. Right, but I'm saying if for the private sector, if it happens, and in the total ambit, if it increases, then it can be there. हाँ, कोई और आप कुछ बोल रहे थे? जैसे for example, the reservation is also then minority education institutions. Then there is a specific case that is to be made in there, right? उसमें in some cases, some proportion, some of that is allowed. Okay. यहाँ पे in jobs and in that part is there, right? Private sector वाले education वाले पे I'll have to read once that what is the policy and how does it go along. Okay, what is the 50% limit? Underline. Which case is this? Okay, अब देखो, just read the line of Supreme Court. No provision of reservation or preference can be so vigorously pursued so as to destroy the very concept of equality, which means there has to be a limit. If you go beyond that, then there is nothing like equality. So if you're pursuing this reservation to the extent that you're almost reserving everything, then the whole fundamental society is going to then face challenges. Yes or no? That is the idea. That if you're pursuing it that vigorously, you should not pursue it, otherwise it will destroy the very concept of equality. Can you tell me the relationship between equality and reservation? Are they directly related, indirectly related? बताओ. Do they seem to be fundamentally contradictory concepts? True, these are fundamentally contradictory concepts, but they actually help each other, right? Equality means you treat everybody equally, but reservations means you treat some people unequally. But while doing reservation, you actually end up having equality. That equality is more substantive equality, right? It is not procedural equality. So whenever we look at these two concepts, equality and reservation, they seem to be antithetical, but they actually converge later in the concept of substantive equality, right? Keep that in mind. Now, if there is somebody who is saying to you, there's a 50% limit, kisi bhi cheez mein, okay, that you say that you will eat this thali only up to 50%, right? You will say, bhai, on what ground? I need data. My calorie requirement is X. If it is meeting my calorie requirement, then I agree with 50%. So same thing, if it is asked on reservation, there is a arbitrary cap, first of all, right? Second, there is no legislative backing towards it, 50% limit. Second, this limit has been many times defied by states, like the examples, like for example, in Tamil Nadu, in southern states, we have seen sometimes defied. So it means not very scientific, not very much viable also. Even center has also defied it in some cases, right? For example, even when the EWS reservation was announced, it was said that if this 10% was added, does it violate it, come in its ambit, or is it beyond it? Even that challenge was there, right? And of course, there is some inconsistency in judgments. So for example, if I talk about Indra Sani case, later on there is a very famous M. Nagaraj case, and the same thing, because sometimes later, now the question is, does it apply to promotions? Ek aur kuch. Does it lead, what about consequential seniority, etc.? So the point is, judgments have changed over a period of time, okay, on reservation. Broadly speaking, you should remember the Indra Sani judgment, right? They are not going to ask you too much in detail about others, but remember, the judgments have had their own issues. For example, if you look at these judgments, but then when you look at the EWS judgment, what is that judgment name? Janhit Abhiyan. So some people were expecting that Supreme Court may also say that this is unconstitutional, but Supreme Court actually justified and upheld the validity of it. So there are different cases, so consistency may not be very consistent overall. That is an issue, okay? Now before I move to the next one, in reservation that we have seen now, how many topics have we seen? One is basic reservation, second one was creamy layer, third one was private sector, and the 50% limit, okay? So that is an ambit that you should keep in mind. Maybe broad question or reservation on any of this aspect can be asked, okay? So how you have to weave your arguments, ek idea lag raha hai. I want to ask you, how will you conclude a question on reservation? Balance between merit and social justice. Anybody else? That's also a good way to conclude. 335 is the same argument, efficiency in administration. और कुछ इक्वालिटी कैसे स्टेटमेंट सोचो. क्या बात है, very good, right? For example, he is saying reservation is not a fundamental right. These are enabling provisions. This is also what the state has said. These are enabling provisions, right? What do they enable? Social justice, right? You can use that. Or if you want to use, you can again use Article 335, which talks about efficiency in administration should not be compromised in the pursuit of reservation. And you can almost paraphrase this one also. The provision of reservation should not go to the extent that it destroys the very concept of equality. Choose based on the tone of the question. If the tone of the question says, for example, a question aaya tha that caste in India, this is a question of GS1, has lost its relevance. Comment. Batao, has it lost its relevance? Nahi. You have to argue both ways. In some urban areas, urban centers, it seems it has lost its relevance. People work in MNCs, they work in gated communities. वहाँ पे नहीं पता चलता. But in many other cases, it is still present. It is very much there. To the extent, if you look at the popular rap songs, okay, if you look at the windows of the car's back, people will proudly flaunt it, right? So the point is, and this is also known as assertion of your caste and identity, right? So that is there. All right. Now, back to back, we have some small topics. Sedition, preventive detention, internet shutdowns, euthanasia. In these four, internet shutdowns and euthanasia are more current oriented. So let us do them one by one. Let's start with sedition. Okay. Any important historical personality was charged with sedition? Huh? Mahatma Gandhi, right? Which is why somebody who is recently charged with sedition says that I am in a august company, right? Now I and Mahatma Gandhi are the same. Now, what is sedition? Sedition is not a reasonable restriction. What is sedition? सुना है नाम sedition? What is sedition? देशद्रोह, ठीक है. इंग्लिश में कोई बोलना चाहेगा? अच्छा, पारस. Okay. So I want to ask you, is sedition anti-government or is sedition anti-state? Anti-state. So we should know the difference. And this difference is important because the same thing can also be politicized. Anything anti-government, can it be labeled anti-state? Can it be used to extract vengeance? Can it be used to extract revenge? It can be. Right? It is a highly controversial topic. That is why sedition. Okay. So when I look at sedition, चलो यहाँ पे भी गलत लिखा है. Please make a correction. Any person brings or attempts to bring hatred, contempt, attempts to excite disaffection towards state. In fact, when you cut it and write it, it will make it more clear to you. What is more clear? That it is not disaffection against the government, it is disaffection against the state. What is the difference between state and government? And what difference between state government? Government is a part of state. So state is the bigger abstract form. Uska physical manifestation is the government. Governments keep on changing, right? And when I say government, government is at the center and the government is at the state. So wo state government alag hai, this is alag, that you already know. Now, chalo there is a change in the BNS that we already know. Now, the broad idea here is, earlier there was section 124 of IPC, right, which tries to talk about anything which brings hatred, contempt, disaffection shall be punished with this form. Okay. And when I look at this, here just see signs, visible, written, representation, electronic, etc. Excite, succession, rebellion, feelings of. अब इसमें लिखो, underline करो ये सारा. Separatist activity, endangers sovereignty. Now you will see a difference between these two. The older provisions does not give me much clarity, at least the newer one gives me some clarity. Separatist feelings, endangers sovereignty or unity and integrity of India. So see that clear hai, the mention is of India. Anything which is affecting disaffection against India will also be what? A seditious activity, right? Will punish for imprisonment, that is a separate part. But हमारे लिए main चीज क्या है समझना, that in the recent times there is a change and slightly more clarity is there what constitutes sedition in the first place. Is this clear? Okay. Now, what is sedition? It is a speech act, yes or no? Right? And something that is amounting to people going for violence, or it says the people should go for violence. The state has the authority to curb it. Yes. Now the question is, if you have Article 19, freedom of speech and expression, okay, can sedition coexist with that? This is a debate. In 21st century's modern democracy, when everybody talks about freedom of speech and expression, do you have something like sedition existing? Now this has been debated, okay, and we will understand this. Directly we come to why is there a need for repeal, and also we'll understand this. सबसे पहले देखते हैं. We'll start with here. Draconian colonial legacy. What is draconian? It is like a dragon. Dragon has huge powers. So it is colonial legacy. It gives way too much powers for the state. One, it breaches international conventions. United Nations Declaration on Human Rights gets violated. Okay, not found in other countries. Blot on India's liberal democracy. Right? Again, Nehru, Mahatma Gandhi had been booked under sedition law. But this shows you the mindset of British, right? The current government dispensation may also do away with it. 1 point. Now this is a strong argument for its repeal. According to National Crime Records Bureau, the conviction rate is very low. What does it tell you? Many cases may not be correct. हो सकता है political misuse, vendetta, vengeance. So that means low conviction rates. Okay. So this is there, 3.3% NCRB. Now in general, even now sometimes are not properly defined, are vague. At the moment it is vague. Again remember, it increases opportunity for state intervention. If you followed the lecture, you will again remember individual state में कितनी fight चल रही है तब से. Individuals have fundamental rights to protect themselves, and state always wants more and more rights and power, right? And it is the fundamental rights which prevent the state from becoming authoritarian, right? So here this can be an issue. Other than that, let's say there's a whistleblower, anybody's freedom can be impacted because sedition has very strong repercussions, right? Do we see increasing political misuse? Again, like I said, it can be used to settle political scores. Okay, ab dekho. We have to find a middle ground here, right? So here first write a couple of things. पहले लिखो सब, निको start करो, लिखो J.S. Mill, John Stuart Mill. He has been one of the biggest supporter of freedom of speech and expression. Okay, so पहला लिखो J.S. Mill. लिखो all silencing of opinion. J.S. Mill, all silencing of opinion is an assumption of infallibility. All silencing of opinion is an assumption of reflect on it 10 seconds. कुछ समझो क्या क्या लिखा है. बताओ. ये मुश्किल लग रहा है, इसका मीनिंग क्या है? What is infallibility? Happiness? Correct. Infallibility means thinking you are supreme, you are correct. What does it mean? All silencing of assumption is an assumption of infallibility, means we do not accept any contrarian view. This is like an absolutist state, right? A liberal democratic state will allow, even if they know somebody is speaking wrong, but they will allow them to speak, right? Why do you allow somebody who is having, let's say, wrong opinion to speak? One is, if they are wrong, they will understand. But what if the entire society thinks of something else, right? We have had people like Galileo, contrarian thinkers, right? So all silencing of opinion is an assumption of infallibility. That means a liberal democratic state should allow people to speak. समझ आ रहा है? लिख लो, चलो लिख लो. A liberal democratic state, in case you're not able to decipher the statement, a liberal democratic state should allow people's criticism. ठीक है? Next लिखो. This you have already written. Dissent is the safety valve of democracy. Even ex-CGI Chandrachud has mentioned this. Dissent in fact, there is a very famous quote I'm reminded of. आपने सुना होगा शायद. Voltaire. So Voltaire had said, I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend your right to speak. It means I fundamentally disagree with you, but yet I will respect your right and I will allow you to speak against me. All of these tell you that in a liberal democratic society, opposite controversial criticism based opinions should be allowed. That is why it's an open society. People should be allowed. That is why it is said that criticism is important for growth of society. Yes? लिख सकते हो वॉल्टेयर का quote? I disapprove of what you say. I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death. I will defend to the death your right to say it. I will defend to the death your right to say it. You have the right to speak it. I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say or to speak it. Voltaire. ठीक है? Now, this tells you that dissent is important, criticism is also important, but we are not justifying that anti-national activities also, right? So there is a thin line of difference. Write a very important case here. देखो, the Kedarnath case. The Kedarnath, or if you write Kedarnath versus the state of Bihar. (1962). 1962. इसमें लिखो डैश करके. In fact, this is the best thing to quote at the end wherever you want. इसमें लिखो mere criticism of government. Mere criticism of government is not sedition. Mere criticism of government is not sedition. Full stop लिखो. Sedition is when it has a tendency. Sedition is when it has a tendency to create public disorder, comma violence, or incitement to violence, Okay, so basically this case is also highlighting that sedition and even capital punishment should be used sparingly, not in very simple cases. Criticism is not sedition. Sedition is when, kab hoga sedition? Again, the three conditions that are there: it impacts the public disorder, it leads to violence, or it calls for incitement to violence, right? So what is the idea? That sedition should be used sparingly, right? Small instances should not amount to sedition, because that is why I made an argument, three different examples to give you, that in a fundamentally liberal democratic society, there should be enough space for people to express themselves without fear. This is the idea of sedition. Clear up, mein? So we know a couple of quotes. With these quotes, even in essay or ethics, can also be used depending on the context of the question. Okay. Now, what is the next topic? Preventive detention, right? It's a law. Acha, okay, okay. Make this correction. This is PD, right? यहाँ पे sedition लिखा है in the first keyword. This is what? Preventive. What is the definition of it, right? देखो, in India, detention is of two types. Normally, what do you have? Punitive detention. Otherwise, you have preventive. So, just for your reference, remember, you also have punitive detention. When do you have punitive detention? Right? Crime has happened, things have been there. Now, let's have a look at it, right? Now, remember this second line. Ankul Chandra Pradhan case says, object of preventive detention is not to punish, but prevent the detainee from doing anything that is prejudicial to the security of the state. That is the whole idea. आपने सुना है, prevention is better than cure. So this is almost in that sense, prevention, preventive detention. ठीक है? There have been, किसी ने movie देखी, Minority Reports. In Minority Reports, what used to happen? The moment you think of a crime, I'm not sure whether it was Tom Cruise or somebody else, the police will arrive, okay, and they will arrest you before you execute the crime. So they have taken preventive detention to next level, okay. And there is a famous book, George Orwell, वो उसको एक और level ऊपर ले गए थे. The thought of a crime, उसको बोलते thought crime, and the police will come and they'll arrest you. That you thought of a crime, okay. So that is another case. That's a very popular phrase, thought crime. चलो वापस आते हैं. Underline, of course, we know the static part. Who has the authority for preventive detention here is Parliament. But main चीज क्या है? Parliament as well as can make a law related to them. Parliament can make it if it is specifically related to defense, foreign affairs, security, but for other matters, okay, both Parliament and state legislature can make a law. Okay, this is something what we read in the prelims, right? This is again the factual part you should remember. Maybe the act, the articles, article 22, you should remember. Now, you should know some of these acts. You have heard about NSA, okay, National Security Act. There's an act known as TADA. What is TADA? बताओ. POTA, that is POTA is prevention of terrorism. पहले इसको लिखो, cafe posa, just write this. COFE posa. Conservation of foreign exchange. And essay will be smugglings, prevention of smuggling. Conservation of foreign exchange and prevention of smugglings. Prevention of Smugglings Act. Achha, TADA is terrorists and disruptive activities. terrorist and disruptive activities. Okay, so you should know some, at least when you have to talk, we will define what it is, what provisions do you have in India, what articles are there, and now we go to the analysis part of, right? In the analysis, what we will see, again, arguments for, arguments against. Now, in a country like India, why would you allow preventive detention in the first place? National security, and think of communal harmony, sources of points generate, and separate tendencies, think of economics and business. If something bad happens, the business gets impacted, investor confidence gets impacted. Yes, so there are various things which we talk about, right? So one is, you may have terrorist threats, you can tackle them. One is, it can also create a deterrence. What is the meaning of deterrence? Any idea? Simple, yaad rakho. What is this? Fear. Okay. Now, our constitution talks much about personal liberty. This is highly ideal in nature. The practical side of it is you have to use force and punishment. Yes, is that true? Next, according to the government, or the main view is that the provision that this can be misused has been safeguarded against habeas corpus. What is habeas corpus? To have the body. This is also one of the writs. How many writs do we talk about? 5. कौन सी writs है बताओ habeas corpus के अलावा? Mandamus, certiorari, prohibition, quo warranto. When I say habeas corpus, does it have the principle of locus standi? It dilutes the principle of locus standi. What is locus standi? If you are the aggrieved person, only you can call for it. It does not allow that. Anybody else can also say, produce the body, have the body, right? So remember that it has diluted locus standi. Coming back, there are certain safeguards against misuse. All of this is again mentioned that the criticism that this is going to be misused is not proper. Kaise? It is authorized by law. So there is a legal safeguard. Second, there is an advisory board comprising of judges of High Court. Other than that, opportunities also there for representation. And lastly, no person can be detained indefinitely. What is the time limit? Normally, what is the limit? इसमें how much does it increase? So, up to 1 year maximum. And can it be increased beyond 1 year? You will have special safeguards and things like that if you want to increase it beyond that time. Okay. Now, यहाँ पे भी mentioned है same cheese. Now, preventive detention. What are the issues? First is the biggest issue on liberty, right? Second, it is getting misused, and specifically against the minorities, right? Acha, how many of you in the governance class also saw the issues of under trials? Padai? Under trials also, if you do an analysis on them, majority are from which section? Some of them minorities, and many of them are not able to even get a bail for themselves, which is why they are present in the system for a long time. Same issue can also happen here. तो ये जो लिखा है इसके लिए कीवर्ड लिखो सिस्टेमिक ऑपरेशन. Violates PNJ, principles of natural justice. What is principle of natural justice? Like, first of all, of course, you should be allowed the grounds, right, for your arrest. और क्या क्या है? Now, judge in their own cause. And last thing is what? So you can revise it later. Now, there is no procedure from targeted violence. This is also a point of systemic operation, right? Things are very ad hoc, state to state. There's a lot of variation. Police is with subject, state subject, right? So there is no procedure of protection. The moment the case is slapped of preventive detention, You can be subjected to targeted violence, very difficult to come out, very long period, which can go up to 1 year, right? And sometimes this really looks like very unnecessary, can be misused. That is why political usage is there. Under trials, the point I was telling you, over 75% under trials, right? So this is also an issue. It again goes against the ICCPR, International Covenant on Civil Rights and Political Rights. There are two things internationally. 1948 में what was established? UDHR, Universal Declaration on Human Rights. Roughly in 1960s you had International Covenant for Civil and Political Rights. Same चीज आप rights of refugees में भी mention कर सकते हो. If there's persecution going on, it goes against UDHR and it goes against ICCPR. दोनों लिख सकते हो आप, right? Sometimes preventive detention is used to curb the protest. अब protest में फिर से याद रखो that if the protest is peaceful, it is the right of the people to engage in peaceful protest, right? Last, again, there is no parallel in other countries, right? So when you look at it, preventive detention, you also see there is a case of misuse, okay? Although the executive will say there are certain safeguards in place, fine? How will you conclude this question? Preventive detention. हाँ, इसको क्या चीज सपोर्ट मतलब कैसे? सॉरी, आई डोंट गेट यू. हाँ, why are we नहीं? तो this is said that this is it is against the principles of India internationally. No other country is also supporting it, so it means we should also not support it. हाँ, इसको आप ऊपर चेंज कर देना हेडिंग्स को. मैंने हेडिंग्स अभी देखी भी नहीं है. The point is, I think they have been swapped, so please make this correction. Okay. Now, how would you just very quickly, how will you conclude this? Huh? क्या बात है, अच्छा है. Pursuit of national liberty, अच्छे अच्छे lines आ रहे हैं. और कोई anybody else? Second last, आप बताओ. Rare cases objectively evaluated. ठीक है. Anybody else at the back? आप? हाँ. अब आवाज नहीं आ रही, कुछ तेज बोलो. ठीक है. Rarest of the rare. Anything else? देखो, rarest of the rare will again use for capital punishment. हाँ. देखो, सबसे एसेंस क्या है? बैलेंसिंग सिविल राइट्स एंड national security, right? And even if you have to mention, even if it has to be applied, it has to have procedural and operational safeguards. तो लिखो कहीं पे बैलेंस करो, लिखो बैलेंस between civil liberties and national security. You have to have a balance between civil liberties and national security. देखो its application should be periodically assessed. Its application should be periodically assessed with procedural and operational safeguards. So it should not be like it has been applied and for 1 year there is no background check. Periodic, you have to keep on checking procedural or the operational safeguards. That is basically the safeguards which prevent the misuse, right? Procedural and operational safeguards. Its application should be periodically assessed, right, based on procedural and operational safeguards. देखो, इसकी इंग्लिश समझ में आ रही कि नहीं आ रही? देखो, my point always is focus on keywords. English on the spot बनाएंगे, right? English is what? A tool, a language. So here never go into the habit, and I don't have the habit of remembering every line and every quote. ठीक है? I do a lot of on the spot impromptu में बनाता हूँ बहुत points, but I should know the essence. Okay, so that is what I would say. Some people may have a habit कि अगर कोई question है, I will exactly remember every keyword and introduction conclusion. My idea is I will understand the essence, right? इससे मेरे दिमाग में load कम होगा. and depending on the demand of the question, I will hit what is needed. Fine. Okay. Now let's come to internet shutdowns. Now this is a question that you can again expect, almost a form of a shutdown we are experiencing even right now. ठीक है, तो इसी को देखते हैं एक बार अच्छे से. Now here also, before starting, what is the fundamental debate in this question? Which two values are conflicting? One is freedom. Freedom of it can be speech, it can be access, versus what? States' right to ensure law and order, states' right to ensure, right, public morality, even decency, or even again law. Broadly speaking, it is national security. So these are conflicting values. Okay, and we have to again see whether the application is correct or not. In here only I'll tell you the proportionality test, the Anuradha Bhasin case, etc. So let's have a look at. Underline karo, intentional disruption, making it inaccessible for a population, right, to exert control over the flow of information, right. You should know a couple of acts. You have an IT Act, there are temporary suspension of telecom service rules, Telegraph Act. Okay, इन acts के years देख के कोई problem लग रही है? Don't you think we've all very old acts? They have not been very much updated. In fact, in the Shreya Singhal case, that is why it was decided that at least the IT Act, there's a specific section. Which section was that? Right. So in the IT Act, the section 69A, and its interpretation was that in the Shreya Singhal case. So my point is, one of the criticisms of our IT infrastructure or this is the acts have not totally have the modern provisions. Okay, इसलिए back to back we have rules. We keep on tweaking the rules and changing it. So that is one criticism. Okay. Now, directly we'll have a look at some of the impact of internet shutdowns. Okay. Yeah, Rukjao, let me just first look at this graph. India is fighting very hard. Okay. For the top spot. Okay. In the previous year, India had topped it. Okay. We never know. Maybe in the next rankings, we are at the top. Okay. And just see the difference. Right. The countries with the maximum number of internet shutdowns, just have a look at, right. So we have very high number of internet shutdowns. Now this kind of graphs, even you don't write like this, you can also draw it like this. Take 2 or 3 countries, or if you remember, show India and Myanmar neck to neck, and maybe 2 other countries like this. Again, you have a same diagram. Okay. For this question, if possible, draw a diagram to show the, let's say, data. That is one. Now here, before we move ahead, 1-2 points आप लिखो, I'll just tell you. Yeah, let's first do impact. And do you have space here in the handout? ठीक है, उसमें हम लिखेंगे proportionality test. Okay. First, let's see the impact of shutdowns. Now, it impacts growth. Yes. It curbs liberty, goes without saying. There's a blot on India's democratic credentials. Almost similar points here from the previous points. It negatively affects essential services, right? Can lead to isolation of a community, right? And here also again think, when there was this Article 370 removal, there was a very prolonged internet shutdown that we had. Okay, even that was heavily criticized. Exposes certain risks. Okay, people may now start to use VPN and so on, and then again other risks can also be there. Is it a violation of fundamental rights? What is the violation? Okay, even Article 19 or even Article 21 may be impacted because of it. There are certain bureaucratic difficulties. What is this? The bureaucratic difficulties simply mean, if you have to have this order, periodically you have to have the approval of MHA, Minister of Home Affairs. Okay, again then the DM has to pass his own order. So there is a lot of bureaucratic part that has to go on. You have to coordinate with the telecom providers. For example, when the telegram ban had to happen, right? कैसे ban हुआ? You have to coordinate with ISP, internet service providers. If they don't allow, then the app will not update. Second, the downloads etc. will be impacted. So you have to coordinate with ISP also. They have to be given a separate order. You know ISP, internet service provider, right? And second one, how do you coordinate is through the app. For example, that is in this case, let's say you have to give an order to Telegram as well, and Telegram took that order and then they had challenged that. That's a separate case. Okay. So the point is there can be certain difficulties in continuously using it again and again. Keep that in mind. Okay. So when I look at impact of internet shutdowns, do I see a social impact? Community getting isolated? There will be a psychological impact. Add karo isme. What is a psychological impact? Increasing mental health issues, stress, right? अभी आप एक दिन का भी इंटरनेट बंद हो तब मैं पूछता हूँ, right? Everybody will, हाँ? अच्छा अच्छा. So the point is we live in a digital interconnected world, हाँ. हाँ वो इन सब में भी आ जाएगा, right? It impacts telemedicine, anything that is used through internet, telemedicine, teleeducation, any of the services. And we are talking of internet of things, so it will have a cascading impact. We are talking of fourth industrial revolution. So बिना internet के कैसे होगा? Yes, that will impact, so it will have a negative impact. So psychological impact is also there, impact on the mental health aspect, right? There is also a economic impact. Now most of the services they use internet, right? Basic, if you have to even order food या blinkit करना है, कुछ करना है, right? You have to use internet, right? That is again a problem. So keep this in mind. Okay. Now write somewhere proportionality test. देखो जहां पे आपने क्या लिखा, व्हाट इज द हेडिंग? proportionality test slash triple test. This is also known as the triple test. Proportionality test, triple test, put a dash, established in Anuradha Bhasin case. Triple test. I'll tell you what are the three things. Proportionality test, triple test, established in Anuradha Bhasin case, right? Now I'll tell you three conditions, right? Usme one of the condition is proportionality. That is why it is also sometimes known as the proportionality test. So likho, we have to see three cases. So court had said to examine the legality of internet shutdowns, it has to meet three essential conditions, right? Write the first condition. First condition is legality. First condition likho, legality. Put a dash and write the suspension must be prescribed by law. It must be prescribed by law, utilizing proper legal frameworks. It must be prescribed by law, utilizing proper legal frameworks. Second लिखेंगे necessity. First is legality, second is necessity. देखो पूरा dash करके. It should be used to achieve a legitimate state objective. It should be used to achieve a legitimate state objective. It means it should be really necessary. ऐसा नहीं है कि frivolously मन करा इंटरनेट बंद हो गया. What is one is legality, second is necessity, third right proportionality. Third is proportionality. Proportionality, right? The restriction must be must be the least intrusive method possible it should be the least intrusive method possible, least intrusive method possible, narrowly tailored in area ब्रैकेट में लिखो ज्योग्राफी and duration. Now I'll explain to you what this means. Two things are there. One is area and one is, and it is said it should be the narrowest intrusive method possible. What does it mean? Let's say there is a small fight, let's say in a village in Haryana, and there is an apprehension that the government feels there can be a fight here. Let's suspend the internet. In first case, they have suspended the internet for 3 months, but the fight was hardly for 1 week. Is it proportional? Not really. Second, this was happening in a small village in Haryana. What if they apply whole of it in the whole of Haryana? That is the geography. So geography should also be narrow. Duration should also be the least minimum possible, so as to ensure the proportionality. So duration, duration should not be more, and the geographical scope also should not be more. We have to ensure it should be the least intrusive method that is possible. This is proportionality, right? So 3 things are there, वो तो हो सकता है, but this is what was in the judgment. The judgment will not go site specific also, right? वो तो depend on the administrative part, right? So 3 things are there. What are the 3 things? Legality, necessity, proportionality. Proportionality also in terms of geographical spread. तो छोटी सी बात पे अगर पूरे के पूरे स्टेट में आपने लगाया, that is also unconstitutional. Second, if you can have normal relations in 15 days, 20 days, applying it for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, that is also unconstitutional. This is the proportionality test or the triple test used for internet shutdowns. Okay, now we will just have a look at, just read this line. This is the good conclusion. Court held that internet shutdowns, it should only be enacted if there is a genuine threat to public safety or national security, right? The same cheese hai, it should be used sparingly. If it has to be used, 3 things have to be there. It should be legal, it should be necessary, it should be proportionate. As simple as that. You can even write these 3 keywords and mention Anuradha Bhasin case. If you have more space, in तीनों को expand कर सकते हो in the body also. So when we are looking at internet shutdowns, we are looking at from a legalistic angle also. These are some of the points that come to our mind. Okay. Okay. अब इसमें just write down last में लिखो just like a best practice. Best practices से पहले लिखो EU and US, EU, European Union and US, they rely on content moderation policies. They rely on content moderation policies and cyber security tools. Content moderation policies and cyber security tools instead of blanket bans. Instead of blanket bans. Does it mean we ban the blankets? This is a widespread, full ban की जगह you go for what? Instead of blanket bans, we go for content moderation and cyber security tools, right? So this is an alternative method the EU and the US is using. Next also, right? देखो UNHRC opposes arbitrary internet shutdowns. UNHRC opposes arbitrary internet shutdowns and urges making universal internet access by 2030 a human right. Universal internet access by 2030 a universal human right. Yeah, human right. A human right by 2030. हो गया? Now next topic is euthanasia. इसी टॉपिक पे हेडिंग लिखो that you should remember. The Harish Rana case 2026, the most recent one. Right? अब देखो euthanasia में we will have to again remember same things. You have to know it is the right to die with dignity. It would come under which article? Article 21. So the theme here will also be progressive interpretation of which article? 21. Do we understand that? Okay. The trigger, a possible trigger for this question if they ask you will be the Harish Rana case. Now expect this question either in GS2 or as a case study in GS4 or as a theoretical question also in GS4. In this the question can also be what are the arguments for or against euthanasia, right? So we'll have a look at this. Main चीज क्या है, सबसे important keyword क्या है? Intentional killing. Now this can be an act or you are withdrawing support. What is that? Omission of a dependent human being, right, for their benefit, right? What is the other name here? Mercy killing. Now here the main argument is somebody is in a very long permanent vegetative state. You know what's a vegetative state? Almost a state from which it is also known as the point of no return. There is a high medical expenditure or there's huge pain. The family or person is having a lot of pain, expenses, burden, and in that sense somebody says to alleviate that pain, as harsh as it may sound. So that is the case for euthanasia, right? Now euthanasia can be passive also, it can be active also. What is passive euthanasia? The withdrawing the support, right? Active euthanasia is directly, right, through a direct act, that is active euthanasia. In India, between passive and active, what is allowed? Passive euthanasia, right? So one thing is of course mercy killing, we remember, right? And you can underline irremediable condition, you can write permanent vegetative state, right? Almost no chances of survival, a very painful life. So one, in India active is illegal, or of course here we are talking of India. Passive में please underline there are two cases, there is a common cause case and there is a Aruna Schomburg case. इसमें भी same चीज लिखी है. A person in persistent vegetative state can opt for passive euthanasia, supported by both the cases, common cause case, Aruna Schomburg case. Right? What is the line? Persistent vegetative state. That person can opt for passive euthanasia. We are clear on the legal grounds of it, right? Now, arguments in favor. क्यों कर रहे हैं ऐसा? The very first point that we see here is right to die with dignity, and main thing you have to mention is Article 21. Second, the right to choose also, the right to choice and even in the most difficult circumstances, ultimately should be there with the human, right? Although we will also criticize this when we do the criticism also, okay? Countries like Belgium, Luxembourg, Netherlands, okay, they have also legalized it, right? It is very trouble free. Now, fourth point है, ये थोड़ा सा utilitarian argument है. You know what is utilitarian? बताओ. In case somebody does not know, write greatest good for the greatest number, or in easier word, greatest happiness for the greatest number. This is actually a principle of administration also. Now, the problem in this is greatest number. It does not include everybody, right? It includes the major section of the population. Greatest good for the greatest number. It does not include all. So here the argument made is energy of the doctors, etc., hospital beds, they can be used for other people, okay? And here, in case somebody already wants to die, and if you have limited hospital beds, you can prioritize the care, okay? But again, I'm saying this is a utilitarian argument. इसका opposite क्या होगा? ALAP, ALAP, all lives are important, okay? So that is one. Now, underline this term. What is the aim of this? Altruistic, it is beneficial, right? इसी में you can look for, लिखो, it is, right? Here point also, right? Compassionate, full लिखो, compassionate end of life care. It is compassionate end of life care. Compassionate end of life care. Right? These are the arguments in favor. Now, what are the arguments against it? Number one is, it is against medical ethics, morals, and public policy. What is the principle of medical ethics? Again, idea is to save the lives also, right? To try for the last even moment. So that is first goes against the medical ethics, right? Denying somebody and withdrawing support or doing an act of killing. So that goes against the medical ethics first. Second, there can also be a religious aspect, okay? For example, human life is a gift of God. Isme, this element is there. Right to choose can be debatable here. That whether the right to choose also gives you the power to take the life or not, right? So this is the controversial aspect. Taking life is wrong. Second, if you see the third point, that if people start to take away life, then the value of life and the sanctity of life will lose its meaning, okay? So here the respect for life will also deteriorate, and this can then become a big problem, okay? Especially when a society or some sections are in crisis, right? This is somebody is feeling a medical pain, but there are many sections of society who will be facing a lot of poverty. What if everybody starts in many sections says that we want to take away life? So we are then looking at a catastrophe, right? Then same cheese again, if you accept euthanasia, it almost gives the impression some lives are less important than the other, right? Let's say, for example, somebody can say, no, we'll only prioritize the young people because we can extract more benefit out of them. And here it almost seems like now the life has no value. Bye bye Tata, right? It can be that harsh of a statement. Then it can possibly motivate some people into decision. So suicides, etc., can increase. And even some mental health problems can also be warped into euthanasia. So instead of a proper cure, we are going for an ad hoc approach. Same cheese, like I told you, vulnerable people who are in distress, they may be motivated to go for the extreme step, right? And like I think it may become a euphemism for assisted murder. What is euphemism? Euphemism, इसका meaning क्या होता है? Just another word for, okay? So sometimes euphemism can be used. So somebody has done an assisted murder. Now the name of that has become euthanasia. You've changed the form, right? So even that can be a problem. Or last point is also some point that The problems which were there 5 or 10 years back, for which we had no cure, now we have cure. And the speed at which the science is progressing, you may still find solutions to more problems. Yes, so that tells us that there is some hope, right? Incurable diseases may become curable, right? So there is a hope that even some of these, let's say, incurable diseases may find a solution. तो इसलिए भी इसको रोक देना चाहिए. So that gives us the understanding that you can argue both the sides, right? ये पूरा humanity angle भी है, right? And that is also why state had to debate so much whether to allow somebody to take their life or not. So it's not a very easy case of your right to choice. अब यहाँ पे what is the restriction state is applying? Even the aspect of morality, even the aspect of that this can even cause the threat of law and order also. The respect for social sanctity, yes or no? So this has further ramifications. Now, in the question on, let's say, euthanasia, please underline this keyword. Dekho, because if you have allowed for your life to be taken away, it is very important to have a living will, right? To avoid any confusion. और इसमें क्या है? It should be backed by medical power of attorney, okay? Third party monitoring. Kyun? So as to prevent the misuse of euthanasia. You have to give a living will. It is to be vetted by medical authority and also vetted again by a third person authority, right? So that means all the options have been properly verified and exhausted, and then when you realize you have no other option, तब आप जाओगे euthanasia पे. ठीक है? तो तीन चीजें क्या हैं? Living will, verification by medical authority, and third, independent verification, that is there. Other than that, more focus on palliative healthcare, okay? High quality healthcare even for the terminally ill. So here also overall we have to think of having better healthcare measures, okay? Changes have to be had in this manner. So these are some things that we can talk about, okay? जहाँ पे लिविंग विल लिखा है उसी पे स्टार मार के लाइन लगाओ, उस पे लिखो देखो, it is recognized by the common cause case, has been recognized by the common cause case. And also write one more line. Right, लिखो common cause case highlights two key principles. Common cause case highlights two key principles. A, the intervention must qualify as in inverted commas medical treatment. The intervention must qualify as medical treatment. And second, right, its withdrawal should be in the patient's inverted commas best interest. Its withdrawal should be in the patient's best interest. Best interest, उनके बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट में होना चाहिए. Okay, and write one more term which was with Harish Rana case 2026, right? CANH, put a dash, लिखो. Clinically assisted nutrition and hydration. Clinically assisted nutrition and hydration. अब इसमें पहला पॉइंट लिखो. Now, what was the first point did we write in common cause? Abhi, it should qualify as a, तो लिखो CANH, लिखो it qualified as a medical treatment. So Harish Rana was given CANH. पहली बात, it was qualified as a medical treatment. दूसरी बात क्या है, it was given continuously, it means it required supervision also. A lot of money was also being spent on it. दूसरी बात क्या थी, it was not giving any therapeutic benefit. That is why the second condition will not be activated, that now its withdrawal was in the best patient's interest. That is why it was allowed. Right? So if you get a question taking this, the Harish Rana case, you should mention CANH. That CANH, first thing was, it qualified as a medical treatment. Second likho, since the recovery was impossible, and the treatment provided no therapeutic benefits. Since the recovery was not possible या impossible, and the treatment provided no therapeutic benefits, comma, its withdrawal was considered to be in the patient's best interest. Its withdrawal was considered to be in the patient's best interest. ठीक है? Do we have a framework for euthanasia in India? नहीं है ना? So write somewhere conclusion. Conclusion, I'm just dropping some keywords. Use these keywords and write your conclusion. Conclusion लिखो, dash करके लिखो. A statutory framework is needed. A statutory framework is needed to transform the judicial guidelines. You know the judicial guidelines? Harish Rana case, Aruna Shambhog case, and common cause case, right? To transform the judicial guidelines into predictable, compassionate, and robust palliative care. Predictable, compassionate, and robust palliative care. No, but we don't have a statutory framework for that, right? अगर statutory framework होगा तो अच्छी बात है. What is palliative care? पूछा नहीं आपने मुझसे वो क्या होता है? Simple है. If anybody seriously ill, terminally ill, for that you have palliative care. What is geriatric care? Old age. What is neonatal care? Balak, yeah, newborn. So neonatal, you know, maternal, you know, geriatric, you know, and this is palliative. ठीक है? Palliative is for seriously ill, terminally ill patients. Okay. Next, come to right to privacy. Now, in right to privacy, we'll quickly have a look at what are the main things here. So right to privacy, please underline human right. Now it extends to bodily integrity, speech, dissent, move, all these parts, right? What does right to privacy entail? क्या क्या होता है राइट टू प्राइवेसी में? यू कैन जस्ट अंडरलाइन वेरी क्विकली. Now, if the question is on right to privacy, we have to talk about which article? Article 21, right? And you have to again underline the Puttaswamy judgment, right? Now, when you write the Puttaswamy judgment, you should also remember the B.N. Sri Krishna committee, which takes inspiration from the Puttaswamy judgment, and which will then talk about data protection. But usme bhi what is the hidden element? Right to privacy. Okay. So B.N. Sri Krishna committee will talk about which is also linked to right to privacy, by the way. Now, what are the features of this right to privacy? क्या क्या चीजें होती हैं इसमें embedded? So it has, इसलिए when you see right to privacy, it extends to various domains. Now, of course, it is constitutionally protected. Why? It is under Part 3, and which article? Is it an absolute right? बताओ. Is it an absolute right? No. Right? Now, I'll give you an example. How many of you are aware of the electoral bond scheme, EBS? सुना है? Electoral bond scheme, is it existing or has been struck down? Struck down. What was the rationale given by the Supreme Court? देखो, so I'll tell you. If I as a voter want to know about the credentials of a party, of a minister, right? So there are two values at stake. My right to information as a voter, and the party or the person may say, I don't want to divulge how am I getting money or where I'm getting money from. So they will say, I have my right to privacy. What you will say? I have a right to information. So the court had said that in the case of this, right to privacy cannot overshadow right to information. In fact, right to information will supersede the right to privacy, which is why the ground that the parties will not show where sources, from which sources they're getting money, simply because they want their privacy to be respected, is not a sound ground, right? So you should just, this I'm just telling you, or maybe just for your reference, you should remember EBS may, when it was struck down, electoral bond scheme, I'm telling you, it means your right to information is greater than other person's right to privacy, right? Voters' right to information is far more important. The parties or that person's right to privacy. Is this value clear? Right? Same cheese. If there is, let's say, a National Security Act or some instance that happens, and then the, let's say, the government says submit your phone, or submit, they may ask you for some chats, etc. You cannot say this is the right to privacy, I will not divulge it. You would have to do that, right? So that means it is not an absolute right. You know about end-to-end encryption? Is it a myth? Right? So for example, this actually was a case that happened with Apple. Okay, the US court had asked Apple to share the metadata, and Apple said this is totally, we cannot share it. The whole matter went to court, and finally they had lost the case, and then they had to share it later on. With Facebook also, although Facebook promises to you end-to-end encryption, that only you, and if there are two parties, you know what is end-to-end encryption, right? But in reality, if there's a specific case, if the government uses its national security wale part, they will have to give the metadata as well. And through metadata, they can again then know the location, the timings, etc., etc. So here also, do you agree that is right to privacy sacrosanct? Not really. In cases of, especially in the case of national security, it is the national security or state's directive to ensure rule of law that takes precedence over right to privacy. Yes, but these are only extreme instances. In normal instances, your right to privacy is going to be protected. Okay. Normally, someone, if they go to Airtel or let's say कि नहीं मुझे, I want to know this person's chats and history and that, कोई entertain ही नहीं करेगा आपकी बात. Okay. However, if there is a serious case And if then the police calls for a call record and then other chats and data, then it can be entertained. So that's a separate case. Fine. Right to privacy also talks about the control over life and the different parts of life. There is also sexual privacy, when somebody's orientation, etc. Informational privacy is also a part of it, right? Because we are also constantly generating information. And again, remember, data is the new oil. With information, also remember consent. Earlier, we did not know that our data is getting misused, although even now we don't know our data is getting used or misused. But the point is, at least there is an illusion of consent. Yes or no? In the data protection law, etc., it is very clearly mentioned that consent is mandatory. You will also sometimes periodically get mails from certain companies that we are updating our privacy policy, we are doing this and that. In the apps also, they will ask you for a lot of details. The reason is, it is not just in India. Globally, there is a right to privacy related and data protection related revolution. Okay, so keep that in mind. So there are a lot of features of right to privacy. Basic सी चीजें कुछ याद रखेंगे हम, right? Now, what is the good part of right to privacy? It ensures human dignity. In fact, when this judgment had to happen, the courts also had used our preamble for its final judgment. In our preamble, what is mentioned? Dignity. To have a life of dignity. Even that was also used in the final interpretation of right to privacy. Okay, then it removes illegal censorship. Fine. It also stops data granulation. It also restricts authoritarianism, right? Now, data granulation is, for example, your data can be personal data, non-personal data, some part, if government only or some private player may use some data, they may sell some data. So granulation is the act of almost bifurcation of things. Okay, so when there is a proper consent and when you stop the flow of information, things cannot be misused. So it stops data granularity. In सब में सबसे important point कौन सा है? It restricts authoritarianism. Okay, and here you can use a keyword. देखो, it prevents this is a simple keyword. It prevents digital surveillance, but if you want to become more poetic, especially in the essay, it prevents a digital leviathan. Who is a leviathan? Leviathan is a state, but it's not a normal state. Leviathan is a concept by Hobbes. You don't need to know the name, but the idea is Hobbes' Leviathan is extremely powerful. The moment COVID-19 started, many countries used lockdowns. Okay, people's movement, everything was being monitored. So this term came into being, digital surveillance. Terms like rise of digital leviathan. Everything that you do, you had to see the super spreader. You had to know who is coming, who is going. So they know every data. आप कहाँ जा रहे हो? Offices, ministries, everywhere. So there was a threat of authoritarianism. So remember this term, that if there is a proper right to privacy, it will prevent authoritarianism. It will also prevent data granulation. It will remove the illegal censorship in some cases and ensure dignity. However, what is the negative of it? Okay, sometimes the investigation, right, may not be available. Accused may be a dead person. Now, there are schemes like Aadhaar, DBT. Sometimes the implementation of that can be impacted. How is that? Sometimes these schemes ask for your personal data. Now, I want to ask you, can Aadhaar or is Aadhaar mandatory for welfare related schemes? Is it mandatory or is it optional? Optional, right? It is one of the ways to authenticate. It can be used as one of the ways to authenticate, right? But the performance or the distribution of welfare schemes cannot only be guaranteed on only this one ground. Yes. So the point is, sometimes if this person is not giving some of the personal data, the implementation of schemes can also be impacted, right? Aadhaar also can also have authentication failures. Can it? Yes. Fingerprint issues. Sometimes this is not getting verified. Authentication failures. This can also have an impact. Okay. इसको नो को हटाओ. It has an impact also sometimes on the security and intelligence agencies, right? So for example, although this is a good point, so I'll give you an example. On this person, a UPSC is given a full-fledged case study also. Okay, Edward Snowden is a very classic example of whistleblowing, right? Edward Snowden talked about that US, especially the investigative agencies, without taking approval, it does snooping. You know what is snooping? Badao. Surveillance. Let's say call tracing, right? It was doing snooping. So what did he say? He basically tried to expose this, that without any authentication, the government is doing all of this, right? So when you have proper safeguards, when you have right to privacy, directly the agencies cannot hamper it. If they do so, they may also get penalized if they are getting caught. Yes or no? Right? So there are many, जैसे आपने मोसाद का नाम सुना होगा, right? CIA, etc. Sometimes they want to be very creative, but most of the things will require at least verification, authentication of law. So right to privacy in some sense will also prevent you from getting impacted. Can we understand this? So right to privacy in that sense will have an aspect here, right? Now, yes, break मिलेगा, बैठो आराम से भी मिल जाएगा. अभी तो क्लास शुरू हुई है. We are just warming up अभी तो. चलो, no, you will have a break. I'm actually waiting for something, so that is why. It's 5 minutes. ठीक है? Now, we are talking of this question. By the way, please write in this heading PYQ. Normally, everybody reads out right to privacy. In this question, UPSC is asked to be an intersection of science and tech as well as right to privacy. And the question is related to DNA testing. Okay, DNA testing and the right to privacy in India. Okay. Now, this happens to be a very specific question, has been asked in the past. So, use it only for a basic knowledge, right? Very sure the question will not be repeated, but you should still have that how right to privacy in India and how DNA testing is there. Now, what is the objective of DNA testing? To establish paternity or maternity. Yes, that would require information. What is right to privacy? You may give information, you withhold information. Can you tell me a tussle between these two? Let's say there's a child and we want to know the father and the mother of the child. Okay, this is also child's right. Yes or no? Informational privacy, to know about the parentage, but at the same time the parent or the alleged parent can also say this is my right to privacy. This becomes a complex legal matter, right? Parentage issues, these are complex legal matters. क्यों? क्योंकि then the rights of who will have the child, who does not have the child, right? The care of the child, all of that gets entangled. So this legal debate has also been solved in a couple of Supreme Court cases, whether DNA testing can be used to establish paternity or maternity of the child, right? So let us have a look at it. What is the legal framework? We have something, we have the MTP, Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, PCP and DT Act, right? Preconception, natal. This has already changed to what is Indian Evidence Act now? Bharatiya Saksh Adhiniyam. Okay, we have a DNA technology regulation bill, and I see my guidelines. This is the legal framework. Now, the complexity of this is, what is the justification of DNA testing? सबसे important चीज क्या है? It provides legal certainty. What is legal certainty? हमारे लिए right? Who will ultimately have the custody? Yes. Now, is there a judicial precedent? And this is what you have to remember. The Panvita Roy versus Rono-Broto Roy case, which has highlighted that DNA testing can be used, okay, and it does not infringe on the right to privacy. DNA testing again can be used for again handling the paternity related issues. That is one. This is the point I was telling you, child's right to identity. Even Article 21 talks about right to life and privacy. And overall, if DNA testing would be done, it would prevent abuse and it will also ensure justice. Okay? In this whole slide, most of you will agree with justification of testing. This makes absolute sense. This makes sense. The only factual part you have to remember is this, right? That there is a case which highlights that this can be done. Second point that we move into, but there are certain concerns around it. Concerns के लिए आप simple ये सोचो, who are the stakeholders, right? अब सबसे पहला issue क्या है? Whether the consent has been taken from all the stakeholders or not. Now, in developing countries, for example, consent is a very, let's say, least understood concept. Okay, for example, you know about the vaccine trials that happen. सुना है vaccine trials होते रहते हैं, right? What are people told about? Injection लगेगा, साथ में पैसे मिलेंगे, chocolates मिलेंगे, etc. So people don't know what the vaccine is, what the formulation is, and what will be the long-term consequences. What if after the injection they develop a tail? They don't know that. But the point is, this is meant for, then this happens in third world countries heavily. One is the issue of consent. One also is the issue of bodily autonomy. Okay, that whether somebody wants to agree to the test, right? Think again of all the stakeholders. In some cases, shame, sensitivities, whose child is it, parentage issues, so stigma bhi hai, right? Fetal health determination. Doing this process also, fetal testing mein ho sakta hai. There may be some challenges in determining. And the last very important part has to be this. Any question on right to privacy, you have to talk about data protection. That is why I told you B.N. Sri Krishna committee. Again, think of third world countries. Do they have very robust data protection guidelines? Not really. Infrastructure is not there, and they are also prone to cyber security threats. Now, how many of you had recently seen the CBSE, the evaluation, a small kid going into their website and showing the issues in source code? Some time back, there was a French citizen, a very young chap, and he shows that even the Aadhaar data is not very secure. Although then Nandan Nilekani and other people had also mentioned, hey, we are very robust, these are the safeguards, this and that. The point is, if everything, we were talking so much about e-governance, right? Everything is about digital payments. So you have to have a very strong data privacy and protection. In this case also, because not only the information of the people is important, information के साथ एक और चीज बड़ी important होती है. Yes, please write as a homework somewhere. I'll take this up in another class. Personality rights. सुना है topic? अभी in the news. Who mentioned personality rights? Huh? Many actors, even and very recent politician mentioned it. Who was famous for ADL, anti-defection? Who am I talking about? Right, Raghav Chadha, right? चलो मैं आपको बताता हूँ इसके बारे में. Personality rights, okay? So this is almost an indication that we'll have a break now in 2 or 3 minutes. Now, so these are 5 points. Okay? Underline this case also. Privacy and dignity, please, have to go hand in hand. Right to privacy and dignity. So right to privacy should not again go against somebody's dignity. Bhavani Prasad Jaina versus Odisha. Okay? अब इसी में do you have space? I think you have space. लिखो कहीं पे. I'll just tell you here itself. लिखो personality rights. Personality rights. पहले तो इसमें लिखो डैश करके. I'll tell you some of the people who are in news because of this, and then I'll tell you what it is. लिखो Aishwarya Rai, comma, Salman Khan. No relation of the sequence, तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. जो भी example याद आ रहा है, that I'm telling you. Next, right? What was the name? I think even Sadhguru was लिखो थर्ड, लिखो राघव चड्ढा। ठीक है, ऑफ कोर्स देयर कैन बी मोर नेम्स, वी आर नॉट कंसर्न मोर अबाउट इट। आई टेल यू व्हाट इज द इश्यू ऑफ पर्सनैलिटी राइट्स। ठीक है, देखो पर्सनैलिटी राइट्स में आई टेल यू the voice of these celebrities, can it be cloned? Can AI also distort it? Yes. So let's say they've not given a voice to a project, but somebody uses AI and puri cheez bana sakta hai. So that also, it also impacts personality rights. Another thing is somebody is made fun of sometimes, okay, and then they go to court and say that my personality rights are getting impacted. That part court was not entertaining, okay, and that also happened with Raghav Chadha, right? A lot of memes were going around him, right? So 2 or 3 cases are here. First, very obvious interpretation of this is right in one line in personality rights. पहले लिखो PR protect, PR personality rights protect individuals public persona, individuals public persona bracket name, voice, image. They protect public persona, name, voice, image and mannerisms. Name, voice, image, mannerisms. Sorry, mannerisms, how somebody acts. Okay, now if I say Salman Khan, you will automatically know what mannerisms are there. Okay, abhi I'll not do it here, so no point in doing that. So likho, next likho, mannerisms is generally what traits are associated with a certain personality. With Amitabh Bachchan or Sachin Tendulkar, you know, right, what phrases they will use, what things they will say, right? These are mannerisms. So isme likho dash karke, this is a part of right to privacy. Dekho, this is a part of right to privacy, right? Second dekho, second right, in Aishwarya Bachchan case 2025, in Aishwarya Bachchan case 2025, Delhi court, which means the Delhi High Court, restrained unauthorized impersonation. The Delhi court restrained unauthorized impersonation. Restrained. Delhi High Court restrained, which means stopped, unauthorized impersonation, comma, misuse of name or image, and circulation of AI generated content. Circulation of AI generated content. ठीक है? So in this case, the point is, see, these public figures. अब देखो यहाँ पे 2 अलग-अलग cases हैं. In the Delhi High Court case, they had given a favorable verdict because they say that the celebrities also have 2 things. They have a right to privacy also, and there is a right to property, which means the commercial use is there. So if there is a manipulation of the commercial aspect, directly they are impacted. सही है? Right? Now, right, in the Raghav Chadha case, same issue of personality rights, 2 different treatments are there, right? First issue was Aishwarya Rai's case. In this case, Aishwarya Rai case, do you understand? Court protected what? AI generated content, misrepresentation, because it is saying, 1, you have a right to privacy, and 2nd, you also have a right to property. Right to property is not land. Right to property here is commerce, right? These are commercial actors. So if anything happens to, let's say, manipulation of their names, their brand, their reputation, there is a commercial loss also. Do you understand this? Right? Now, Raghav Chadda again, he went to, and again, let us, I'm not trying to be personal here, I'm giving you examples. He went to the court and he said that a lot of material, mean material, and things are happening against his name. To that, the court said that political figures must be able to withstand satire, and they dismissed the case. Okay, so just remember this, just write it in one line. Dekho, the Raj Sabha MP Raghav Chadda sought protection. He sought protection of his personality rights. He sought protection of his personality rights against AI generated deep fakes, against AI generated deep fakes, comma, synthetic voice cloning, synthetic voice cloning. Full stop. Because the court refused relief. The court refused relief, noting that public persons must endure political criticism. Public persons must endure political criticism. So two things I've told you. One is the Aishwarya Rai Bachchan case, wherein right to privacy, personality rights have been protected because it also impacts their commerce, their name and reputation. However, in this case, if only there is some satire, some memes or criticism, for that there is no protection of personality rights. And personality rights here are linked to which concept? Right to privacy. Okay, okay. We now have a break. It is 6:30. When do we meet? 6:50 or 7? Okay, welcome back. Welcome to the session 3 of our test match. Session 1, session 2 हो गए हैं, ठीक है? ठीक है. We are almost done with fundamental rights. The topics that I'll be at least covering today are DPSPs with focus on UCC, Uniform Civil Code. FD is a short section. After that, I will move to federalism. The last topic जो है, उसके बाद I come to the issues the parliament is facing. Okay. The reasonable restriction is that the class cannot be more than 12 hours. So I'll almost hit that upper limit जहाँ तक 10 जा सकते हैं. So and reasonably I think almost this is a very long document. So I'll be able to complete almost 52 pages. That is my estimate. A couple of topics which are, let's say, vice president roles, functions type के जो static topics हैं, that will be for your reading. Okay. If there is any conceptual topic which I feel needs my elaboration, so I'll club that topic along with governance. Okay. And we can cover both of that in 3 or 4 hours. That can be done. Okay. So that is how we cover. जो भी important governor है कुछ जो important topics है वो तो हम discuss करेंगे ही करेंगे, right? So let us begin. So be prepared for the next 3 hours or so. We'll be sitting covering. Again, simple sir disclaimer is if you feel uncomfortable, if you want to do it from the luxury of your homes, घर दूर है आपका कुछ है तो you can easily go back. ठीक है? Those of you who can stay here. So there is no compulsion on your part. ठीक है? आप अभी तक भी बैठ गए, so that again is a good commitment on your side. So that is there. But the format of the classes is that we want to cover a big chunk. And if you later on see the handout, it has almost 70 pages, right? And you will realize that by the end of this class, we would cover a huge chunk with a lot of value addition, with a lot of examples, right? Up in this dense class, I cannot expect you remember everything in one go. It will take some iterations at your end, okay? So that is where your own personal effort comes in. So कल का दिन भी थोड़ा time लगाएंगे, write some of the PYQs and brainstorm it. And third day, whatever topics you would have done, you will be writing it in the bootcamp test. 1 hour. For now, we are giving you only 6 questions. ठीक है? जैसे हमें लगेगा, you are slightly comfortable, 6 will go to 7. 7 is normally the benchmark that we have, that 1 hour, if you're able to write 7 questions, a mixture of 10 and 15 markers, you are almost set to write a 3-hour test completing 20 questions. ठीक है? All right. So we were talking about personality rights. Yes? Personality rights mein, we had seen 2 examples, 2 different types of example. Okay? And we were talking of all of this in the context of right to privacy. Okay? Right to privacy mein, what is the major thing that we now know? Intrinsic to human life, right? Progressive, the DNA testing part. The personality right is the most recent dimension of that, right? So that is one thing that we have seen here, right? Now I want you, because this is the emerging topic, there can be a possible question on personality rights also from the copyright infringement point of view. We know IP, intellectual property. So similar question can also come in GS3. Okay, so write it somewhere as a homework, right? Or heading likhoge, the legal protection for personality rights. Read on it. In the current affairs updation, etc., I will anyways take this topic up. This is more current affairs oriented. Right, the legal protection for personality rights. Which acts actually do that? Some of these things should be there, clear in your mind. Okay? Now, conclusion you will go through. I think we've already had a look at. Right, let's come to capital punishment. Sorry. No, the legal protection of personality rights. You have to see what acts, what provisions are there for the protection of personality rights. And isme remember there's a commercial angle to it as well. The commercial angle of intellectual property. So how does that come into play? Because this question can also have an intersection of GS3. Okay. Now, we're talking of capital punishment. It's a small topic. Capital punishment is what? Death sentence. Okay. the killing of a person who has committed a crime. Very quickly we'll come to why it is allowed, okay, and why it is not that relevant, okay. Now the very first thing that we say in an argument, and I think we had some questions on this as well, then it can produce a deterrence effect, right? If there is a killing and if we give the highest form of punishment, पहले क्या होता था जमाने में, guillotine, okay, executions that used to happen. Why was they happening? Why were they happening? And they were happening in public so as to create fear. One is to have fear, right? Second is equal retribution, same cheese. What you had done, the same thing has been done on you. It can provide closure to victims, right? You can cut these 2 points, not that relevant right now. Now, see this second last point, crimes which shake the collective consciousness of a society, right? There are heinous crimes that we read about, and that for that people directly say, by give capital punishment, otherwise these kind of crimes won't stop. This idea again borrows with the idea of crime as a deterrent. Fine. More convenient in life, imprisonment. Why is that? There's always a chance somebody can escape, okay. So even that is there, very quick in that sense, immediate justice. But there are crimes or issues against death penalty, right? सबसे पहली चीज, this is based on revenge. There is no scope for reformation. Many times when a verdict is given in court of law, right, there is a hope that a criminal may reform. So here, normally the criminal system aims at reforming, but in life, or let's say in death penalty, what happens? You're directly going for a revenge, right? Second, हो सकता है that there could have been a chances of error, right? If you're directly giving death punishment, there is no way you can remedy that. हो सकता है the verdict was not correct, the investigation was not correct, there was some fault in the investigation process. This is nothing but misplaced conviction, right? And anybody who has been wrongfully executed, can't we say that this is a greater injustice? So this, a misplaced conviction in that sense is a greater injustice. Right? Then Amnesty International, which is an NGO. Now he will, or the NGO will simply says that because humans are delivering justice, there is always a scope of human error, which is can also be said to be miscarriage of justice. Do you know what is a curative petition? What is a curative petition? Huh? When the court has given the verdict, the last appeal that is there is, what is that? Curative petition. Okay, write it somewhere. देखो curative petition and देखो, you know the case. देखो Ashok Hurra versus Rupa Hurra, HURRA. Just for idea, remember curative petition. देखो curative petition का idea है, if there is even the gravest, smallest chance that there is some error, to prevent the miscarriage of justice, right? Which means what? Any small rectification, वो होता है हमारा curative petition. So miscarriage of justice, remember this keyword. Just this is some extra information I'm telling you. Rectification, that means अब इसमें there is no rectification का scope. We're directly executing someone, so there is no scope of rectification, right? There is no scope of reform. So this is also a challenge. Right? Now, death penalty has not reduced the instances of heinous crimes, right? Instead, what it has done, it has increased the risk of a murder after a crime, right? Because let's say the criminal already knows I'll be subject to very harsh punishment. In this case, there are a couple of arguments to be made. Fine. We have said death as a deterrent, yet the crimes keep on happening. ऐसा क्यों है? Can we then infer from it that does it mean that this does not have any deterrent effect? बताओ. तो इसमें please write a line. लिखो, it is not the severity of punishment. लिखो, it is not, and this is a line that will also help you understand various social issues also and the punishments that we give. लिखो, it is not the severity of punishment, but the certainty of punishment. It is not the severity of punishment, but the certainty of punishment that creates a deterrence, that creates a deterrence. Now, when you read this line in the Indian context, हमने दो keywords use करे हैं, severity, certainty. You go for the harshest punishment possible, there is no guarantee that it will create a deterrence. But if there is a certainty, 100% you will be punished, then it will create a deterrence. What does this expose? What does it tell you about the society or India or developing countries in general? The criminal justice system is flawed, right? Justice delayed is justice denied. So somebody who can wreck the system, who can game the system, can do a heinous crime, right? Can be in that system for a very long time and there will be no repercussions, or they can escape the scrutiny. Can that also be there, right? So again, read the line that we have written. What have we written? It is not the severity of the punishment, but the certainty of the punishment which creates the deterrence. So even in crimes against women, you can use the same line, because the argument can be made is that there are many, let's say, legal actions that are being done, and yet the crimes statistically keep on increasing. Does that mean there is no deterrence? Here also, what is the main argument? It is not the severity, it is the certainty of punishment that creates a deterrence. Is that clear? Okay. What? Hate the sin and not the sinner. Capital punishment में Gandhian perspective will not work. Okay. तो थोड़ा सा इसमें बनेगा नहीं. Otherwise, I would have told you. Although when you talk about reform, see, I'll give you police perspective and Gandhian perspective both in this. Right? If you talk to, let's say, any senior IPS officer, or anybody who has looked at crimes entire in their life, see, and when you argue like a human rights activist, and you will say that this person deserves to live, what they will say, there are certain hardened criminals. If they roam free, they will do even worse crimes, right? So what is that perspective? The police perspective in that sense is, if you keep some of these people free, if they're not given the harshest punishment, they will cause more harm, right? The Gandhian perspective, on some sense, when you say hate the sin and not the sinner, there have been instances. आपने सुना है the case of Angulimal, okay? And there's the case, there's a prominent movie, whenever you get time, there's a movie Malcolm X, and Malcolm X is the dreaded criminal of USA in rival gangs, okay? And he totally transforms himself. He becomes very religious, he reads Bible, and many people have gotten very religious, in fact, when they are in prison, right? These are extreme cases of people reforming themselves. So of course, I'm not saying that there is no scope for reform, but the more practical police approach that you will generally see is that they will go for capital punishment, right? I hope this part is clear. So these are two conflicting areas. In ethics, you will see this moral division more clearly, okay? So why is capital punishment even justified? It is justified only on the sense that if some of these hardened criminals are allowed to stay, they will cause more harm than good, right? From a human rights perspective, of course, we can always say the point I made, that if the state also takes away life in response to somebody else taking away life, isn't the state same as that criminal? Okay, this is almost somewhat Noam Chomsky also said the same thing. Okay, but okay, I hope you understand my point. All right, all right. Now, okay, underline this: Jagmohan Singh versus state of UP. Against in some high crime rates, sometimes it may help in reducing the crimes. We can say underline should only be used for heinous crimes. If it is lawfully executed, then it is okay. But again, other thing is it is state sanctioned murder, right? Maybe some mental health issue for which there is no remedy. So without diagnosing it, directly killing somebody. Okay, implementing it takes also some time. Right now, for capital punishment, if you have seen till here, let's come to the way forward, and after that we'll also write a case. एक case याद रखेंगे, which one? Jagmohan Singh, state of UP. Okay, now what should be the way forward? I think you've been able to understand the topic. Way forward क्या होगा इसका? What do we want? One is, chalo, I will start. So let's see from here. Stop the media trials and counter justice. And counter justice ko please put it somewhere like it violates rule of law, extrajudicial killings. Okay. In fact, again, think of the argument that even for Kasab, there was a due process, and only after due process the execution was sanctioned and happened. So if we have not investigated the crime, sometimes एक बात होती है ना, instant justice the society wants. And why is that happening? We have a lot of media trials that are going on. Okay, so regulation of media trials and no need for encounter justice. People demand sometimes encounter justice because they don't believe in the process. The whole process takes a lot of time, right? So it is why we say that quicker implementation should happen. Although, but this has to always happen with due process. Because the end goal should not be that we want to kill somebody, end goal should be that justice should be served. So sometimes, let's say even the end of the investigation, you find that the person who has been convicted has been wrongly convicted. It also takes a lot of moral pressure to say that we have caught the wrong person. Right? You've not had these cases in media. That at the end of the trial, बाद में पुलिस को अगर पता भी चल रहा है that they've caught the wrong person, nobody will come out because it will tarnish the whole image. Right? Next, we can have deliberation with certain neutral arbiters for other points which can be thought about. Better investigation. Acha, when you would have done police in general, the biggest problem that police faces, number one, of course, number of sanctioned strength is less. How many police? 153 per lakh. And how much is the ideal? 222. What? That is one issue. Second, in India, the police has to have both the functions. One is investigation as well as law and order. Okay, so this becomes very difficult to have. Okay, it should be based on proper hard evidence, not circumstantial evidence. Okay, we can have a database of certain repeat offenders. So you can pick some of these points. Okay, isko ignore karo. Moral education, this is not going to tie totally here. Right? Now, can we still defend capital death punishment in 21st century? बताओ. हाँ, तो अब इसमें लिखो, लास्ट में लिखो, way forward in inverted commas, right? And where did this doctrine come into force? Which case? हाँ, so लिखो, देखो, rarest of the rare doctrine inverted commas, rarest of the rare doctrine, put a dash, Bachchan Singh case. Rarest of the rare doctrine, Bachchan Singh case, which means only in the most extreme cases it should be used. Bachchan Singh case, right? That is the idea, which means it should not be used time and again. Only when there is an extraordinary circumstance, then it should be used. Okay, and even when it should be used, it should be based on due process, due investigation, then only it should be carried out. All right. So this covers the section on capital punishment, rule of law, due process. That is fine. Come to last point, property rights in India. Now, when you see property rights in India, couple of points you should remember. Property rights in India have evolved. Okay, earlier it was a fundamental right. Now what right is it? Right, so we already know that. Second, in this a question can come, or there is sometimes a question that can the state take away your land? Okay, so for that, remember there is something known as the doctrine of eminent domain. Okay, so here you just write in one line, doctrine of eminent domain. Because the state can take away private property. State can take away private property for public purposes. Even without owner's consent. But bracket में लिखो subject to compensation. So course, if there's a project coming up, airport, highway, etc., they will be compensating you. So that is the doctrine of eminent domain. Okay, what that is one. Subject to compensation, muavza. This part, abhi isme nothing is to be written. I think the heading is not correct here. Even if you want to know, in prelims, you generally talk about the procedure established by law and due process of law for your reference, but we'll be not writing anything here for that part. Okay, main space पे कोई वैसे direct सवाल नहीं आने वाला. Doctrine of eminent domain, we know what is it talking about. Now, couple of things. Okay, earlier it was right to property was seen as a natural right. Okay, when I say natural right, think of John Locke. It became a fundamental right, but of course we know it is repealed. It was repealed from which act, by which amendment? सामने लिखा है हमारे. Okay, so remember this, right? 31 clause 1 and 2 पे right now there is no more point going to detail of it. Main heading है हमारी dilution of fundamental right to property. Okay, now here are a couple of things I'll tell you. सबसे पहला first constitutional amendment act. Okay, why? Which schedule? Right, and main चीज है the items added will be है ना? That was the initial intention. Items that are going to be added here will be beyond judicial review in the first Constitutional Amendment Act. And whenever you see first Constitutional Amendment Act, in your mind, the tussle is between fundamental rights versus, because the state wants to implement and think of Article 39 BC, but you will say 14, 19 and even 21 will be impacted, right? Directly 19, but you can also connect it to 14 also, that my equality is getting impacted, my freedom and liberty is also getting impacted. So you have a first Constitutional Amendment Act, fine. Then there is a 25th Constitutional Amendment Act. In fact, you should remember 24th and 25th. What did they do? Idea क्या था? याद आ रहे हैं? Nullify the Golaknath judgment, and in some sense they will try to increase the powers of. So you should know the essence. That is why we've done basic structure before. Okay. Second Constitutional Amendment overall aimed at centralization of powers. Okay, and even to some extent even nullify Keshav Bharti case, specifically in the context of property, right? However, what happened with 44th? What happened to right to property? We just saw repealed, right? So what have we seen? There's a dilution of fundamental right to property that has happened in India. There's a dilution that has happened on this front. The dilution of right to property, right? Centralization of powers, nullifying even the Keshav Bharti case, which is why elements of this were held to be unconstitutional and reversed by the 44th Constitutional Amendment Act. But from a perspective of right to property, these are the four major things that have happened. Okay, first 24th, 25th, 42nd and 44th, right? So main heading kaise yaad rakhenge? What is the heading? Dilution. Okay, the dilution that is happening. Now, this is related to 2025, right? The Maharashtra housing law, and again, how does it talk about Article 39B? और सवाल क्या पूछा जा रहा है? What is the key legal question? Can the private property be treated as material resources of the community under Article 39B? What is 39B? It talks about redistribution to serve the common good, and we have been seeing in the past government was trying to implement 39B and C. Okay, अब कोर्ट ने क्या बोला कि भाई, how do I determine whether such a private property can become material sources of the community? This was examined under the Maharashtra housing law case. इसके लिए there are 4 questions to be asked, right? So Supreme Court test. Now this is seen in the property owner. I think this is a case of 2025 property owners association case, right? And it talks about 4 questions. What is the nature of the resource? Does it lead to community well-being? Is it very scarce in nature, or does it have too much of private concentration? Okay, and the answer to this will help us determine whether a certain private property can be used for communities well-being. Some time back when we were discussing Anuradha Bhasin case, what did we say? To understand whether a particular directive violates the constitution, which means if there is an internet shutdown and if I want to see whether it violates it or not, I have a triple test. 3 things have to be there. कौन सी 3 चीजें हैं? Legality, necessity, proportionality, right? And based on that I will talk about it. Same cheez hai. And why do you think court would have done it? To make it more objective and not very arbitrary. Because the moment I would have told you doctrine of eminent domain, तब आप सोचो कि यार the state can anyway जब भी मन करेगा प्रॉपर्टी ले सकता है, right? And last में state क्या, चलो भाई पैसे ले लो तुम, right? So that may scare some people off, right? Of course the state will give a lot of compensation, that's a separate case. But here please remember there are 4 basic things that are to be asked, right? Property owners association case, right? Just one line each please write for each of these terms. पहला लिखो जो नेचर ऑफ द रिसोर्स है. अच्छा सॉरी, दिस इज द केस ऑफ 2024. प्लीज मेक दिस स्मॉल करेक्शन. नेचर ऑफ द सोर्स में लिखे हो, देखो इट्स inherent characteristics. What is the inherent characteristic of the resource? So its inherent characteristics. Second, right? How does the source in community well-being, likho, how does the source affect societal well-being? How does the source affect societal well-being? Third, likho, availability of the resource. Availability of the resource. And last, mein likho, in the private concentration, right? Risks of resource concentration, risks of resource concentration among private owners. Hmm. Hmm. और इसमें I'll just come to your point. Just write one more line. इसमें लिखो, the court clarified. After this, maybe at the last in the section of your page, लिखो, the court clarified that not all private property. The court clarified that not all private property falls under material resources of community. Not all private property comes as or comes under the material resources of community. ठीक है? I think one thing that is also not legally clear here is I should also add, let me see where I can add. कहीं पे भी स्पेस है, अच्छा यहां पे लिख सकते हैं, देखो, the main issue in this case Article 31 versus 39C. We've already seen what is 39C. What is Article 31 saying? That if you want to give effect to 39B and C, it cannot be held inconsistent on the ground that it violates Article 14, 19 and 31. Yes, these are two separate cases, 39(1) and 2. फिर से मैं repeat कर रहा हूँ. There are two separate cases. One is 39C. What does the 39C says? I want to let's say redistribute the resources. ठीक, मैंने शुरू किया redistribute करना. अब आपने बोला you have private property. You are saying my Article 14 is impacted, my 19 is impacted, and my 31 is impacted. So here in these clauses specifically it is written, if you are going to implement 39C, the inconsistency created because of 14, 19 and 31 would not matter. Is that clear? So this was a debate. In fact, the scope of this article was expanded in the Minerva Mills case also. So the recent 2024 judgment tries to give clarity that if I want to implement 39C, whether all the private property will be considered as material resources or not. कोर्ट ने क्या बोला? ऐसा नहीं है. Not all private property will be considered as material resources. So the crux of this question lies in the scope of Article 39C versus Article 39(1) and 39(2). I will just read out these two to you. You can add it later. 39(1) का जो पहला पार्ट बोलता है, जो 39(1)C की बात कर रहा हूं मैं, exempts the laws promoting Article 39(b)(c) from being challenged for inconsistency with Article 14, 19, 31, right? That is the exemption that is provided. So we are talking about, and I should make it even more specific, इसको आप ये लिखोगे 39C. Okay, so the tussle is between these two, that whether implementing this includes all private property or not. And this safeguard is already provided in this, and this safeguard was expanded in the Minerva Mills case. So same question फिर से interpret करा गया है, that what is the status of property rights in India, specifically private property, whether all private property can be converted to material resources of the community. What is the answer? No. And it will go through a 4-step questions, 4-step पे determine होगा, ठीक है? So tussle, remember these two articles. So in this, whenever you revise, एक बार from the bare act, just read through Article 31, because you are very sure about Article 39B and C. Just read this once and your job is done. ठीक है? What is this then? Property rights. ठीक है? Now write a topic somewhere. I'll take this topic either in current wali class or somewhere else. I have not just taken the last remaining dimension is defamation. ठीक है? हमेशा न्यूज में रहता है defamation. Okay, any prominent case that you remember for this? Rahul Gandhi. Anybody else? No, that is correct. Subramaniam Swamy case also related to defamation, and defamation and property personality rights can also be connected. Okay, so लिखो defamation and लिखो defamation and personality rights. Subramaniam Swamy case hai, other cases are there. And in India, by the way, we have very strong defamation laws. Yes, right. That is a tussle now, but it also gives an exception in that case. In fact, it was expanded 31 May. Respective provisions was expanded just so as to circumvent that part. Okay. Now, what do we have? DPSP, right? DPSP very easy. 436 to 51, that we already know. Inspiration is from, try to recall facts of prelims. Irish, Spanish, okay. Ambedkar, novel features of the constitution. What does Granville Austin say? Conscience of our constitution, right? What are the characteristics? Again, ideals to be followed, non-enforceable. These are more of moral obligations, preamble, positive, etc. Government of India 1935, this we know. Why was it not justiciable? Resources नहीं थे हमारे पास. Okay, the main है financial issues, post-independent challenges that we had so many problems to tackle, right? And already the diversity of India. So to implement it needed time. क्या वो time आ गया है? Do we have enough resources now? तो अभी इसलिए भी बोला जाता है, तो earlier the issue was पैसे नहीं है, अब issue क्या है? Lack of political will. This is a constant feature. हर जगह. Why does air pollution not improve, right? What is the answer? If you don't think of any answer, the point, political will always is there for any of these points. Okay. Now, what is importance of DPSP? Should I explain this? I think this should be good enough to understand. क्या importance है बताओ? Social economic rights and values. ठीक है, अच्छी बातें. All good things. Vision, lighthouse. Okay. Procedural to substantive. All round development, yardstick. Okay, all good points. That this is the importance of DPSPs. But I want to know more. The more important point is, what is the criticism of DPSP? Pehli baat, non-enforceable. Second, ambiguous in some cases. Acha, are they logically organized? In your books you read about Gandhian, you read about liberal, intellectual and socialist. But is it there in the constitution? No, it is not properly organized. Okay, so that is also there. More moral in nature, ambiguous, no clear logical or chronological arrangement, sentimental, right? there is no way mentioned how to achieve them, right? There is no repudiation agar aap nahi achieve karte ho, no issue. This is the most important point for you. Constitutional conflict. What is the conflict? And just for FRDPS, please, can you tell me the cases that we have seen today? बताओ, शुरू करो. कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, आपने तो आंसर दे दिया, एंड कर दिया. हाँ, शंकरी प्रसाद. सेकंड वन आप बताएंगे. गोलक या ढोलक? नहीं, चलो गोलक ना. चलो आगे, नेक्स्ट. हाँ, ठीक है ठीक है. सज्जन सिंह अभी आई एम नॉट टेलिंग यू. और आफ्टर दिस केशवानंद भारती केस. आफ्टर केशवानंद भारती केस, इंदिरा गांधी केस से पहले विच अमेंडमेंट केम? 39th constitutional amendment. After Indira Gandhi case happened in which year? 75. Okay, after 75 what happened? 42nd, that is 1976. 42nd constitutional. 1978, 44th Minerva Mills. 1980, that resolved the conflict between FR and DPSP. According to Minerva Mills case, harmony between FR and DPSP is the basic structure of the constitution. Again reaffirmed in Vaman Rao case, again reaffirmed in LIC versus India case, again reaffirmed in IR Coelho case, right? So by now you will be slightly fluent in some of the cases. Okay, so that's very good to know, right? Same cheez jo humne padhi hai abhi. So if you get a question like this, I want your arguments to be rich like this. Okay, DPSP versus FR, which we were discussing right now. Champakam Dorai Rajan, Golaknath, and here even this is mentioned. Earlier the view was FR is greater than DPSP. We've already done this, right? Golaknath case, right? Golaknath case increased the parliament power, reduced it. Point here puchu. Reduced, and if it reduced the powers, FR became sacrosanct or they reduced, right? 25th, it inserted 31C, and we were just discussing the impact of 31C also, right? Keshavan Bharti case, remember? 42nd, अब 42nd क्या बोल रहा है? All laws for DPSP are beyond, and this will be reversed. And finally, Minerva Mills is there, and apart from Minerva Mills, you also have Unni Krishnan case. FR is the way through which DPSPs are achieved. And you can expect a question of relation of FR and DPSP. Don't write English, English, English. I want all of this, right? If FR is positive and this is negative and this and that, you will not get marks on it. If you're asked a question on relation, you have to start from here, complete the circle. Okay? So that will depend on how well you remember it. If you are fluent, if you revised it a couple of times, ये चीजें automatically याद आएंगी. ठीक है? चलो अब मुझे बताओ फिर से केसेस जो देखे. Starting with which case? Shangri Prasad. Second, Golaknath. Third, Keshavan Bharti. Fourth. अच्छा, what did? चलो केशवन भारती केस के बाद कौन सा केस है? ठीक है, okay, and so you have the 39th Constitutional Amendment Act and the Indira Gandhi case, and after Indira Gandhi case, what do you have? 42nd, 44th, Minerva Mills, Unni Krishnan. What did Unni Krishnan case say? FR is the way to achieve DPSPs. Keep that in mind. Okay. Order precedent, ठीक है. अब आते हैं इस पे UCC, Uniform Civil Code. Now here just write the context. Which two states have in the recent times? Chalo. Any other state? Goa तो I. Okay. UK कौन सा UK? इंडिया वाला है बाहर वाला? चलो ये this is India वाला UK. Uttarakhand, right? Even Gujarat, some hearings have happened. Even Assam is talking about having a uniform civil code, right? Now here you have to understand few things. सबसे पहला remember which article are we talking of? Article 44, right? Article 44 says that the state shall endeavor to secure citizens a uniform civil code throughout the territory of India. Is that clear? For this point, just write one more line. लिखो, according to Supreme Court, UCC is the constitutional ambition for equality. What is UCC? A constitutional ambition for equality not linked to religion, but aimed to ensure uniform civil laws for all citizens. Uniform civil law for all the citizens, right? Okay, now the basic idea you should know, different religions have different personal laws, right? Now anybody from any community, if they commit a crime, are they treated same, are they treated differently? They are treated same, right? So what is the core argument? That in matters of let's say other points, which is divorce, it can be inheritance, it can be related to certain property, the different religions or the communities have different laws and rules. This creates a confusion. Okay, second thing, there can be certain regressive practices also. Okay, so the idea here is, in the case of uniform civil code, is to have uniformity in the civil matters, right? Because again, anyways, criminal matters are dealt in a different manner. We'll try to have the civil matters done in a different manner, right? Now, इस टॉपिक का मैं कंक्लूजन पहले आपको बता देता हूं. ओके, हाउ वुड यू कंक्लूड दिस टॉपिक? लिखो कहीं पे, and then I'll do the topic. This will give you an idea. फैजान मुस्तफा पहले लिखेंगे फैजान मुस्तफा, put a dash and write. UCC requires a multi-stakeholder approach. UCC requires a multi-stakeholder approach with thoughtful deliberation, and an attempt to reconcile the differences. And an attempt to reconcile the differences. Even if you don't remember the name, Faizan Mustafa happens to be a very important constitutional expert, right? If you've read Hindu and other papers, he writes extensively on matters of UCC. What is the core that I've told you here? Multi-stakeholder, and you will involve the communities. It should not be law, it should not be imposed. It should be a result of dialogue. Able to understand? So that is one of the views that you can talk about. Second, right, Flavia Agnes. right? There's a very famous line of hers, right? She's a prominent feminist, legal, pluralist thinker, right? The aim should be, और ये बहुत अच्छी लाइन है, uniformity of rights. The aim should be uniformity of rights and not necessarily a uniform law. फुल स्टॉप इसी में लिखो. जेंडर जस्टिस, हर पॉइंट लिखो. जेंडर जस्टिस must not be confused with gender justice. पेज कम पढ़ रही है लग रहा. Gender justice, or maybe write some, make an arrow of fundamental duties पे. Duties पे I don't. Gender justice must not be confused with legal uniformity. Should not be confused with legal uniformity. Gender justice must not be confused with legal uniformity. ठीक है, समझ आ रहा है? Now I'll explain this point. Two different perspectives and two very prominent perspectives. One perspective talks about deliberation, open approach, consensus, and not imposition. Clear है अपने को? This is how you have to think at the conclusion of this. Second is, many times an argument is made, you should have UCC so that you have gender justice, right? According to Flavia Agnes, what does she say? We want uniformity of rights. So there are different cultures, right? Issues किसमें हो सकते हैं? In inheritance में, right? Again, in many cases, women do not have many cases property rights. Issues of inheritance, marriage, divorce, right? And they face violence, they face patriarchy. So she says, under one common law, it is no guarantee that they will get all the points. But what do you want? You want gender justice overall, which may not come under a homogenizing law, right? So objective should be that you want to go for rights should be uniform, not necessarily that everyone has to be kept under one simple law as like that. Because the law in some cases can also have challenges or problems. So that is why her approach is that main objective is what? Gender justice. And how to achieve it? Uniformity of rights, but not uniformity of law. Because the law, if it is this discriminatory, may not impact, or it actually impacts some of them negatively also. There can be certain discriminatory practices that are still present. Are you able to understand? So what is our argument in one sentence? Now you will repeat. What is that? Uniformity of rights and not uniformity of law. And gender justice must not be confused with legal uniformity. This also you understand, फैजान मुस्तफा? ठीक है. अब अगर नाम याद हो जाए बहुत अच्छी बात है, right? नहीं भी याद हो, you can write it as it is. Now why am I telling you? If you see in the recent cases of the people who are getting very good marks, 120, 125 plus, even the people of GS2, they are quoting prominent notable scholars which are present in the newspaper, right? So there is no harm in writing that. But if you are new to these names, don't think that ki अरे मुझे नाम नहीं याद हो रहा, it is so difficult. Understand the core essence. And in fact, I have also taken liberty to paraphrase what they have said. I have not also told you verbatim. Okay. So you can also paraphrase, but understand the core essence, what is being told here. Is that clear? Now, अब देखो same चीज, for example, Law Commission has sought stakeholder consultation, right? Now, arguments in favor and against, this is something that you should, again, we have to prepare very quickly. We'll have a look at. Favor क्या है? It is a step towards secularism, women equality, right? It was aspiration of our constitutional makers. It is mentioned Article 44, right? It can also help in integration of different cultures if they have a common law in that sense. It can reduce vote bank politics, okay? It will reduce identity politics, that is the idea. It can also promote scientific rigor in the society because the personal laws will be subject to now scrutiny and scientific assessment, okay? Now criminal law is already universal, can't the same happen for civil? And there is a precedent in other countries also, France, Germany, Turkey, etc. Right? Now you had even in Shah Bano case, Sarla Mutkal case, the court has talked about it. Okay, this is one. However, this point is also equally important. Arguments against. It might go against minority rights. Okay, in some cases, it can be seen as an interference in some matters. Now, this can also snowball into a riot. Okay. Another thing is, if you are celebrating diversity and plurality, homogenizing things may also go against the diversity of religion. ये भी तो उसके against जा सकता है, right? There can be certain operational challenges. इसको operate कैसे करेंगे? That, for example, in the quest for uniforming everything, the state may ask for a lot of data. The state may take away some of your rights. The challenge can be, there can be a rise of surveillance state. Abhi to at least can your personal matters, you are allowed to do whatever you are there, right? However, if everything is homogenized and now the state is taking a precedence in that, the challenge can be, ek to kaise operationalize hona hai, and second, even the state will now have more power over you. That is the thing. In all these points till now, for me, the most important point is this: the demand should come from within the society. In social issues, social changes, any change which is top down, does it survive? Right? People can also revolt against it. Whereas if it is an organic demand, us demand ko if there's a religious leader, a social leader, and they fight for the cause, then it can survive. Can we say this? Okay? So demand should come. Okay. Of course, we can say it can violate the fundamental rights, specifically Article 25 and even 30. Earlier, even sometimes Law Commission has mentioned is neither necessary nor desirable. Fine. Judiciary is already taking some steps. Indian Young Lawyer Association, Sabrimala, we've already seen Shah Bano, Sarla Mudgal. So the argument is, if the inconsistencies in matters of marriage, divorce, inheritance, if they have been removed, or if the court is removing them, there is no need of UCC at this point of time. Maybe in coming times, court will make it even better. Are you understanding both sides of argument? Okay? Right? Ab isme what is the way forward? You can see this Goa, but Goa mein underline karo piecemeal approach. You know what is piecemeal? What is piecemeal? Step by step. Very good. There are two ways to reform, right? One is wholesale social engineering, which means सारे reforms एक दिन के अंदर, right? Wide ranging structural reforms. Second is step by step. You tell me which is more reliable. Step by step, right? Reform or revolution looks to be such a good idea, but in practical sense, it is very difficult to implement. Okay? So piecemeal approach, remember one of them. Okay? Sensitize कर सकते हो, sensitize the society, education, institutional overhaul. Important, इसको करने से पहले you should codify all the personal laws, which is the Law Commission, which is saying you have to balance human rights with this. But more importantly, what we have seen is Faizan Mustafa, Flavius Agnes, you can use both of them to overall end this. Okay? Able to understand? This is about UCC, Uniform Civil Code, and of course you will mention in the context in the starting that there have been recent instances. This is possibly a question that can be asked from you. Okay? But how will you differentiate your answer is the argument and your conclusion. उसमें आपकी depth of understanding reflect करेगी. हाँ, diversity वाला point ला सकते हो. Yes. Fundamental duties. Okay. We will be spending गिन के 1 minute on this topic. ठीक? Right? Why? Because non-justiciable, very low chance of this getting asked, but still very quickly you'll have a look at. Sentencing committee, please remember, added by which amendment? 1A, 51A, I already know this. What are the features? Non-enforceable, citizen, theek hai, moral value. What is the, अच्छा, just in one line, can you tell me what is the importance of fundamental duties? क्यों जरूरी है? अच्छा, यहाँ पे लिखा नहीं है. You recently saw those memes, right? Civic sense. Okay, of course, it aims to promote civic culture, right? There are duties that are important, right? With our people, what happens in India, they forget their duties. But the moment they go outside to any country, they are the most disciplined people. Why? अब वहां पे कॉन्सेप्ट है deterrence का. If you spit in Dubai, the range of fine is next level, right? You'll be spending almost in lakh. So almost आपकी एक पूरी अच्छी खासी savings एक बार में जाएगी. And they know how to take money. Yes. So the point is again, अब वहां पे क्या है? It is not severity, it is the certainty of punishment. यहाँ पे nobody is watching, right? So people will decorate all these walls, right? With all, चलो उस पे क्या ही बोले आगे. This is what promoting civic culture. Now let's see. Of course, rights are correlative to duties. If you write it, remember Gandhi. Install civic republicanism in citizens. Now it can also be a source of inspiration. You're protecting some of your monuments, right? National flag, right? Some inspiration is there. Helps the government also to regulate. Well, basically यहाँ पे आप simple रखो obedience. Improve the social fabric because again harmony, fraternity. Right, social contract, long-term development, interpretation, many things. These are all objectives of fundamental duties that helps. Criticism क्या है fundamental duties का? Non-enforceable. There is one fundamental duty which I always give as an example. One of the fundamental duties says to strive for excellence. See, what is excellence? Right, so we don't know. It is ambiguous. It is not defined. Right. So of course it is non-enforceable. It is not exhaustive. Which right to pay taxes, sorry, duty to pay taxes is which fundamental right? बताओ, है ही नहीं, right? Duty to vote in the elections, which fundamental duty? There is no duty like this. So the point is, it is not exhaustive. Important duties that ideally should have been there are not present. Okay. Little practical value, right? Issues of enforceability, political will, right? And you cannot do anything about it, right? Although the state, in the name of duty, can keep on add things, right? So for example, the state can say whenever you are meeting in a public, right, you have to stand for national anthem. They can even add more obedience, yes or no? So there's always a chance that the state can increase your duties, and that can also risk the balance between rights and duties. ठीक है? So whenever you look at duties, इस पे तो क्वेश्चन जो बनेंगे भी वो इसी रेंज में बनेंगे, right? And what is the need for new duties? Also remember, to pay taxes, even mentioned in Swarang Singh committee. Okay, even National Commission to review the working of Constitution again spoke about it. Same thing, right? Prevent civil wrongs, right? Voice against injustice, whistleblowers, help accident victims. We know this term, bystander effect, right? Making reels, वही खड़े हैं but not helping, right? And which is also why good Samaritan law, or sorry, rules are also coming in. Premises clean, reinvigorating civic responsibility, right? Some of these things. So I think you have an idea. In this question, you have to mention Swarang Singh committee. If possible, also can mention National Commission to review the working of Constitution. Okay, so keep that in mind. Justice Verma committee can also be mentioned. Okay, even that can be mentioned. Fine. Now another important topic. Come to separation of powers. In the heading also write checks and balances. You should know there is a difference between these two. Okay, now the moment I say separation of powers, you should think in your mind like this triangle. You have executive, legislature, judiciary. Okay. Why should you have separation of powers? So that there is no functional overlap. Each wing carries out its role in the best possible manner, right? For this, remember two people who talked more about it, Locke and Montesquieu, right? So again, these three wings are there, mechanisms which divides. अब इसमें आपके लिए what is very important is this. The Asif Hamid case, also remember, and also remember separation of power is also mentioned in the basic structure. So Asif Hamid case talks about executive, legislature, judiciary have the function within their spheres. No organ can usurp the function of another, right? Even if the question is on judicial activism and judicial overreach, can we mention this? कर सकते हैं ना, right? Because judicial overreach is problematic, right? Now, what is the significance of separation of powers? Most of the points you will understand. Keeps away autocracy. Hayana? How does it keep away autocracy? If the executive is becoming too powerful, the judiciary can keep a check on it. Yes? So keeps away autocracy. Does it safeguard individual liberty? Legislature will make laws. Executive will implement the laws. If the laws are violating the constitution, judiciary will pronounce on the constitution. So there is a harmony between all the three. It helps in creation efficient administration because there is no functional overlap, right? Everybody or every wing has their role very clear. That is there. It helps in maintaining the independence of judiciary, right? Again, legislative overreach ko rokta hai ye, right? Important point, something we already know, it's the part of basic structure, right? Leads to public faith, improves. There's no functional overlap, right? There's no functional overlap, right? But now, what can be issues sometimes? Ab issues mein na, you have to imagine the practical aspect. Separation of powers is a theoretical concept, right? देखते हैं इसको, right? Think of the different wings. For example, if there's a majoritarian government, what does it mean? The executive is powerful and enjoys the mandate. It can also dilute. Separation of powers. When I'm saying issues, the issue is not with the concept of separation of powers. The heading says that the challenges in the operationalizing of this, right? So many times when there's a majoritarian government, आपने सुना होगा एक issue, the tyranny of majority. The tyranny of majority is a threat to who? Minority. And we've also said minorities are the custodians of constitution, and we've also said a state is known by the rights it maintains. Yes or no? So the state does not, because see, even if it's a majority government, the government has to take care of all the people. It cannot say that we will not be taking care of you. Yes or no? Are we able to understand this? Right? A majoritarian government, or we can use terms like authoritarian populism, can lead to dilution of SOP. Yes. Now, in some cases, if you have a strong executive, can there be excessive centralization of powers? Right? I'll give you one more example, a more practical example. Right now, chalo, I'll give you an example, right? What is MEA? Ministry of External Affairs. MOD? Defense. Prime Minister's Office. Think of Operation Sindoor. Okay? Who gave all the live updates? Now, I'll give you, because the MEA was not giving updates. Whatever updates MEA was giving, sometimes it was clashing with MOD. The issue ultimately was over centralization of powers under PMO, right? This is also a topic that we also read, of course, more in the optional. But the issue is, if there is centralization of powers, the ministry are expert in their roles, but now the ministry decision making is dependent on, for example, PMO. This is good also, this is bad also. The good part of it is faster decision making. The bad part of it is it does not take the expertise of the ministry always. Yes or no? So when I'm looking at excessive centralization of powers, right, this can also lead to the violation of separation of powers. Yes or no? Centralization of power is never very good. है ना? Right somewhere, power corrupts. सुना भी होगा. An absolute power corrupts absolutely. This is a quote, Lord Acton. Power corrupts. An absolute power corrupts absolutely. Can be used in separation of powers, in fact in the violation of separation of powers. इसी कोट का slight variation was also asked to you in the GS4 ethics paper. If you want to test a man's character, give him power. That also tells you the moral side of it. Right? So Lord Acton does say power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. आज की क्लास में कितने कोट हो गए हमारे? 10 से ऊपर. ठीक है, चलो. कि कितने हिट करने चाहिए आज? 15. चलो, ओके. It can lead to policy paralysis. What is policy paralysis? You have heard the quote. Chalo, talking of quote. Too many cooks spoil the broth. Too much of inputs, right? Now, policy paralysis sometimes can be seen in Hayana. They don't enjoy the mandate. So there are so many different interest groups. This can also be a challenge, right? Ab aa jao last. It can also lead to judicial overreach. I've used a term committed judiciary. Is it a good term? Is it a bad term? It's a bad term, right? This term was also asked to you in the UPSC prelims exam. Okay, which of the following, I think the question was related to either rule of law. Which of the following shows rule of law? 4 options were given. One of the options was separation of powers, and one of the options was committed judiciary. Right? Now, if you go by the literal meaning of committed, right, you think that I am committed to my studies, which means I am doing very hard work. So if you think of judiciary is committed to ensuring justice, you will think that they will deliver justice. But us question ka answer kya tha? The answer was separation of powers. Okay, and here you have to remember, committed judiciary in Indian context is used in a negative light. The judiciary was not committed to constitution, it was committed to the government. And even the same issue, if I say, and you can use these terms, right? For the executive, you can use terms like excessive centralization, you can use terms like committed bureaucracy. So we are saying if legislature can also increase the role, legislative overreach, executive overreach, judicial overreach, all these are problems. This is the issue that we can have with separation of powers. Okay, now this is a concept that you know, separation of power is something that you see in which country? USA. ठीक है, अब आता है checks and balance. इंडिया में SOP है या CNB है? So for your reference, please write India. And remember, in India, there is no watertight compartmentalization. Right? Now, what is there in front of you is actually a gold mine. If the question comes on checks and balances, either show in this manner or you will draw a triangle. You have, let's say, executive, legislature, judiciary. Practice this triangle and you can have relations. How executive is balancing judiciary, and this is the content that you have, right? This is balancing it, this is balancing. How is the other balancing? So in India, for example, judiciary can control legislature. Which article? Even 13. Even the executive, which article? Complete justice, 142. The legislature, 124 subclause 4, even the removal, right? Now, a lot of these articles are there. My point is not to right now make you memorize all of them, right? A couple of articles which, for example, yahan to likha hai saf saf. If there's any article you're not able to understand, I would expect somebody who's going to write mains will know most of these articles. 123, what is that? Ordinance. And if you flip that, that is for governor, right? Is points ka fayda kya hai? Either you present it in this manner, show it, or you present it in a triangle showing a relation. How executive can balance judiciary also, and executive can balance legislature also. How legislature can balance this. Something on this front, a good diagram will be there. But this diagram, the essence of the diagram is the fact that you have with you, right? And the questions on this level of detail have been asked, right? First, I'll show you the question. आप इसको लिखने की try करना. ये question लिखो एक बार. And this is a proper 15 marker. And now, because you've seen the content, this will not be a difficult question for you. I'll read it out for people online as well. Write it somewhere. Do you think that Constitution of India does not accept the principle of strict separation of powers? Rather, it is based on the principle of checks and balances. Explain. ठीक है? अच्छा, okay, but you have इसको लिखा हुआ है? Now in this question, you cannot just write English, the separation of power, and whole paragraph on Montesquieu, and then whole paragraph on checks and balances. Without the articles and without the diagram that we just saw, you will not have weight in your answer, right? You can of course talk about that India, why we don't have strict separation, and then you have to talk about what is checks and balances and how we do that in India. ठीक है? So separation of powers or checks and balances is the theme that is asked. You have to, and this, in this they have actually asked you the exact difference between them. Okay? Huh? Who? What? फिर से आवाज थोड़ा सा तेज बोलो. पूछना है तो बाद में पूछना भी. आई एम नॉट एबल टू हियर यू. ओके? कॉम्प्लीमेंटिंग सुना आ रहा है बट उसके आगे नहीं सुना आ रहा है. मतलब कैन एनीबॉडी जस्ट से व्हाट ही इज सेइंग बैक में पीछे? मतलब बात पूछ लेना. ठीक है? ओके. Now, here remember a couple of points. What can be done? One is you have to arm's length principle. What is arm's length? You have to define the areas of functional overlap. Okay, and there has to be some respect for distance, right? Nobody should directly encroach each other's part. We can have office of profit so as to remember that other areas in office do not overlap with each other. Functional autonomy has to be preferred. Okay. Last point आ जाओ. Abolish MP Lats को भी ignore करो, उसको cut कर दो चाहे. Not making much sense, although we can justify, but देखो, you know what is MP Lats? What is that? For development, right? MP Lats is given to the MPs, and MPs also have an executive role here. right? So now do you see the issue? Legislature and executive a possible conflict of interest also, right? So one of the very extreme arguments is also abolish it to ensure that there is a harmony. Okay, ठीक है. Legislative independence, I'll also just tell you about this very shortly. Now, you know what is the meaning of legislative independence? In India, what happens? जैसे अभी भी, when you are talking of checks and balances, right? The people, for example, in the legislature also are part of executive, yes or no, in India, right? So what happens, for example, if there is any party decision, and if the person, let's say the MP or the MLA, they have a specific opinion on a topic, but the opinion of the party is slightly different. Okay, so what happens? Directly a whip will be applied or not, right? If the whip is applied, because of this fear, this legislative or the MP will not exercise their freedom or not. Okay, so sometimes even this leads to conflict. The conflict is what? That their democratic mandate to listen to the local people, but the operational mandate to follow the party lines. This also creates a confusion sometimes, right? So this, when we discuss about what can be done in electoral reforms also, defection law, will also have a look at how can this part be made better, right? How can whip be diluted? Let's say whip is not used in all the cases, even that can be there. Last mein aa jao. We have separation of powers, which is the concept of US. We can have diffusion of powers. This is more of fusion. We see that in India, yes or no? So in India, we can balance both, and this was also mentioned in the Iyer Coelho case. Instead of a strict separation of powers, we can go for a diffusion of powers. But how? Having arm's length principle, so that we know we are not encroaching on somebody else's domain, right? Or we can have defined functional autonomy to prevent this conflict from happening. Can this be said? Okay. So this is a topic related to, right? And you've already seen a question based on India does not accept the principle of strict separation. All right. Now, sorry. उसमें जैसे point है, for example, many times what happens, there are certain posts that are created, right? उसमें let's say a post like parliamentary secretary is created, which has the legislative role and an executive role, but there is no clarity on it. लिख लो example, parliamentary secretary. Okay, there are certain posts, for example, a very famous, the Jaya Bachchan case. Okay, being a member of parliament, right? But she was, I think I'm forgetting the name of an institution in UP. She was the head of that institution, and she was not drawing any financial benefit, any salary, but she's holding two different posts. That also leads to what? Functional overlap, right? And in that, according to that Jaya Bachchan case, she was found guilty of holding office of profit, and the court said, even if you are not drawing any single money or penny, just the fact that the office has the capacity to pay you will also be deemed to be office of profit. So office of profit क्यों जरूरी है समझना? It helps us understand the potential conflict of interest also. Okay, because the legislative, executive, some of these roles overlap. To prevent that, you should clearly define office of profit. That is why we've mentioned in the topic of separation of powers. क्योंकि बाकी जगह क्या है? Executive is executive, legislature is legislature. हमारे यहाँ क्या होगा बहुत बार? A same person will have similar roles. So for that you need some clarity, yes or no? That is the whole idea. Okay, now this topic, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, is for your reading. Absolutely basic topic है. जो भी टॉपिक रीडिंग वाला है उस पर आर लिखते जाओ. And for Rajya Sabha, I would want you to also just quickly read relevance as well as the criticism of Rajya Sabha. Okay. Sometimes Rajya Sabha is called as a Stephanie tire. ऐसा क्यों? Why is Rajya Sabha called as a Stephanie tire? What is also criticism of Rajya Sabha? Is it not also a retirement house for some of the politicians? those, let's say, who have lost elections, they will now retire very gracefully in the Rajya Sabha. Any other criticism of Rajya Sabha that you are aware of? Popular celebrities, high level of absenteeism, right? Let's say Sachin, whenever he was a member, or other, I think this is also mentioned here, right? Ye dekho, right? Prominent celebrities hardly attending 10 days, 15 days, 20 days in their tenure. Okay, so there are a lot of issues. Misuse of money bill, ye pata apne ko. What example is this? Aadhaar. Suna hai? Aadhaar was passed as a money bill. On money bill, Rajya Sabha has extraordinary powers. बताओ, जो no बोल रहा है मतलब that person is awake. Of course, right? Lok Sabha has extraordinary powers over money bill. So if something is passed as a money bill, it is to bypass Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha is the house of elders or youngers. Elders, right? What is the age? 25 or 35? 35, yeah, 30. 35 is president. 30, 30, 30, 30. So option ही गलत था, right? It was not 25 or 35. The answer is 30. Okay, ठीक है. Okay. एक और लिखो इसको, just put a star mark. Nominated members can be, अब आप सोचो, retired CGI given a Rajya Sabha seat. No powers over money bill, no mechanism. So this directly, the points are in such a manner, you will just read it, you will revise it. Fine. Reforms that are needed, underline this. Agnihotri committee. Even the point on whip is important. And second ARC, for example, 120 days of working for Rajya Sabha. These topics should not take you 5 to 10 minutes in reading, okay? Next, come to parliamentary scrutiny and accountability. This is also a topic for a reading. I'm just giving an overview. देखो, parliamentary scrutiny कैसे हो सकती है? So there are committees standing, ad hoc, departmentally rated standing committees, right? They have experts, MPs of both the houses function throughout the year, right? What is the benefit of it? You'll see many points, right? Budgetary oversight, public engagement, you have experts, legal legitimacy, so on and so forth, right? They work throughout the year. But what is the problem in this? All these are good points. What is the challenge? What is the issue? अब देखो, committee है, committee is a body. The moment I see a body, I will remember which framework. What is 3F? Funds, functions, functionaries. Because after this, you will have Public Accounts Committee. What is Public Accounts Committee? It is the friend and philosopher of Finance Commission. बताओ, ठीक? अब I will increase my level of traps. ठीक है? तो क्लास बढ़ रही है. I need to make sure आप लोग एक्टिव हो कि नहीं. It is friend and philosopher of CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General of India, right? उसमें भी कुछ नहीं याद आ रहा. I will at least have 3 points ready. Funds, issues of functions, and issues of functionaries. Functionaries के क्या issues होंगे? At least the issue of training, the lack of support, etc. Right? We can talk about it, and that is why we'll talk about capacity building. So at least just quickly have a look at, for example, these committees में generally क्या issue होते हैं? One issue is common issue. Second, nature of recommendations is advisory. Okay. The another issue is participation is limited. Now, when I tell you, when I see the decline of parliament, इसके बाद हम वो topic करने वाले हैं. Decline of parliament में we will see very few bills being referred to expert committees. The number of bills being referred has drastically reduced, right? अब ये लिखो, इसको लगाओ star mark. These committees don't work preemptively. What is the meaning of it? Yes, it means what? They work on ex post facto, something that has already happened. Then there is no scope for making changes. Yes or no? तो लिखो इसमें कीवर्ड. देखो, ex post facto action is not preventive. Ex post facto action is not preventive. It does not prevent unnecessary expenditure. It can only comment कि हाँ भाई expenditure ज़्यादा हो गया है, right? अब if there is a very quick legislation that is coming in, they don't have time, right? Because they have to examine everything. They cannot tackle hasty legislations, right? Again, they lack substantive depth. क्यों? Funds function functionaries में limited experts and limited time available, right? Now for example, if a law is there, हम लोग को तो आप लोग 5-6 लाइन में आप पढ़ते हो law. If you look into the core text, it's a huge document, and every statement, every phrase, every word has to be examined by experts. What does it require? Time. Time is limited. Number of experts are limited. Experts are limited. Why? Resource constraints are there. This is a problem, right? So, and this is again a problem. इसको link करो overall big topic से. The big topic is decline of parliament, which I'll come to very shortly. Decline of parliament. And we'll see many instances what proves that there's a decline of parliament. So policy deliberation has been replaced by parliamentary disruption. Have you seen the disruptions? Have they increased or not? Right? What does the speaker have to say about this? This is a popular phrase, right? Okay. Nice, right. Now see, what are the other methods? So of course you have parliamentary committees, but other than that, how can you ensure scrutiny? क्या क्या कर सकते हैं? Right? No confidence motion, activism, judicial review. There are multiple statutory mechanisms. So you can go through this. Right? Can you tell me any parliamentary devices? Right? 0R. Okay, you can mention that. This is for your reading. Cabinet committees. Okay. Basic है, basic points I mentioned यहाँ पे. What are the advantages and what is the criticism that they have? Okay. So in this at least एक ये भी लगा सकते हो star. Secretive. This is also a very good example. All stakeholders are not included. For example, RBI was not aware of the demonetization bid. Okay. So here, not much to explain this. I would expect that you will do. Again, follow the best practices, etc. You will have a look at. Right. अगर इस तरह के सवाल आ रहे हैं, right? For example, cabinet committees. These will be hardcore factual questions. But again, the handout is in such a manner that when you read it, you know a format. The format is there is a way forward, there is criticism, advantages, and overall its purpose. This is a simple format in which we have to prepare, right? PAC, although now this even it is now older than 100 years, Public Account Committee, you'll go about its facts, come to the functions. Of course, this is the most important one. Sorry? अच्छा स्पीकर आपके में ठीक है, चलो फिर ठीक है, फिर तो अच्छी बात है. Or just write somewhere PAC as your homework. Public Account Committee. ठीक है? I know it is not there. ठीक है? That's okay. Your document is truncated one. Last year the document was 85 pages. I've trimmed down some documents, some things which are not as necessary. वो मैंने हटाए अभी. ठीक है? चलो, let's come back. Speaker, okay? Now, before I come to speaker, it is 8:40 right now. I'll take up the most important topic first. सबसे off, come to federalism. Federalism is a topic which will take some time. It's a very important topic. Now, apart from federalism, just see the Just quickly see what the topics are there. One is speaker, second one is anti-defection, third one is issues. So after federalism I'll come to issues in parliament. और क्या टॉपिक्स है हमारे? पार्लियामेंट्री प्रिविलेजेस में आर लिखो, पार्लियामेंट्री प्रिविलेजेस इज फॉर योर रीडिंग. गवर्नर तो आई विल टेल यू, और प्रेसिडेंट एंड गवर्नर इज देयर, राइट. एंड चलो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट में लिखो ब्रैकेट आर. अच्छा, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट में द PYQ दैट हैज आल्सो बीन आस्क्ड, इट हैज बीन सॉल्व्ड. क्लिक करो बस, जस्ट हैव अ लुक एट. देयर इज ओनली वन PYQ, कैसे लिखना है क्या है, इवन दैट इज देयर. And sometimes these hardcore static questions have been asked also, right? Okay, Prime Minister and ठीक है. Governor तो anyways I will be explaining. Chief Minister is for your reading, right? Let's directly come to federalism. Fine. So in the topics which are important, if in case I'm not able to complete it till 10, कोई बात नहीं. जो 3-4 topics are important, I will be covering it and clubbing them with governance के जो 3-4 topics हैं. Fine. Now, federalism, this topic 100% one question is going to come. Every year it comes, so there is no exaggeration. Fine. Now, first we are going to build the base of federalism, and then we'll see many nuances of federalism, including topics like fiscal federalism, including topics like interstate water disputes. All of that we're going to cover here itself. Okay. Now, federalism comes from the word feedus. What is feedus? Treaty or agreement. Okay. Now, some countries are unitary, some countries are federal. What is the meaning of federal? Simple C definition. What is federalism? Is federalism separation of power? It is. So bas ye likho. Just remember this. Federalism is division of powers. Separation of powers is something that we've already done, right? So what is federalism? Division of powers, right? Between what? For example, there is a center and there is a state. Now, is the state inferior to the center? Nahin. In classical federalism, although don't think of Indian example right now. Classical in the federalism, the states are there, let's say the states are powerful in their own realm, center is powerful in its own realm. Both of them enjoy their own competence and independence. So remember, it is not that I am saying state is inferior to the center, just that there is a division of powers. Now, for this division of powers to happen, what needs to be there? So pehla likho, written constitution. Let me see if this is there or not. Likh lo, chalo, likh lo. What has to be there? First likho, written constitution. Next, what needs to be there? Bicameralism. Next, right, independent judiciary. Why? Because the center and state will have disputes. These disputes will have to be resolved. Bicameralism and independent judiciary. Okay? And of course, there can be even more elements to that, right? कौन से लिखे आपने? Written constitution, right? Bicameralism, independent judiciary, right? Now, one by one, we'll have a look at federalism. पे अगर question आया, this किसी भी तरह याद रखो. What is the case? SR Bomai case, 1994. I did tell you federalism is the basic structure, and SR Bomai case also says secularism is the basic structure of Indian constitution. Fine. Now, these are very important strong points, right? पहली चीज जो मैं बोल रहा था, states have independent constitutional existence, which means states are not satellites or agent of the center, right? States have their own independence. Within the sphere that is allocated, states are supreme. And for Indian case, remember, exceptions are not rules. All of that you get to understand from the SR Bomai case. It will talk about federalism is the basic feature, and it will try to harmonize the issues center and state will face. I hope this part is clear to you. Abhi tak ka bahut simple part, what we understand is what? FEDUS is a treaty or agreement. Second, federal features are division of powers. Second, written constitution. Third, bicameralism. Next, independent judiciary, and of course the SR Pomai case. Now, description of federal system. Okay, again, don't write this one. Their spelling is very tough, right? What is the easier one? What we'll pick? What does KC Weir says? Indian constitution is quasi-federal, right? K. Santhanam says that why a strong center emerged in India. Pehla likho. To prevent balkanization. To prevent balkanization, and likho article 1. Second point, you know article 1? What kya hai article 1? India, that is Bharat, aage is a union of states. Why is the term union of states preferred? Because it is not a result of agreement. And second thing is, चलो मैं आपको बता दूं, देखो 2 points हैं, देखो. In the second point, what I have written is article 1. Article 1 uses the term in India. What is the term? India, that is Bharat, is the union of states. क्यों बोला union of states? इसके भी 2 points हैं. पहला क्या है? Not a result of. Second, states have no right to secede. Same cheese. That is why you have a strong center. Why is India preferred, and why do we call ourselves as a union of states and not a federation of states? Simple सी 2 reason hai. It is not a result of an agreement. And second, what is it? States don't have the right to secede. Remember, I am talking of India. K. Santhanam. कहीं नाम सुना इनका? Very good. Corruption में नहीं मतलब, right? Anti-corruption, right? ठीक है. Okay. Paul Appleby जाने दो. Morris Jones, we say we have a bargaining federalism. Now here in the bracket, right? Huh? Yes, Sandham, second point, think of article 1, and article 1 it has 2 more points. Okay? Very easy to expand on. Why India has a strong center, right? Now, here, right, bargaining federalism, do we have a coming together or holding together model? बताओ, तो लिखो यहाँ पे, that is why it's a bargaining federalism. US का कौन सा मॉडल है? Coming together model. Now, again, a very important personality, Ivor Jennings, but points dekho, we already know this, but we can use a decoration. We have a federation with strong centralizing tendencies. Everybody in the class notes it. Just that Ivor Jennings ne bol diya, badi baat hai. Yes or no? So again, same thing, right? Right? Alexandrovich, Indian federalism is sui generis. This is known as unique. And this also means it is not exact copy. We have aligned it to our own use. Indian federalism is sui generis. Okay. Now we've already quoted Granville Austin today. कहाँ पे करा है बताओ? Very good. Indian Constitution is a foremost a social document. Yes. Now Granville Austin says in India there is cooperative federalism. Although I'll tell you different types of federalism in India. It is not just cooperative. We are also seeing confrontational federalism also, but we'll have a look at it. Okay. Now, one of the best expression of federalism which you can use in mains, ये तो आप pre में नहीं use कर सकते, these kind of things. Justice Hamidullah Beg. Indian Constitution is a amphibian. It can be either unitary or federal according to need of the situation. Right? And again, the idea is I don't want you to remember everything in one sequence. The point is, in a question of federalism, at least 1 or 2 points should be there. Then it should not be like that you are only writing plain English. I hope in this class you know what is plain English. Okay? Plain English abhi nahi chahiye. Right? We want slightly some use of scholar, some keyword, some quote. That will show some of your effort. Okay? Till here are we able to follow? Right? Now, chalo, let's come to unitary features. Now this is very easy part. Most of you would have done polity. You know what are the unitary features that we have. Okay? I'll go very quickly on this. And here many examples are given to prove what are the unitary features. Fine. Now one by one we'll have a look at. सबसे पहला क्या है? We have strong center. ठीक है? अब जैसे one example of that is, let's say NTA introduced, although education is in the right. Now another example of strong center is, you can mention here, maximum items are in which list? Union list. Can the center make a law on the state list? Yes. इसके भी 5 different cases हैं. बताओ, सुना है? Article 249, 250, 252, Article 256 and emergency, right? And this is your prelims factual knowledge. So normally states make their own laws in the state list, but even center can make laws. In the concurrent list, who dominates? Center. So that point can also be used to mention strong center. Yes. Next, underline this keyword. So if we underline karo, we have a indestructible union of destructible states. We have already seen this. We have a single constitution. A comparison with US. US, every state has its own constitution. We already know US is a different case. US में क्या है? Indestructible union of indestructible states. So US case is different. Then we have flexibility. Okay, some features don't require ratification of half of the states. Can you tell me any single feature which requires ratification of half of the states? Anything, right? And anything, for example, which affects, even if I have 246 schedule 7, yes, matter of election of president, batao, right? Okay, again an important point, representation of states in Rajya Sabha. US में क्या होगा? Every state has a equal representation. अपने केस में it varies as per population. This you already know. Emergency, Article 356, invoked many times. But how is it a unitary feature? During the president's rule, the federal portion becomes unitary. अभी देखा ना हमने the amphibious part. Okay, just here some time, just here right लिख लो. You know this, what is dead letter? According to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Article 356 was supposed to be a dead letter, but it happens to be one of the most misused provisions. Yes or no? Right? So this is one. We have single citizenship. Can we say this? Right? Integrated judiciary. Acha, there are two things. One is integrated and one is independent. Unitary feature कौन सा होगा? Independent या integrated? Integrated. Now compare this with US. Right? वहाँ पे क्या है? The independent. Right? So there is a difference. Unlike USA. Right? Okay. All India services. Right? Now, all India services, these people who are posted in the states, but many a times the posting are decided by the center. Somebody is going to deputation decided by the center. That creates a challenge. Very recently in West Bengal, there was a famous IPS officer who went for certain duty, etc. Right? Posted by the center. So that part can also be used. AIS. Integrated machinery. So CAG. Okay. We'll do it for both the center as well as the state. Ab dekho, this is the point I was telling. Parliament's authority over state list. Article 249 is about Rajya Sabha. This you read in prelims, so I'm not expanding much on this. 250 in emergency. 252 is when 2 or more states request that the center should make law on their behalf, right? For international agreements and obligations. Okay. even that is there. अब गवर्नर में he has a dual role. Agent of the center में लिखो, put a minus. This is a criticism of governor, right? It is not a very good thing to say. Constitutional head of the state, now this is positive. And even if you read the Sarkaria Commission, Punchi Commission, we'll see that the governor should not work as the agent of the center, right? Because in that sense, governor has its own autonomy, independence. But the criticism kya hota hai? Governor is what? Agent of the center, right? Now, there have been, so governor has been halting appointment, etc. Last dekho, integrated election machinery, right? So if you go for a one nation, one election, will it be closer to federal provisions or not closer? Not closer, right? This is also a challenge. Presidential veto over state bills. Ab dekho, that in states law making, president can also have a veto. This is also a unitary feature, right? So I think there are almost 10-11 points. Most of the points you can think logically, you can also derive it in the exam. So not a very difficult task. Okay. Now, the point that we were seeing, okay, again, let's say if I see a point, okay, if the question is, let's say Indian federalism is weakening, can I say, ab dekho, there is a rise of regionalism. Here also, right, increase in regional political parties. Second issue is increasing centralization. One is GST compensation cess. So there is an issue, right? Is surcharge shared with states, right? Not shared. This is also leading to issues. This is a point we are seeing again and again. Governors overreach. In fact, what did the court recently said? That there should be a time limit. The governor cannot hold the bills indefinitely. Yes or no? Because this will affect the lawmaking process. And governor, is he an elected person or unelected? So this is also tyranny of the unelected. The government is enjoying the popular democratic mandate. So if the governor stalls the lawmaking process, this is also a problem, right? There is a reduced fiscal space for states. This we can also see in the 15th and the 16th Finance Commission. Okay, and the main issue is slowly, steadily, the discretionary grants are reducing. Another issue is the divisible pool of states. Although these points are also related to economy, the divisible pool of states, is this increasing or reducing? कितना हो गया अभी? 42% say it is 41%. And overall, one more issue is discretionary grants are also reducing. So overall, the states are not able to generate that level of money. And second, GST ke aane se, if you recall, during COVID-19 and just after that, there was a huge mismatch. The number of funds were not adequate, and the state said, you have to support us in the funds. Yes or no? This is fiscal federalism ka stress, right? Huh? Sorry, I'll tell you. अभी मैं बताने वाला हूँ, ठीक है? अब यहाँ तक लिखा आपने, देखा, right? Now I'll tell you 3 C's, and then I'll also connect you to rise of regional parties. Okay? Okay, now let's have a look at federalism in India. Right now, in this part, you have to remember there was a domination of Congress. In fact, it was almost known as a one party system, and for a very long time, almost 20 years, there was Congress at the center, right? And in many states, it was also Congress. So, क्या हो रहा है आराम से? Cooperation is going on, okay? So, Congress domination, and again, almost till 1967, we say this phase, from independence to 1967, okay? Ab isme I'm not telling you the people, Rajni Kotari, other people have called this one, somebody will say one party system, etc., etc. Congress is Indian, India is Congress, fine. आपको क्या याद रखना है? If center पे क्या है? Congress, and all the major states are Congress ruled states. Will this not lead to cooperation? There will be cooperation. So there is cooperation, right? Slowly, what is going to happen now, especially after decline of Congress, we will see the rise of regional political parties. Okay, now we have to analyze it in two ways. Regional political parties, first of all, they will enjoy people's mandate. Kaise? They will talk about the local issues. 1 second. Fine. Second, they will also talk about okay, of course there are various examples. Other parties across the spectrum, you can think of many examples here. Now what will happen? Slowly and steadily, there's going to be competition that will start. If the party at the center is different from the party of the state. So one phase that we are seeing is the rise of regional political parties. Pehli cheez. Now, regional political parties can have competition in some cases. Second, we slowly also see the increase in coalition governments. Now, this is at the central level. So, in some states, what is happening? Regional political parties are there. Yes. At the center, you have a fragmented order in terms of coalition governments, right? Then you will see the increase in imposition of Article 356 to the extent that it will almost become synonymous that 356 is going to be used for settling political scores, right? Right. If I look at rise of regional political parties, पहली बात तो, does the rise of regional political parties lead to deepening of democracy? Absolutely yes. Why? Because national parties का focus क्या है? National unity. They cannot go into the specific issues that people have. So पहली चीज है, rise of political regional parties is actually a positive thing, right? And you want more and more parties to come. But the administrative polity aspect of it is what? You will see rise of Article 356. They can be tussle between center and state. There will be competition for resources. So if the center and state in some cases their ideology matches, they will get the right grants, right? Whereas in some cases it can be used to settle political scores like we have seen in the past, right? हाँ ना? Second, पहले क्या हो रहा था? If there is one party that is dominating, it has better decision making faster. But with coalition politics, it also impacts federal relations also, because there are various interest groups. आपको सबको manage करना है. even if there is a small minority, a small faction that is giving you support, आप उसको ignore नहीं कर सकते. The moment they withdraw support, सरकार गिर जाएगी आपकी, right? So there is an increase of regional parties. There is, of course, coalition government. The imposition of Article 358 is there. Now, in addition to this, right? When I say there is competitive nature, think of examples. For example, UP, for example, has its own investor summit, right? Gujarat, apni summit hai. So they are also trying to raise their money. Okay. So again, I'm saying competition is not necessarily negative. Competition can also improve efficiency. Niti Aayog, for example, will talk about, or it will rank the states in terms of their devolution of finances, right? Your fiscal part pe. So this competitive, please remember, is not just negative. Competitive can also lead to, बहुत बार क्या होता है, competition leads to efficiency, and sometimes competition can have some negative impacts also. The negative impact is the imposition of more and more imposition of Article 356, right? Because that leads to breakdown of the machinery, sometimes wrongly implied, etc., etc. However, this also is a very important phase. What is that? अब सीधे confrontation है. In this, what examples do we have for confrontation? देखो, there are some examples and we'll see example by example. When I say confrontation is happening between center and states, I will tell you, सबसे पहला, weaponization of institutions. The examples of, right? When I say CBI, CBI के लिए you have two consent. One is a general consent, one is a specific consent. And sometimes the states don't give it consent. West Bengal did not give it consent for the investigation. Tussle हो रहा है. The center is sending a body, the state is not responding accordingly. This is the case, right? And not just institution, I can also add in even the NIA Act. NIA Act gives wide-ranging powers to the center, which can even sometimes subvert the state's autonomy. Okay, so that is one of the example that can cause a confrontation. Second, सबसे obvious issue confrontation का क्या है? Fiscal federalism. There also there is a confrontation. Third point, it is, I will say, related to the natural resources. Now I'll give you two types of examples here. Okay. Now, if you think of even rivers like Teesta, right? This is a dispute also between West Bengal and Bangladesh, and also sometimes West Bengal and center. Can I say this? Right? Teesta is there, one example. Second, if I talk about, I'm giving you both. First, these two are more international examples. Kachativu Island, or think of fishermen dispute. The Sri Lankan government having a problem with Indian fishermen, but which state government? Tamil Nadu. And sometimes Tamil Nadu government and the Indian government have had clashes in the past on this front, yes or no? Right? These two are both international examples and center and state confrontation examples. Do you agree? Right? In natural resources, I can also again have another dimension of interstate water disputes. Again, popular examples like SYL Satluj Yamuna link, examples like Kaveri. Of course, here multiple states are fighting, right? Different states are fighting over resources like water. And remember, water does not come in the original jurisdiction of Supreme Court under Article 131. Where does water come in? Iske separate hai. To manage this, you have a separate Article 262. And Article 263 is something that you should remember in federalism. उसको हम यहाँ लिख सकते हैं. Article Article 263 is Inter-State Council. It is a constitutional body to solve the conflicts between states. So Niti Aayog now says that instead of cooperative, competitive, confrontational, why don't we go for a collaborative federalism? For that, think of Article 263. What is that? Interstate Council. Can I say this? Niti Aayog again will talk about examples like aspirational districts program. ADP is a PYQ of 10 या 15 marks पहले पूछा गया है under the theme of federalism and governance. Aspirational districts program. Okay, and at least see the PYQ, what the PYQ was, right? Write it somewhere in your homework. Cooperative federalism, generally the term was seen in the initial times. I'm not saying these two terms are distinct, very different, but when you look at the evolution of federalism in India, cooperative हमने शुरू के terms को बोला था, collaborative means all the wings will come together, right? When I look at the evolution of federalism in India, सबसे पहले यही देखा गया था cooperative, the states are cooperating, okay? However, a new term is also getting used, that is collaborative. So I'm not saying both of them are different, these are similar terminologies, but in terms of chronology, इसलिए मैंने पहले कौन से historical facts लिखे हैं, right? Here there was more cooperation, then there is competitive nature, confrontation. आप यहाँ पे भी खत्म कर सकते हो, or in the way forward you can use this term that the need of the hour is ultimately collaborative federalism, right? Cooperative we have used specifically to signify a certain phase of Indian federalism. Is that clear? This is the overview of federalism that you should know, that how has federalism evolved in India. Now let us now go to the handout. Now you will see points. This is there in handout now. इसको कट करो, इसको लिखो evolving. Now there are some disputes also and new developments also, okay? Now there are territorial disputes, Belgaum between Karnataka, Maharashtra. We have water river disputes, we just saw, Kaveri between Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, even Kerala. ये है आपके में नहीं है ना? उसी के बाद ही है ना? देखो ढूंढो, मिल गया ना? चलो ठीक है. New states have come up. Now just I'll spend a minute on this. What is the argument to have new states? होने चाहिए नहीं होने चाहिए बताओ? कभी भी है तो होने चाहिए लास्ट में आएगा, right? First we'll give the reason. चलो, new states have been carved, okay? Post independence, what was the first state to be carved? Andhra Pradesh. क्यों? Why? Linguistic reorganization. Later on UK emerged out of UP. New states have come. I want to know the reason for formation of state. बताओ, सोचो. तो one is, write it somewhere, लिखो administrative efficiency. This is one reason to establish a state. Second लिखो, हाँ बताओ. Second लिखो, second will be, लिखो shared culture. One is administrative efficiency. Second लिखो shared culture and history. So the idea here is, let's say the people speak the same language, they have a shared culture. Now they say we want to be unified under a state. This can also be one of the reasons. Third, लिखो better development. Next also write better utilization of resources. In fact, if you look at Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, okay, one of the reason is development and also better utilization of resources for the creation of it, right? So whenever you have to judge whether a state creation is good or bad, you will judge on these parameters. ठीक है? कौन से parameters पे? Some of these parameters. Now, if I want to ask you, how is Uttarakhand or any of the recent states faring? क्या है आंसर आपका? How is any of these states, how are they faring, how are they doing in the current context? The issue is they are doing fine administratively, but they are not doing fine financially. One of the main reason. And right now they are still dependent on the center. As long as there is dependency, it's a problem. Ideally, what we would want, and of course, you can also say that these states would require more time to become financially independent. But to do that, they have to be able to raise their resources, better utilization of resources, efficient allocation should be there. Because if the state is ultimately dependent, then there is not a good reason for the state to have come in the first place. Clear? We don't want to create dependencies. If the states are independent, right, which is again why state oriented development is again promoted. Okay? This is again a parallel topic that you should know. There are states which are demanding more grants. Kerala faces heavy floods. Okay. Now India also has seen assertion of autonomy, right? Bodoland. Now, the moment I say assertion of autonomy, that is not a bad thing. Okay. The special tribal areas, they want more autonomy. Is it good or bad? It is good, because they have their own customs, they have their own cultures. In fact, that is why in the 6th schedule we create ADC. Kya hai ADC? Autonomous District Councils, we know that. But agar ye demand for autonomy, it becomes more and more, to the extent it becomes exclusivist. So kya ho jayega? Demand for secession. For example, the demand for is not just a demand for autonomy, it is a total demand for separation. So if you look at autonomy, there is a magnitude or the quantum. Basic demand for autonomy is okay, can also be respected. But in some cases, it can also be that totally we want to be separated. That federalism will not want, because again remember, in our federalism, what is the core element? Strong center, right? So as to prevent balkanization of states. But we have seen some of these new evolving trends, right? There is a higher fiscal devolution, that is okay, but of course we still know there is a fiscal stress, that is also an issue. Fine. Some states have been given packages, etc., discretionary grants, that is fine. So the trends that you are seeing is on multiple fold. Territorial disputes, water disputes, okay, area is disputes, financial aspect, assertion of autonomy, demands, etc., these are getting created, fine, and that is one. Now let's look at conclusion. What does Dr. Ambedkar says? Just read this once. It is almost like an amphibian. वही वाला statement है. Slightly different. Let's have a look at. Constitution avoids a tight mold of federalism. It can be both unitary as well as federal according to the requirements of time and circumstances. Can we say this? Okay. Now, this point now you will easily understand. Just have a look at. Till 1967 you had single party dominance. अब क्या है? Between this time expressive and assertive federalism. कैसे हुई assertive? Rise of, right, RPPP. Okay, that is why. And of course second is increased instances of 356. Between this time multi-party federalism is your, and this type of also timeline based diagram also you can draw. It will take your space and you can cover these elements. Okay, इसको 24 कर देना last वाले को. Single party dominance, of course, in the second or part, the majority was not as high. Coalition is there, and here also increased instances of 356 is there. Now, especially during this time, again Niti Aayog, because Niti Aayog, which was the year of formation of Niti Aayog? 2015. So Niti Aayog, this is why in these times has highlighted about even competitive. अभी जो जितने keywords देखे हमने, confrontational, and ultimately talks about a कोलैबोरेटिव, एंड रिमेंबर नीति आयोग का एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोग्राम जो अभी हमने देखा, एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोग्राम. It also talks about cooperation, competition in the federation, right? So keep this in mind as well. And Niti Aayog, for example, also has certain indexes where it ranks the states, right? So that also is promoting what? It is promoting how we can ultimately integrate. The states can work together, right? Till here, is it clear? So you have a timeline based approach also. How is federalism evolving? In this, there are three major trends. एक क्या है? Rise of regional political parties. Is it a good trend? Yes. It leads to more deepening of democracy. More local issues can be given preference. Very recently, what happened in Tamil Nadu? Batao. DMK, AIDMK, who actually won? Right? So that also tells you that now people also want a new order, right? So this also tells you voter preference, number one, right? Again, if you look at West Bengal, a huge change has happened after a very long time, right? So what does it tell you? One is the issue, you know, that anti-incumbency issue, right? But second is also voter preference, right? So एक issue parallelly क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे? Regional parties. One issue parallelly that is going on is coalition politics, and one third issue is imposition of Article 356. And whenever I say 356, I also mean the role of governor. The role of governor is there parallelly, right? Now, let's see the point of contention right now. Some of the points you already know. एक बार इसको read करो जल्दी से. What are the issues in a federal state? सबसे पहला issue is appointment and dismissal of governor, right? What is the issue in appointment and dismissal? Of course, it is said that the CM should be consulted in appointment. Does it really happen? Does not happen. और कुछ? So main issue क्या है? Agent of the center. What is the issue? Agent of the center, right? Second, देखो फिर से, governor's role is discriminatory. We have seen public tussle between Kerala CM and governor, right? Even West Bengal, we have seen this. Imposition of precedent rule, okay? And again, the main issue is incorrect imposition, or we can say political misuse, whatever keyword you want to use, of the precedent. Can we say this, right? Deployment of central forces in states to maintain law and order. Does it also again violate, right? So चाहे CAPF or भी the forces which are there, or even the army, etc. Okay, so center and state tussle will also be here in this regard. Discrimination in financial allocation to the states. Is this also an issue? Fiscal federalism is a constant problem. All India services, yes or no? So these are all the points of contention that we face right now. Okay, I hope this is clear. So management is by the state, control is by the center. Yes. अब देखो यहाँ पे, this is very important to understand. You have a Boumai judgment and specific points also of the Boumai judgment. एक ये देखेंगे अभी. And then if the question is on federalism, one thing I've told you is what? SR Boumai. Second thing, you have to talk about these two commissions. Even if you drop their name in the conclusion, that is also good. One name is Sarkaria Commission, other name is Punchi Commission. Out of these two, of course, Sarkaria is even more important. Okay. Now, what is the way forward, especially with respect to some of the problems that we have discussed? सबसे पहला देखते हैं. There should be a floor test to determine support to a party. Which context is this? The issue of governor, especially governors. So let's say governor feels that a party does not have a majority and governor directly dismisses it without going for a floor test. Is it constitutional or unconstitutional? Unconstitutional. That is why floor test is very important. First issue, right? One. Second, Boumai judgment says improper usage of Article 356 by state government, and the state government has not been given a prior warning to rectify itself, right? and even sometimes the imposition is not correct also. This is an issue, right? Next, Article 365. When the constitutional direction of the center is disregarded by the state. Okay, even this can be there. And last thing, of course, President etc. should exercise powers only when approved by both the houses, simply to reduce the discretion in general. So here, at least these 2 points you can remember, that improper usage of 356 should be minimized, and second will be what? Supremacy of full trust should be there to determine that which party is in power. Can we say this? Now, if I have Sarkari Commission, बहुत simple सी points बोल रहे हैं. Make governors post apolitical. What is apolitical? Non-political. And second, make recommendations of ISC. What is ISC? Which article? 262 is interstate water disputes. What is 263? Interstate Council. Interstate Council is a constitutional body. True or false? Yes. Is it a permanent body? False. Right? It is set up again and again by the president, right? But main cheez kya hai? It can be used to solve the problems of center and state and also interstate. Yes, because it is the mechanism for dialogue. So ये सारी चीज आप लिख सकते हो, that according to Sarkari Commission, the recommendations etc. of interstate council should be binding, or you can say the interstate council should meet more frequently. बोल सकते हैं, right? Okay, of course there is a Punchi Commission as well. Almost it will say the same thing. Now let's come to interstate water disputes. Again a small section. Achha, can anybody tell me what is asymmetrical federalism? Uneven. देखो सिंपल सी चीज है. What is symmetrical federalism? Every state is equally treated. Asymmetrical क्या होगा? Unequal treatment. In fact, earlier think of when you had Jammu and Kashmir, Article 370, special status was there. Is there any special provisions right now? 371 and the entire list. Think of 5th and 6th schedule. How many states are there in 5th schedule? 10. How many in 6th? 4. Right? So asymmetric federalism is what? Some states are treated differently than the other. Is that clear? That is asymmetric federalism. Okay. Now let's come back to interstate water disputes. What is the reason for river dispute, water disputes? देखो कोई भी क्वेश्चन ज्योग्राफी का होगा, एनवायरमेंट का होगा, एक फ्री का डायमेंशन होगा, क्लाइमेट चेंज, राइट? Climate change will alter the water level, stress, data, etc. Right? Now, let us discuss some of these points. What are the factors responsible, right? Pehla kya bhai? There is a rising demand for water. It will double by 2030 according to UN water. So one issue is there is a rising demand. Second, water gushing crops. Is India a net water exporter? Yes. Right? So again, wheat and rice, we have cereal centric crops. Right? Punjab Haryana dispute over SYL. Yes, this is also a challenge. Lack of integrated water management. In fact, you can also talk about lack of aquifer mapping, right? Another issue, not sharing hydrological data. And by the way, this is problem internationally also. Now, lack of clarity regarding water use rights. Okay. For example, Andhra objects to usage of Sri Salem Reservoir, Telangana. That means what? This dispute has not been solved. And specifically, एक और issue क्या आएगा यहाँ पे इन सब में? El Nino. Right? What will El Nino do? It will bring more rainfall, less rainfall. It will make more resource scarce. So of course there is asymmetric access to water. And the last dimension I want to add is climate change plus. Yes. Already water is a scarce issue. We are a monsoon dependent country. Most of the water comes from monsoon, very limited irrigation, yeah na? And add to climate change and El Nino, this will intensify the water wars. Water wars पे you will have a question either in GS2 or GS3 or GS1. GS1 में geography angle पे आएगा, GS2 में more from a governance angle, interstate water disputes, and in GS3 that will be more of economy slash agriculture slash environment. Okay, so keep this in mind. Now let us see. We have not properly mapped the aquifers, and aquifers again, so the water resources are not properly managed. River basin as a planning unit is not properly done, so we don't know enough sources that which you can utilize also. ये problem है, right? Now what are the challenges? सबसे पहले देखो, which article do we have? Article 262. It is to have interstate water disputes. According to this article, there is a separate act also. What is the act? Interstate Water Disputes Act. Okay? Now this act says that the verdict is what? Yes, the verdict is final and binding, है ना? पर क्या हमारे देश में, especially for Supreme Court, can anything be final and binding? Supreme Court has extraordinary powers through Article 136. So whatever verdict comes, although the act says an act excludes the jurisdiction of courts, yet the matter can go to a court. How will it go? Article 136. So there is a special leave petition. Now there are two things. One, there is a tribunal. Tribunal takes its own sweet time to give the verdict. And when I say sweet time, it is a highly political issue. Yes or no? So for example, सबसे बड़ा क्या issue is a normal delay. How many 10, 11, 12 years is a very common time. So first issue is tribunal takes a lot of time to give the verdict. Now when the verdict comes, and please remember, water is a political issue. One party will be benefited, one party is not happy. The party that is not happy will go to the court through 136. फिर क्या होगा? तारीख पे तारीख. It will take more time. Yes or no? Same. So Article 126 does not allow Supreme Court to intervene. Okay. इसको change करो ना. This is actually not correct. इसको 136 करो. And actually the point is 131 does not include water disputes. 131 includes other disputes, but it does not include the water disputes. Okay. And with 136, please remember, we are talking of special leave petition. 131 does talk about original jurisdiction, which has many things, but it does not have this particular point of interstate water disputes. Okay. A very important technical keyword is there is a lack of interdisciplinary approach. This point can be used for any tribunal of India. NGT, I can use it, right? NGT ka the main issue is NGT is dominated by judicial members and bureaucrats and less of experts, which is why when the Art of Living Foundation was seen violating the Yamuna floodplains, what was the fine that was there? 5 crore. Okay, and experts said the fine should have been close to 50 to 100 crores. Yes, same cheese. There is a lack of interdisciplinary approach. What does it mean? In matters of water, you should have knowledge of geography, environment, civil engineering, geology, disaster management, so on and so forth. Yes or no? But we don't have such interdisciplinary approach. We don't have unit basin level experts who can tell how the water is to be mapped. Again, experts on climate change, people who are good in data and analytics who can say, because see, our data is, let's say, 150 years old. But right now the population has increased. Consumption patterns have changed, and again because of climate change there is a variation, right? ये समझ में आ रहा है? There is a lack of there is more of judicial members in the tribunal. Okay. There is politicization of disputes. This I think you understand. Okay. One of the best example here would be Satluj Yamuna link. There is a lack of stakeholder consultation. Okay. So this is also there, and especially with the experts. Right? Now, we have a national water policy, we have 262, and we also have 7th schedule again related to sharing of water, etc. So that is the mechanism. After way forward, is anything mentioned here? Acha, way forward में रुक जाओ. In way forward, right? Paris principles. 2 keywords लिखो. पहले लिखो Paris principles. शायद आपको फिर कुछ और लिखना पड़ेगा. I think. Okay, so that is wrong. Paris principles are actually related to human rights. इसको लिखो Dublin. For that is Dublin. Okay. Paris principles, please remember, is related to human rights. So human rights organization में there is something known as Paris principles. इसको काट दो. It is not needed here. I actually am referring to Dublin principles. Where is Dublin? Ireland. So चलो मान लो दोनों आसपास ही हैं. ठीक है. चलो लिख लो Dublin principles. देखो this Dublin principle is for any question related to water management. ठीक. लिखो Dublin principles. Write 4. So there are actually 4 pillars of Dublin principles. Now you will have to have some space to write it. जहां भी space है वहां पे लिखो. Write the 4 principles. तो लिखो पहला, fresh water as a finite resource. Fresh water as a finite resource. Second, right, participatory management. Participatory management. Third, right, women's central role in water management. Women's central role in water management. And fourth, right, water as the economic and social good. Water as economic and social good. अब देखो अगर कोई क्वेश्चन आता है, be it geography anywhere, if the question is on day 0 is approaching, you know what is day 0? Day 0, the people of ORN very well know, Patel Nagar nearby. Those days you have no water. So day 0 is a hypothetical situation where the world will have 0 water. Okay. In terms of these catastrophes, you will write Dublin principles. Dublin principles are to manage water crisis. Anything related to water, water sharing, water crisis, water management, आप end कर सकते हो किससे? Dublin principles. 4 principles are there. फिर से पढ़ो क्या क्या है. You have to recognize first what is a finite resource. इसका मतलब क्या है? Right? You cannot keep on wasting it. First thing. Second, and when I say you cannot keep on wasting it, this also ties to these 2 principles, one water and water circularity. इसका मतलब है water retreat करो. Don't waste water. Right? Water circularity is what? You know circular economy? Same concept है water circularity. You have to make processes in such a manner that reduction of water's wastage reduces and even the wastewater can be utilized. ठीक है? Okay. This is one water approach, water circularity. लिख सकते हैं. So there were 4 principles. जल्दी से बताओ क्या क्या है? Water as a finite resource. Second, participatory approach. Third, the role of women specifically here in water management. And fourth one is water is a social and economic good, right? And even if there's a, let's say, broader question on water management, आप सीधे इन 4 pillars पे अपना answer expand कर सकते हो, right? That can be used. One water approach is what? You know, one health approach. One water approach is simply an integrative approach, right? जहाँ पे water usage, water management, everything will get combined. You are not thinking of things in silos. That is one water approach. And water circularity is circular economy. linked to water management. You know circular economy? Circular economy leads to more waste or less waste? Less waste, so keep that in mind. ठीक है? Okay. I hope you'll remember this for conclusion. Dublin principle से end करेंगे. उसके बाद एक term है, बस you can see the term. What is the term? Coming together, holding together, right? Already we've had a look at this. You will see yourself. This is already we've discussed. One nation, one language, again related to federalism, again there in the news. We will have a look at. Then cooperative, and then iske baad hai fiscal, right? Now, one nation, one language, right? Very quickly, we will have first, why should we have it? And what are the reasons not to have it, right? सबसे पहले पॉइंट में बताओ, what is the error? हाँ, so please change it. Article 343 talks about Hindi as the official, right? Now we go to some other acts. The Official Languages Act, which talks about English may still be used along with Hindi for official purposes, most widely spoken. So this is a percentage population type ka argument. Even in reservation, I told you there's a percentage population. How many people speak? So according to census, whenever you make an argument like this, make sure you collaborate that with fact. What is the fact here? 43% almost population speaking it. How many of you agree with this point? नहीं ना, तो इसलिए कट करो. Right, that is why I'm saying, right? Now the argument that if you have one language, it can lead to unities, right? Service delivery, some of these points you remember, fine. This is the argument, but main thing is the against part, okay? And when you write the against part, whatever points are there, but you have to also talk about, yaad hai? The National Education Policy. What does it talk about language? A 3-language formula. So even this is more inclusive and accommodating, and there is a more respect for diversity. Same cheese. Instead of uniformity, what do you want? Yaad karo, unity in diversity. Who spoke about unity in diversity? Jawaharlal Nehru, right? So you have to argue both ways. So अब एक चीज क्या है? सबसे पहले historical lesson, Andhra protest, the linguistic reorganization, 1956, right? So we have had one example, how imposition or the fear of imposition of one language can lead to problems, right? You can always give examples here of Tamil Nadu, the protests in Maharashtra, or let's say Kerala, or not Kerala, let's say Karnataka. Okay, it is against the diversity of languages. In India, almost close to 20,000 mother tongues are there. So why are we expecting only one language to be the main language, right? Isko lago, put a star mark. It violates federalism. Now, of course, you can update the states. या फिर बाकी देखो, only 12 states and UTs combined chose Hindi as their first language. Can it promote secessionism? Okay, and instead of secessionism, basically we can also write, it can also promote more and more. So instead of unity, it will be dividing people more, right? The people will also perceive this as that their language or their culture is under threat, right? It will give undue advantage to Hindi speaking population in administration, yes. Threat to minority language, again remember, minorities are the custodians. A state is known by the right it protects. So instead of protecting other rights, minority rights, some of the languages can get extinct. Okay. Against constitutional morality, 8th schedule has given space to how many languages? आप देख रहे हो arguments हम frame कैसे कर रहे हैं, right? So remember this discussion, right? Now I want to again ask you, how will you end this question? कहाँ से, one is unity in diversity, but कहाँ से inspiration लोगे conclusion की? UCC से. right? Think of a multi-stakeholder approach, think of dialogue, right? Yes or no? It should not be imposed, as simple as that. Take the viewpoints, and the best way to also conclude will also be going ahead with national education policy also, which already talks about 3 languages instead of 1, right? Okay, then you have, what is the next page? Dekho, cooperative federalism. I see. Okay, ठीक है, just another couple of things. There's a cooperation going on. Just see how the cooperation goes on. Now these are all the good examples. All India services, 280, 263 streams, okay, various programs and things are mentioned. How we can have collaboration. Some of the examples you already know. But here more important, come to challenges, right? Take 30 seconds. We've already seen most of these points. Quickly have a look at. अब एक क्या challenge है? Inadequate consultation with states. In many points they are not consulted. We have unbalanced regional development. Can you give me example for this? Right. Some states are very prosperous and some states are, so there is a huge difference. If you think of federalism, we have to go for inclusive growth. Yes or no? So states like even Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Gujarat, they are faring well, but other states, can you give me non-performing, lower performing states? Okay, so maybe certain northeast states, Bihar, Bimaru states. So there's a big gap, unbalanced regional development. Will this also lead to problems? Yes. We've already seen the example of interstate water disputes, right? What will be the conclusion of interstate water disputes? Wo wala, right? Wo wala, correct. Dublin principles, okay. What are Paris principles? Related to human rights, okay, fine. There is an overreach by center. Of course, we can talk about, ya to isme likh lo. In disaster management, or let's say COVID-19, there were 2 acts: Epidemic Diseases Prevention Act and there was Disaster Management Act, right? Extensively used by state to encroach into state's domain. Despite having Niti Aayog, despite having interstate council, not very effective. Again, overall the point is inadequate consultation. This is a problem that we are seeing. What should be a way forward? Almost सारे points को flip कर दो आप फिर से. Evidence based policy making, balanced regional development. Again here you can link 12th 5-year plan, or you can link Niti Aayog's India at 75 or even 95, the later reports, that we need balanced inclusive growth, okay. Strengthening interstate council goes without saying. Constitutional status improve. Niti Aayog, make it more functional, give it more autonomy, okay. And this is also a good point. Share state-wise best practices to instill competitive federalism, okay. So state-wise best practices also we'll have a look at, which can help in instilling competitive federalism. Fine, okay. Now let's move to the last topic for the day, okay, fiscal federalism. Do we know this principle of subsidiarity? Ab padho, see the definition. Functions are best performed at the lowest level of government. Yes. Similarly, we have other principles like fiscal equivalency, right? That each public service should have its own jurisdiction for better efficiency. Decentralization, right? What is decentralization? What is centralization? I have taken so much of area. Will I be effective? Decentralization means limited area, more impact. That is the idea. Control over minimum geographical area for maximum fiscal sustainability. अब ये बताओ, इसीलिए decentralization theorem, can you also link it to PRIs, ULBs, and same concept is related to principle of subsidiarity, right? अब ये points आपको use करने in the body, right? Now, in fiscal federalism, of course, there are certain constitutional provisions. You have a 7th schedule, The revenue can be distributed. Remember a couple of articles, don't remember everything here. Article 269, okay, 269A for example, 280 तो याद रखोगे, finance commission, okay. Borrowings में you should also know this, also you see in prelims, state can only borrow domestically. Can they borrow outside? nahi. So this is the prelims factual part. 2 or 3 points you remember, that is okay, okay. You don't have to remember everything, only a couple of points will be used in your arguments, right? Now when you see the issues, I will first again talk about an issue some of you may know, जिसकी पहली क्लास से शायद वो पहली बार सुनेगा. याद है, ये सुना है? Economic survey highlights there is a low equilibrium trap. What's the low equilibrium trap? देखो, the local bodies have limited money, they provide average services, people get frustrated, they don't give them money, local bodies don't have money, they provide poor services. This is the loop, okay. This is kind of vicious cycle, okay. They have poor capacity or poor resources. Deficiency in service delivery. If there is deficiency in service delivery, decrease in public trust. Now the public doesn't pay or pays limited less taxes because they say भाई service is pathetic. क्या point है pay करने का? क्या होगा? Is this a loop? This is known as the low equilibrium trap. And what is the trap here? The local bodies, will they be now dependent on, किस पे dependent होंगे? State. And state is already dependent on. This is one of the biggest issues of fiscal federalism. We don't have autonomous independent bodies. So when I look at, there's a low equilibrium trap. What is the low equilibrium trap? You can think of that in state government also. The state government has limited resources, provides limited services. People don't enjoy the services, they don't pay then enough taxes. And even if they pay taxes, they don't have trust. That leads to what? Poor capacity. Yes or no? This is a vicious loop. Okay? Center I should have mentioned even above, so even that point you can see. Is that clear? Now coming back, survey talks about low equilibrium trap, right? Now we'll see some of the points. Developmental expenditure by the state it has increased, and you can show this like this. अगर development expenditure increase हो रहा है, so state wants more money or less money? More money. Population is increasing, people's expectation is increasing. Yes or no? अब देखो, cess collection, is it shared with states? Surcharge shared with states? No. Cess collection rose by 133%, but it is not shared with the states, right? आप cess को surcharge को add कर सकते हो. Of course, the point here is for cess. एक और very important चीज, the decline in grants in aid has been, there is a huge decline, right? Now states prefer debt या grants. Everybody likes a grant, nobody wants a debt obligation, right? That is there. Now there is centrally sponsored schemes. Achha, you know central sector and centrally sponsored? What is central sector schemes? 100% funded by center. Central sponsored means the burden is shared both by center and state. Now most of these schemes, they are tied in nature. Yes or no? So they are dependent on the center for its devolution. Yes or no? So this, the point is what? State pe burden hai, right? But states are not participating in their design. State has to implement it. Will the state be motivated enough? Right? And most of the schemes may not have states photos. Photos हो सकते किसी और की हो. I hope you understand. So the point is, even that can be an issue. So states have very limited incentive in the implementation, and remember, it has a tight nature of funds. Fine. Now, states borrowing has been restricted by the center. What is GSDP? Gross Domestic State Product. You know what? There's a FRBM Act, right? Does it control the borrowings also of the states? Limit karega. Fine. Finance Commission does not have a specific state representative. These are very specific points. Even if you remember 4 or 5 of them, you will have a very good answer. Next, GST Council. There is a virtual monopoly of the center. Kaise? Half members quorum, 3/4 members to approve, right? Weightage zyada hai. A last point is also very important. High yielding taxes, like the taxes of income tax, corporate tax, they are not in the state basket. So overall, what do you see? Issues में क्या problem है? बताओ. Heavily center has a huge influence here. Yes or no? ठीक है? So of course this we know. What is the way forward in fiscal federalism? सबसे पहला, अच्छा, who is the chairman of 16th Finance Commission? Arvind Pangaria. Write it. This will again add. ये लगेगा चलो आपने पढ़ा हुआ है. Arvind Pangaria. 15th Finance Commission नाम क्या है? NK Singh. And by the way, this topic also overlaps. You will see Finance Commission in bodies also and maybe in current. So in there, if you find anything that is new, you can add it. Okay. Now I have not here covered the part of the difference that you do in prelims also. 15 Finance Commission or 16 Finance Commission में what is the change in the parameter and devolution? That is a topic again when you do bodies. आप वहाँ से revise कर लेना. Here I am talking in the theme of fiscal federalism. Fine. पहला क्या है? Increase the collaboration of states. Issues like inward outward migration, etc., etc. Important point also, review of budget borrowings. Principle of financial autonomy again can be explored on. Tell me a few more points. Likho, next likho. States request to increase the divisible pool. States request to increase the divisible pool. Write a couple of more points. लिखो benchmarking performance indicators, comma, incentive based resource allocation, and investment attraction attraction can promote competitive federalism. Next लिखो, more fiscal powers to states and local bodies. More fiscal power to states and local bodies, and giving them greater flexibility in revenue generation. Last लिखो, addressing the horizontal imbalance. Now put a dash. Because the rich states should be guaranteed a minimum share a minimum share in tax devolution. Rich states should be guaranteed a minimum share in tax devolution, and even poorer states should have a ceiling. Even the poorer states should have a ceiling. Many times what happens, poorer states may give so much of money and the richer states may feel that we are only compensating the poorer states. So you want a parity between the rich and poorer states. Fine. We're almost close to hitting 12 hours. अभी शायद हो गया होगा 11 hour 50 minutes के आसपास. ठीक है? हाँ? नहीं मेरे मतलब when I started from that I'm saying. चलो. Very good effort, right? Last तक जो भी बच रहा है, those who are seeing this online, it has been a long, heavy class. I think how many pages have we covered approximately? Close to 50 or more? Acha, now, now the people who are watching this, I'll just tell you some of the topics. The topic of speaker, anti-defection law, issues in parliament functioning, which is what I refer to as the decline of parliament. Parliamentary privileges is for your reading. It's a very simple topic. President. This can be 4 and 5, or I can just write this as 4. Vice President is for your reading. Prime Minister is for your reading. Prime Minister and CM. CM may barely anything less is to be done, and even legislative councils. So there are 5 topics which I will be. हाँ लिखा है ना Governor? It is there. It is there. So I can write this as 5. चलो 5. These 5 topics I'll be doing with you, along with I think 4 or 5 topics of. So we'll have a mini class, okay? Because this is the normal class, that will be a mini class. So we'll do that again. How was your experience अभी तक जो बैठे हैं यहाँ तक? हाँ? Able to survive and think, thrive? हाँ? अच्छा, thank you so much. ठीक है? अभी तो चलो, I feel like अभी तो start ही किया, I can go even more. चलो अच्छा है. So again, good luck to all of you. If there is any issue you have faced with any concept that you have felt you need more elaboration, I'll again be having more classes with you. People online who are not able to, let's say, reach out, please drop me a text on this number. ठीक है? कल the people who are there in the bootcamp, you have a PYQ session, Eklavya, and day after tomorrow you have the live answer writing where again I'll meet you. ठीक है? Other than that, you now have a class on. आज day कौन सा है? So of course you have a class on Monday. That is going to be Polity 2.0. Now I'll be meeting you in the Thursday class that is on IR. Okay? Okay. All the best.